In the next couple of hours, we are going to build a fully functional interview platform with all kinds of advanced features that you can ever imagine, such as running your solution within a code editor that supports 3 different programming languages, which are JavaScript, Python, and Java. And this code editor is the same one that powers the VS Code. The best part is, once you complete this course, you will be able to add more languages in a couple of minutes. On top of executing the code, users will be able to create a session by selecting a problem, and once the session is created, users will be navigated to the session page, where we have video calling and chat messaging with advanced features. Like users can toggle their camera and microphone, they can share their screen, which can be a specific window or the entire screen. Users can add real-time reactions and even record the entire interview. Within the chat container, users can send messages, add reactions, reply on threads, upload images, and even send GIFs with the Giphy command. So as you can tell, that's a pretty advanced platform with all kinds of features. Now we are gonna build a nice looking landing page as well, where users can log in, because if they are not authenticated, they cannot use our platform. Once they log in, they will be navigated to the dashboard page, where they can see some stats, currently live sessions, and the past interviews. If there are 2 users in a session, we will lock the room so that no one else can join, because this is a one-on-one platform that allows users to practice for coding interviews. Lastly, there is a page called Problems, where users can practice by themselves, which means they don't need to join any video calls or chat messaging. And in this page, whenever they execute the code, we will give them a feedback that is either success or fail. And how this works is that we grab users' code and run it in an isolated environment and then compare the output to the actual solution. If it is correct, then we pop a confetti. In the else case, we display a failed notification. I'll explain all the details in the incoming sections. Now when it comes to the tech stack, we are going to use Node.js and Express to build our API, MongoDB for database, Tailwind and DaisyUI for styling, TanStack query for data fetching and caching, Clerk for authentication, Stream for video calls and messaging, and Inngest for background jobs, which is a concept that we will see in detail. In this course, you will also see a proper Git and GitHub workflow, because at the end of each section, we will create new branches, commit our changes, and create then merge a pull request. And we are going to use CodeRabbit to analyze our codebase and give us some feedback so that we can follow the best practices and fix the security issues in our codebase. Every technology that we use in this course is completely free to get started with, so you don't need a credit card to follow along. As always, we are going to deploy our application so that you can have that live URL and put it on your resume. The deployment platform of this project is going to be Sevalla. Now I can talk about this project for the next 30 minutes, but I'd like to keep this demo short and just jump into coding. One final word is that the source code of this project is also free on GitHub. You can find the link in the description. I hope this is going to be helpful. Thanks for watching and let's get started. Alright, so to get started with, I have an empty folder on my desktop. This is the name that I came up with, Talent IQ. You can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead and open this up in VS Code. Now before we jump into coding, I'd like to mention that you have to have Node.js installed. Probably most of you already have it, but let me just mention it pretty quickly. So if you don't have it, here's how you can check it by the way. You'd like to open up your terminal with Command J or Control J, and then you would say node -- version. So this is the version that I have. If you see something like command not found or some long error, that means you don't have a node installed. So go ahead under the Node.js website, under the download, just select the long-term support. At the time that I am recording this video, it is version 22, but if you're watching this video in the future, it should be something like 23, 24, whatever that is. Just select it, which is selected automatically, right? Long-term support, and install it. You can either do it from the terminal or easily just by clicking one of these buttons. So we have it for Mac, Windows, Linux, you name it, we have it all. Okay, so assuming that you have Node.js installed already, we can jump into coding now. And this is going to be a very long tutorial. If you ever feel like we are going slowly, or if you're feeling bored, just feel free to speed up the video from these settings. Okay, now we are going to need two different folders. Since this is a full stack project, we will build an API under the backend folder. And then for the front end, for our React application, we're going to have this folder called Frontend, right? And let's get started with this one. I'll go ahead, clear my terminal. Now we are under the root, right? We are here. We would like to go under this folder. So we'll say change the directory, Frontend. You can just type some part of it and press tab, is going to autocomplete. And then we would like to say create a React app within this, right? And here's how we can do it. We'll use Vite. So I'll say npm create Vite at latest, and we would like to initialize it under the current folder, right? So I'll put space and dot. So this basically means under the current folder. Now, normally I would say latest, but since I want you to have the same version, right? We would like to have the exact same version. We will say 7.1.3, which is the latest version at the time that I'm recording this video. So go ahead, type this out so that if you're watching this video in the future, it should still work out as expected because we have the exact same specific version. I hope that makes sense. Now let's run this. Now you might get a question like yes, press enter again, and then we would like to go with React. Just to keep it beginner friendly, I'll be using JavaScript, but if you wanted to, if you're feeling comfortable, you can go with TypeScript. But I would recommend have JavaScript so that we could have the exact same code base. Okay, now we got all the files and folders that we would need. It says go ahead and run the npm install and then npm run dev. So I will clear up my terminal and I'll say npm install so that we can get all the packages, which will be under the node modules folder, right? So it'll be initialized in a second. Here we go. And we will run this command, npm run dev, right? So this is how we can type this out. We'll say npm run dev. If this was something like hello, right? Then you would say npm run hello. I hope that makes sense. Now let's say npm run dev, and we're gonna visit this URL, localhost 5173. We have a basic React application that is working properly. So we're gonna get into the front end a little bit later in the video. For now, this is what we just initialized. Now let's kill this and clear the terminal, and maybe kill this, reopen it. Here we'll go under the backend and initialize it, right? So here I'll say cd into the backend folder now, and we can close this package.json. Okay, so we are here, and we would like to initialize a Node.js application. And to be able to initialize a Node.js application, we would say npm init-y. So this is going to give us a package.json file, and then we should be able to install some packages. So I'll say clear this up. And let's get started with the Express package. Let's say npm install, or just I, like npm I for short, and we'll say Express. And like normally I would just press enter, right? But again, I would like to use a specific version so that we can have the exact same code base, right? So we can run this again. I'll say npm install Express, but this time with this specific version, which is, and make sure you don't have a space. It should be like this. We'll say 5.1.0. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and install you the version 5.1.0. Here we can see. And then we would like to get two more packages for now. Let's say npm install. We would like to get Mongoose, which is the package that we are going to be using so that we can communicate with our database. And our database is going to be MongoDB. So more on this a little bit later in the video. Again, let's use a specific version. Let's say 8.19.1. And then one more package. We'll say .env. And we are going to be using this package so that we can access our environment variables. And you're going to see what that means. Here, let's say this specific version, which is 17.2.3. Okay, go ahead, press enter, and it's going to install all these packages. Here we can see. And Express is the web framework that we're going to be using, which is like, you can think of it like a toolbox that has everything that you would need. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's go ahead and basically create a simple file called server.js, and we can, do something like console log, hey, from the server. Let's save, and we can run this file just by saying node server.js. Here we can see it runs this file and gives us an output, but this is not the best way to run it. Just like in the front end, we are going to have a script. Let me show you this. So under the scripts, we are going to add a dev command. So let's go ahead and say delete the test. Under the scripts, we will say when we run npm run dev, you should go ahead and run the server.js with the node command. Okay, now instead of this, it is better to just say npm run dev. And here we can see we just run this command, right? And then we run the file. So this is the output. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now we'll go ahead and actually create an Express app. Now normally you would say const express and require express. So this is what we call the common JS type, okay? But instead of using this syntax, okay, instead of this, I would like to use a modern syntax like import express from express. And to be able to use this, we can go under the package.json, have this field called type, and make it to be equal to module. By default, it is common JS, which is this syntax, but we would like to use the type of module, right? So here I'll say module and save this file. Now we are ready to basically delete this and use this syntax, import, export, right? Okay, so now we can do things like export something, maybe export default some variable. And this is something that we're going to do later in the video. Now let's create an app where we call the express method. And then we can create a route, let's say app.get. If you visit the home route, we can have a function, which is our controller, where we can get the request and response. And you can do something like res.json, let's say 200, which means success. Actually, this should be status, not JSON. We'll say JSON, and we can send a message like, success from API. And then we can listen on a port, let's say app.listen. I'll put something like 3000. And let's say once we start listening successfully, we can run this method. We can say something like console log, I don't know, server is running on port 3000. Okay, now we'll say npm run dev. As you can tell, server is running, and if we visit localhost 3000, we're going to see success from API. And if your response is not really, let's say, formatted like this, it's because I have an extension called JSON Viewer Pro. So you can install this. Let's say JSON. It's completely free. Okay, and it has like a really good rating. So that's why I get this beautiful formatting. Okay, so now let's go into our code base and do more stuff. So if you try to update something like success from backend, and if you save, you're going to see that this is not going to rerun again. And if you try to visit this, it still says API, right? It doesn't update. And if you want to update it, you would like to kill your terminal with Control-C and then rerun this again and refresh. Now you see the latest output, right? But we don't really want to kill our terminal every single time when we have a change. So instead, what I'll be doing, I'll just kill this and I will install a, let's say, install a dependency. Or actually, before we install a dependency, I'd like to show you another way. So we can say, just go ahead and watch the server.js file. Let's save and rerun this command now. Okay, so now this is running. if I try to update this like backend 123, just take a look at my terminal. I will refresh this, I will save this file, server.js. I'm going to save it. Here we can see it is restarting the server immediately. And if you try to refresh, you're going to get the latest output. So this is one of the ways of doing it. You can add the watch flag. The other way is to use a dependency. I think this is now getting old, but I just want to mention it. So under the backend, kill your terminal and say npm install node.js. And let me give you a specific version just in case. I'll say 3.1.10. And this is going to be a dev dependency. So we only need this in development, not when we live. So here you can say dash upper D, right? Uppercase D. So this is going to install this package. And here you can see it's under the dev dependencies. So instead of watch, like you can either do this. If this doesn't work, you would delete this part and you would say run the server.js with node.js. And let's try to see. I will run this npm run dev. Here it says node.js is listening for changes, right? If you say something like, I don't know, 456 and save it, here we can see it is the exact same thing. So that's something that you would like to keep in mind because you're going to see node.js in old code bases all the time. Okay, now let's try to follow one of the other best practices. So if you take a look at the Frontend folder, you're going to see that we have everything related to our application. The application code is under the source folder, right? So we have all the configurations under the root, but the application code itself is under the source folder. So I would like to do the same convention, right? I would like to follow the same convention. So here I will create a source folder and I will take the server.js and put it right into it, because this is where we start our app. And later in the video, we're going to have different folders. Let's actually create them. So we're going to have some controllers. It's going to go under the source. We're going to have some models. We're going to have some routes. And don't worry, we're going to talk about every single one of them one by one. But for now, just create it. So we will have a lib folder where we will have our configurations. And then I think finally we might have a middleware folder. So now you can see we are having the exact same convention, right? Source folder where we have the entire app logic. Now, if you take a look at your terminal, you're going to see we have an error. And you might be asking why this is the case. Well, it basically says not found, because we are trying to run the server.js file, which is under the source, right? So here we'll say, before you run this file, go under the source and then run it. Now, if you save and kill the terminal, clear this up, rerun this again, it should be working successfully. Okay. And then here, this is something that you don't have to update, but it would be nice if you update it. So this is the main file, which is our entry file. We don't have index.js. Instead, we have server.js, which is under the source folder. Okay. So with this, I think the package.json is fine now. One more thing, let's do it. Instead of putting your port or any kind of environment variable into the code base, you would create a .env file. So let me shrink everything. Under the backend, not under the source, okay, just under the root, we would have a .env file. And this is where you put your configurations, right? Let's say configurations plus all kinds of secrets. That could be your database connection, API keys, you name it, any kind of secret. And let's actually get started. For now, I'll say, port, which is our like one of the configuration keys. We'll be using 3000. And let's duplicate it. Here I'll have db underscore URL. For now, let's say my db URL. Later in the video, we'll have an actual URL, but for now, let's leave it as it is. But now, how do we get access to these values? Well, we can say console log process.env.port. But if you save it, you're going to see undefined in the terminal, because to be able to use it, we need to make use of this package called .env. So I'll go under the server.js. I'll say import .env from the .env package. And then we would like to call the config method. So that's it. If you save, now we're going to see that you can actually get the value from your .env file. So this is giving you 3000 in the terminal, and you can duplicate it. You can say like db url. You'll get access to all of them. If you have some typos, let's say 1, 2, 3, of course you're going to get undefined because this is not what you call it. So basically you put the key right here. But now if you ask me, this is not really the best practice to follow. You don't really want to import this package every single file, right? Because let's think about it. Here, let's say we have, a controller. I don't know, I'll say my controller.js. Let's say for some reason you would like to use the DB URL in this file as well. So what you would do, let's say console log db process.env.db URL. Now this will be undefined. You need to go ahead and say import, this entire crap and paste this again. So every single time you need to import it and call the config method. So instead of doing this again and again, we can create a globalized env file and just do it only once and import everything from this file. So let's see what I mean. I'm going to delete this file. Let's go under the env.js, and instead of this, I will cut it from here, paste this in, and then we can say export const env, which is our object, and we can put our key value pairs. So key value, right? Let's do it. I'll say port, and this is going to be coming from process.env.port. Let's put a comma and duplicate it. This time we would like to have db underscore URL. And here is our db URL. Okay, now let's say we would like to use the port. All we have to do, just go ahead and say env.port. And we would like to import the env. Let's say port. This env will be coming from, let's say env from lib env.js. Since this is a local file, you would like to put the extension at the end. Okay, now let's delete these. Actually, let's put them here instead of saying process.env. We'll say env.port and env.db URL. Okay, so let's try to save it and take a look at the terminal. Again, we are getting the exact same values, but this time it is globalized. Now in any of the other files, if you want to use a variable, you would just import the env, this object. That's all you have to do. You don't need to import the .env package, call the config again and again. You don't really need it. All you have to do is just importing this object. I hope that makes sense. And if you take a look at your terminal, you're going to see server is running as well. And instead of putting this 3000 as hard-coded, we can say, just put a comma and say env.port. Now let's update the value. I'll say something like 5001, save, and go ahead, save the server.js file again. Take a look at your terminal. Here we can see this value is coming from from this file, right? Now I'll put it 3000. If you save this file, it's not going to update it, so you would like to save one of the JavaScript files. Okay, here we can see it's been updated. Alright, so that's our entire code base so far. We have a React application up and running successfully, and we have a really nice configured backend, right? It's very simple, but at least we have the files and folders. We are following some of the best practices like creating the source folder, having a globalized env config, so on and so forth. Here, we can add this as health. So the endpoint could be health, and we can say something like success, maybe API is up and running, something like this. Now let's visit this endpoint. Here I'll say localhost 3000/health. As you can tell, it is up and running. So I think that's gonna be it for this entire section. Let's leave it here as it is. We have a backend folder, a frontend folder. I would say just pause the video, go over it and try to explain it by yourself, just to understand the code base completely. Now, what I want to do before ending this section is creating a GitHub repo and pushing our code into it. So let's go into github.com and log into our account. So I just logged into my account and I just said create a new repository. Let me zoom in. For the name, I will say something like talent-iq, but you can call this anything that you wish. You can leave it as public, but in my case, I'll make it private, and while you're watching this video, it's going to be public. So this is what I generally do. I keep it as private until I record the entire video. Once it is done, and I just go ahead and update it as public. So for now, I'll go with private and I'll leave everything as it is. So let's say create the repository. All right, now let's go into our code base. We would like to take this, right? Take this code base and push it to this repo. Now first, I will open up the terminal, maybe kill this. Now let's kill all these files as well. So here under the root, okay, so we are right here, let's say git init. And then what I'd like to do is ignore these folders, which are node modules. So here under the root, I'll put .git ignore. And I will say, do not track the node modules. This is something that you don't really want to have in the GitHub repo. So we'll say, go ahead, ignore the node modules. And once you save it, you're going to see that this will be grayed out as well. And here under the front end, we have another git ignore. This is created by Vite. You can leave it as it is. You don't need to delete it. I think it's fine. And we just have one more in the root. And then another thing that you definitely want to add is the .env file. So you don't really want to push this file to GitHub because it has all kinds of secrets, right? You have your database URL, let's say some secret keys for some third-party services, things like that. So for that reason, you would like to ignore this in this file. And here we can see it's grayed out. This is not going to be pushed to GitHub. And one more thing I'll just add, which is the DS store. So this is like I don't know, like it's not really important and I don't really know all the details. It is just a file that you have in Mac. I don't really want to push this. Like it is not visible, but I think you have it if you're on Mac. And I don't really want to push this to GitHub as well. Okay, so with this, now we can say git, let's say, let me just clear so that you can see it clearly. I'll say git add all, right? We are going to add everything to the staging area. We can do it either from terminal or from this place, but for now, let's do it in the terminal. I'll say git add all. Let's add a commit message. I'll say git commit -m, and I'll say something like initial commit. And then we'll just run this command. So everything has been committed. Even though we can see a different color, this is just a bug in VS Code. If you say Command Shift P and then you say reload the window, now we're going to see you don't have that highlight. Okay, now we'll go into GitHub. We are going to copy this, which says push an existing repository from the command line. So copy this. We have an existing repository and we would like to push this to our GitHub account. So I'll say clear, paste this in, run it. In your case, this could be master or main, just leave it as it is. Once this is done, refresh this page and voila, you should have the entire code base now on GitHub. And here we can see we don't have the node modules folder, neither the, we don't have the .env file, neither, right? Okay, so with that, I think that's the entire section. I hope it wasn't really confusing. I try to keep it as beginner friendly as possible. And as we move forward with this tutorial, we can just go a little bit faster. But at the beginning, I really want to go slowly. Okay, so with that, that's kind of it for the entire section. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we are going to deploy our application. It is very surprising because most of the time we would deploy the application at the very end. This is what you would see in other tutorials as well, right? They would either deploy it at the end or never deploy it. But what we are going to do is a little bit different. We are going to deploy our app at the beginning, which is now, so that we can basically see all the features live on the internet, right? Whenever we add more features, we'll just see it live immediately. And we're going to get an actual URL rather than just localhost. And for the deployment platform, we're going to be using Sevalla. They are kind enough to give you $50 free credit if you use the link in the description. So go ahead and sign up. So you would just say dashboard. Since I am logged in, maybe let me just say open it up in incognito window. You would just say sign up with GitHub, right? This is something that I have already done. And we are going to give our repository. They are going to take it and deploy it easily. And they are kindly sponsoring this video. They have a bunch of different services rather than just application hosting. So we have things like object storage, database hosting, and static site hosting. We are going to be focusing on the application hosting, mostly in this tutorial. And they have some really great reviews, as you can tell. Now, just before we get into the dashboard, I'd like to explain some stuff so that it would make sense. So here we have our repository, right? We will say, take this and try to deploy it. But before we do so, it's going to take a look at the backend folder as well as the frontend, and it's going to realize we don't have the Node modules. So we need to have a script so that they can install our dependencies, right? Let's actually try to do it. So what I'll be doing is going into my code base. I will delete the Node modules because I'd like to mimic this, right? I'm going to show you what will happen once we deploy our app. So Sevalla is going to take a look at our code base. It'll say you don't have the Node modules. How can we get this? Well, let's try to have a script. I will go into the root under the terminal. I'll say npm init-y. This is going to give us a package.json file under the root where we can add a script. Let's call this as build, even though you can call this anything, but it should be build, right? Because we are building our application and this is the convention. So we're going to say, hey, Sevalla, you can run npm install under the backend folder. So this is how you would do it. Npm install, which is going to give you the Node modules, and we'll say install it under the backend folder. So we say prefix backend, and yeah, literally, and go ahead, do the same thing. I'll copy it, paste it. So go ahead, do the exact same thing under the front end. Okay, now let's try to actually see it. I will clear up my terminal. Under the root, Sevalla is going to run npm run build, and it's going to get the Node modules under the backend. And then after the, once this is done, we're going to get Node modules under the front end. Okay, so we're just getting there. I'm trying to go slowly so that we understand every single step, because this is kind of the process that you would follow, like if you're using any other platform as well, right? This is not just for Sevalla. This is the concept that you should understand so that you can deploy it on any place. Okay, now once we have done this, we would like to do one more thing, which is, let me show you again. We have a React app, and there is a script called, build. And this is going to take your entire React application and optimize it, put it under a dist folder. Let's try to do it. I will go under the front end and I'll say npm run build. Just notice this is it is saying building for production, optimizing your code base, and we got the dist folder. And we want Sevalla to do the exact same thing, right? So here we will say, once you have done this, once you install all the dependencies, just do one more thing, which is going to be npm run build -- prefix. Just do it under the front end. Okay, so let's do it once again. I'm going to delete the dist folder, delete the node modules, and just give it a go. Okay, so let's close everything. Sevalla is going to go under the root, and it's going to run the build script. So let me show these. We'll say npm run build. We're going to get the node modules for the backend, and then for the front end, and then we're going to get the dist folder. And here you will see there is an index.html file. This is where our entire React application is been loaded, right? Okay, so this is something that you should keep in mind. Our entire code will go under the, under this div. Our JavaScript will be here. This is basically the optimized version of this entire React app. So that was the first step. We have our build script. Now let's go under the backend. Here we have a dev script where we run it on development, right? But I would like to duplicate this. We're gonna have start. It will be the exact same thing, but this time instead of node-mon, we are going to run it with node because we don't really need to listen for changes if we are in production. If we deploy the app, we are not gonna do changes every single second, right? So we're going to save this. Okay, so that was the second step. Now let's try to explain something else. So I know that this might be a little bit complicated, but I promise once this section ended, you'll understand everything. So this is what we have at the moment. We are running our API on localhost 3000 and our frontend under localhost 5173. So this is in development, which means when we are building our application in our local laptop. Now, in production, what I'd like to do, just have only one URL. So instead of two different URLs, I'll have something like mytalentiqapp.com. So URL could be anything. And from here, we will deploy, we are going to serve both our API and our React app. Okay, so we don't really need another URL. This is what we're going to do. We'll serve our API as it was before, and the exact same thing for our front end. How can we make this work, right? How can we take both of these apps and deploy it under a single URL? Well, we just need to write maybe 10 lines of code, and let's go ahead and try to do it. So here under the source, under the server.js, this is where we will write the code. First, let's get rid of these console logs. I'll say const __ their name, and we would like to import the path. So this is a package that you have in Node. You don't need to install it. So we have the path module, and we will say path.resolve. This is going to give us the path that you're going to see what that is in a second. Here, let's say if we are in production, I'll just add a comment. Let's say make ready for deployment. Say make our app ready for deployment. And how can we check if we are in development or if we are in production? Well, we can add an environment variable called node_env. Since this is our own laptop, we are developing it. We'll say development. But in Sevalla, we're going to say it's going to be equal to production. So for now, I'm just going to mimic as if we are in production. But normally this would be development in your laptop, okay? So for now, let's just leave it as production. Then we're going to make it development. Now we have added something here, which means we need to add it to this file as well, because this is our file where we use the environment variables. So let's say node.env. This coming from the .env file. Okay, so save it, and we'll go here. We will say something like if env.node.env, if it is equal to production. Let's type it out. If this is the case, we would like to do something, which is we are going to take this folder and make it our static assets. So we'll say app.use, and here I'll say express.static, which is a middleware that we can use, and we'll say go ahead, find the dist folder. So we'll say path.join, and we're going to say whatever their name is, After this, just go one up under the front end and find the dist folder. Now, what does this mean? So we are under the backend folder, right? So this is like what that means. We are under the backend. From here, we would like to go one up. So we are here. And from here, we'll go under the front end, right? Again, we are here. We went one up. So this is like go one up and then go under the front end. And then from here, find this folder, make it our static assets. And then we will add our endpoint. Here I'll say app.get. Normally you would say just star, but since we are using Express version 5, they have updated it. You'll say slash curly braces, open this up and close this off. You'll say any. I'll explain what this is. Here we'll have a controller method. So let's say request and response. We will say res.sendFile. And basically we would like to send this index.html file because this is our optimized production ready React application. So we will say basically the exact same thing. Let me copy and paste instead of typing. So res send file, path join. From here we'll go under the front end, dist and index.html file. We are going to serve this. So you can either type it out like this or comma separated. So I completely understand if this looks complicated. It is absolutely normal. You're not stupid. It's just like you're seeing it maybe for the first time. It's completely fine. It's gonna make sense in a second. Let me just add maybe one more test endpoint. Here I'll say something like books. Let's say this is the books endpoint. Okay, so here this says any other route user visits other than these. Okay, any other routes other than these, you should display the React app. Now let's actually test this out. Here, just one more thing. Under the root, here we will say, okay, you built the app, now you would like to run it as well. And to be able to run our app, we would like to run the server.js. So we're gonna say start the app, where we would like to say npm run start, and just run this under the backend. So we'll just say -- prefix backend folder. So let me explain this. I promise everything is going to make sense. Just be patient. So first we built our app, right? We got the node modules and we built the front-end app. Now we'll just say npm run start, okay? And when you say npm run start, it's going to run this script so that it can run the server.js file. So this is what we're doing. Let's say npm run build. I'll just do it again. Okay, our app has been built. Let's say clear and npm run start. Okay, now our app is running. Let's try to visit localhost 3000. Normally we would get our API only, right? But if we visit now, let's say 3000, here we go. We have our React application. Interesting. Well, not really. This is exactly what I have explained. Under a single domain, we have our React app as well as our API. Let's try to see it. So we have an endpoint like books. Here we can see we can get our books as well. Or we have the health. So any other routes other than these. So if you visit something like, I don't know, video page, you're gonna get our React app. So this is exactly what I have just explained. I hope that makes sense. Like I'll try to walk you through it once again just to make sure we understand everything. So at the beginning, we don't have the node modules in our GitHub repo. For that reason, we need to build a build script so that Sevalla can install our dependencies for the backend and do the exact same thing for the front end. And also we would like to optimize our React application. So we are going to run this script under the front end where we get the dist folder. And then we converted this to our static assets. Here we can see, we say if we are in production, go ahead, make this to be static assets and just serve this as our React application. And then to be able to run this file, we have the start script and we are calling this start script under the root, right? We just say run this command under the backend, which internally is going to run this part. So that was the entire thing. I hope it makes sense. And here we will leave it as development actually, because we are going to only leave it as production in Sevalla dashboard. Okay. So here we are in development. Now let's try to push our changes to GitHub, to our repository, and then we're going to connect it with Sevalla. And before we add a commit, we will be following some best practices where we can have different branches, pull requests, and then merge them. So let's see how can we make that work. And as always, instead of just jumping into it, I'd like to give you a quick overview so that you understand what exactly we are doing. So here by default, you would have a master branch, right? So let me put it maybe like this for now. So this is your master branch, or for some people, it is called as main. This is the exact same thing, your main branch, right? So you have one commit, let's say this is your initial commit, you add a feature, and then you add chat messaging. Now you would like to add video calling, but you don't know if you can implement it or not, or if you're going to like it or not, if your teammates want it or no. You don't really know it, right? You just want to experiment something. So instead of breaking this production branch, what you'd like to do, you'll just say, okay, I'll create a test branch where I can add more features. If it doesn't work, I can just delete this branch completely. So I get rid of all the changes and my app is still working. But if I like it, so let's say we created a branch, we added the video calling, then we added screen sharing features. Now we really liked it and we want to have this in the main branch. So we would send a pull request and our teammate would, let's say, they would review this code. If they like it, if the let's say your boss liked this changes, right? They would merge your pull request. Now you have the latest changes right here, right? So instead of adding these changes immediately to the master branch, it is a better convention to create your own branch, like a separate branch, experiment it, try to make that work. Once it is done, send a pull request where we call it as PR, and then they would merge it if they liked it. Now in this tutorial, we don't really have a teammate. We're going to be doing both the pull request and merging by ourselves. But just notice if you're working in a company, you would have a team lead where they would, review your code. They would be like the senior developer, and if they like your changes, they would merge it. If not, they could reject it by saying you maybe just make this code a little bit more modular, or some type of comment. You get it. Okay, so once again, we would like to create a new branch like we did here, send a pull request and merge that pull request, right? Okay, let's try to see how we can make that work. I will say Command Shift P and I'll say toggle status bar visibility, because we're going to be using this thing. So for every single section, we are going to create a new branch. So I'll say create new one. For the name, you can say anything, but I'll just say deployment. Let's say deployment section maybe, or just deployment. Okay, so this is the name that I'll have. Now we created the new branch. Let's go ahead, stage all of our changes. And I'd like to shrink this. Let's say stage all of these. Okay, now we can add a command. Something like, I don't know, let's say deployment config added. Okay, so we're just going to commit this. And let's try to publish this branch so that we can have the pull request, right? So here, if you take a look at your GitHub repo, you're going to see that you can create a pull request now. So here, let's say click to it. And what we'll be doing is this. We're going to take our deployment branch and merge it to the master. So this is the branch that we had. We would like to merge this to, or maybe just create a pull request to the master. So this is what it says. Just don't change it. Jesus, let's say create the pull request. Okay, so this is going to be as easy as just saying merge the pull request. Now, if you had your teammates, they could add a comment. They can see your changes under the commit, right? So they would click to it. They would see like all the changes that you have added. They could click to this, write you some comments, leave a comment so that you can fix that part, things like that. But now in our case, let's go under the, I'll just go back. Okay, so we could just say merge the pull request. Now in your case, you might not be able to see the CodeRabbit AI, which is the senior teammate that we have in our team, but it is AI. So it's going to give us some code reviews, like what we are missing, if we have any security issues, or I don't know, like if you are following the best practices or not. So you can get CodeRabbit for free with the link in the description. Just go ahead and sign up, connect your GitHub repositories, and it should be able to give you a review after every single pull request. So this is what I have done. So basically I sign up with my GitHub account and give access to my repositories. So once you are logged in, just allow the access and you should be able to see all kinds of reviews. So this is really important if you're a beginner or you're just building an app by yourself, maybe with AI where you don't really read the entire code base. So it's going to give you, if you have like any potential issues, security issues, what you're missing, and if you're a beginner, it's literally going to tell you the best practices that you should have. So this is something that you should definitely have. Like I would recommend it 100%. Now let's wait a bit. It's going to give us all the problems that we have. And the coolest part is that you would get the summary. Like these are all the new features that we have introduced in this section. Files with their related changes, the sequence diagram, like what happens if user visits the get books, they get a response. What happens if they visit a different route, they would get the file, right? Which is the index.html. Now let's scroll to the bottom and see if we have any problems. Here it says fix the _dir name implementation for ES modules, and then it follows with a detailed explanation. Now you don't really have to always rely on this. This is just something that you can see if you have like potential issues and then decide if that's a big deal or not. In our case, what we have is working completely. So we just test it out, it is fine. So we can ignore this if we really wish. What you can do is basically try to learn by looking at the changes that they would give you. Here, for example, if we scroll down, this is using Express version 4. Okay, sorry, we are using version 5. If you put this, I think this is not gonna work. So since this is AI, it is completely fine. It cannot always give you 100% correct information, but you can just see and analyze if that's correct or not. So in our case, what we have is already working, so we can ignore it, right? And I think in the upcoming features, in the upcoming sections, we are going to see a lot more interesting reviews. So for that reason, for now, I'll just say merge the pull request. I think we should be good to go. Let's say confirm the merge. Okay, so this has been merged. We have the latest changes in our repository, but not in our local development, right? Here, what I'll be doing is just going to the master branch. Okay, so click to this, select the master, and just get the latest changes. So I'm going to click this, and it should sync this up. And before I say okay, now let's just see our code base. Like we don't have the deployment configuration, right? For that reason, we'll just say give us the latest changes. Pull this from the master branch on GitHub. Here we can see this is the latest code that we have written in this section. So now that we have our configuration is ready to go, we can deploy this on Sevalla. Once again, for the CodeRabbit, you can use the link in the description to get a free access to this code reviews. So here I'll go into Sevalla dashboard. in the past, I have already deployed the application, but let's do it from scratch again. And like once again, this is the money that you don't need to pay because we have $50 free credits. So here I'll say add a new service, or you can go under the applications. If your dashboard looks a little bit different, you need to just say add application. And we are going to select it from our GitHub repository. So let me go ahead and select the talent IQ. Alright, so I just selected it. The default branch is master, and I'll say automatic deployment on commit should be enabled. So basically, whenever we add new commit, it's going to automatically redeploy the latest changes. And here my account balance is like 5,000, which is something that Sevalla team provided me. So this is something that I just reached out. They said, hey, I'm teaching the tutorial. Could you please give me some amount so that I don't need to always reach you out? And they were kind enough to give me this. Yeah, so just don't get crazy. Like, this is not the money that I uploaded. This is not even my card. Okay, so you would have something like $50, which is enough for like a couple of months without you paying anything. Okay, so go ahead, select the location, get a resource. I think this is the one that you can select. So $5 a month, I'll select that one as well. Instead of saying create and deploy, for now I'll just say create, because what I'd like to do is get my environment variables. So I'll copy all of them. Let's delete this comment. I'll copy all of them, and we are going to paste it to environment variables. So later in the video, we will have a bunch of different others. For now, these are the ones that we have. For the port, we can delete it because Sevalla is going to get a different dynamic port. Node.env here could be production. And we can just say save. Database URL is something that we will update later in the video as well. Okay, just make sure this is production, say save. And then under the deployments, we can just say deploy now. Okay, I'll say deploy the application. This will take a couple of minutes where we can wait for it, and we already have a URL. So in my case, it is this one. It says not found. Let's just wait a little bit until we get the success message. And you can take a look at the logs while it is deploying. Okay, so let's just wait for like 2-3 minutes. Once it is done, I'll just be right back.
Few moments later.
Alright, so interesting, but it has failed. And let me show you the solution. But first, let's see the the reason. So go under the deployments, and here you will see something like it says, let me zoom in. It says you're using Node.js version 18, but Vite requires version 20 or 22. Well, you might be asking, hey, I think you're using version like 22. Let me say node -- version. But this is not talking about your local machine. It is talking about the Sevalla, because this is not your laptop, right? This has been deployed on Sevalla. Here we can try to update our Node.js version. Let me show you the documentation. We'll go under the settings, under the build. They are using Nix packs, right? Here I'll say open the documentation. Then we will select the node from here. So here we can see the default node version they are using is 18, but we can overwrite this with the Nix packs node version environment variable. So here you can either add this only or do the engines under the package.json, but I think I'll try this one. So I'll copy this. We'll go under the environment variables. I'm going to say maybe add one more thing, one more variable, and for the value, let's see, maybe I'll just use 22 or 20, doesn't really matter. Here I'll go with 22. Let's say save. Now that we have a different change, let's try to deploy it again. Here I'll zoom out. I'll go under the deployments and I'll say deploy it again. And let's see if this is going to fix it. If not, that's completely fine. We'll just find the solution once again. So let's wait. Once this is done, I'll just be right back.
Few moments later.
Alright, so after 2 minutes, here we can see it has been deployed successfully. Just go ahead and visit the application. you should be able to see the app that we have built. It is live on the internet. Now, if you see something like not found, maybe just close it, wait a little bit, and then open this up again. It should be here. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. I'm really glad that we got this error so that like I show you how you can find it from the documentation. Here they say instead of doing this, you can also update it under the package.json. Now, what does that mean? I'd like to show you this as well, even though we are not going to be using this, but just in case if you are curious, basically it says go under the package.json, right? And have this field. So you can add something like engines. This is the key, and value is an object where you specify the node version that you would like to use. So you will say at least, you know, like greater than or equal to 20 or 22. So that would be one of the options. But in our case, I think we used the environment variable, which is a lot more convenient. Or the other one is creating this file. I don't know, like I've never done this, I guess, but this is already working. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Under the package.json, you could define your version once again. Maybe this is something that you would see in other code bases. Now you know what that means. Okay, so with that, we have our entire application deployed. Let's try to zoom in. Here we'll go ahead, visit something like / the health endpoint. Our API should be working as well. It is up and running. We can go into the books. And these are the, like this is the endpoint that we're going to delete. This is just for testing purposes. But yeah, our entire application is live, working as expected without any issues. So with that, I believe that's gonna be it for the entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we are going to connect to our database. And for this, we are going to be using MongoDB, which is completely free to get started with. So here I'll go ahead and sign in. I think I'm already signed in, so it's going to take me to the dashboard, and we are going to create a new project with a database. So here under the projects, just say maybe view all the projects, and then we are going to create a new one from scratch. Okay, so for the name, I think I'll just say something like talent-iq, because why not? Create the project, and then we should be able to select the cluster free plan. Okay, so basically they have a bunch of different plans. We're going to go with the free plan because we don't want to pay anything for this test application, right? So here I'll just leave everything as it is, and I'll say create the deployment. Okay, so we have a username and password. Just copy the password and say create the database user, and then just say choose a connection method. So we would like to connect from our Node.js application. So for the option, we are going to be selecting the drivers. And here we copied the password, but it is already here. So we can basically copy this entire thing, which is our connection string. So by using this, we can connect to our database. So go ahead, copy this, and we are going to paste it under the backend, under the .env, under the DB URL. So I'm going to delete this, let me shrink and paste this in. Okay, so this is my username, and then colon, then this is my password. So try to use your own because I'm going to delete this once I publish this video. Here, just before the question mark, I would like to add a database name. If you don't add it, it's going to be called as test, but here let's say something like, I don't know, interview DB. You can call this anything. This is just a name that I came up with. Okay, let's save. So this is how it should look like. Before the question mark, add your database name. And I will zoom in. So we got the connection string. Now we can use this within a function, and I'm going to create it under the lib. So here I'll say db.js, and we are going to create a method. So here we would like to import mongoose from mongoose package. This is going to allow us to communicate with our database, right? And we would like to get the env object. Let's say import env from, let's just go, actually we don't need to go up, it is just right here. We'll say grab it from the env.js. Once again, since this is a local file, just go ahead, add the extension at the end. Then we can say export const, which is going to be our method. Let's say connect DB. This will be an async function. Let me shrink the left hand side. And then we'll have try and catch block. Under the try, we'll say something like await mongoose.connect, and we are going to pass our database URL. Okay, so this is going to connect to the database. And if we really wanted to, we can get this as a variable, let's say connection. This is going to return us something, and we can just console log it. Here I'll say connected to, let's say, MongoDB, and maybe we can just add a check mark, right? Because why not? Here I'll add this, connected to MongoDB, and at the very end, I'll just say connection.host. Okay, but if we have any kind of errors, we can just say console.maybe error, and let's put something like this. I'll say error connecting to MongoDB, and we can put the error itself. Now, since we are failing, we'll just say process.exit with the status code of 1. Okay, so I'll just add a comment. 0 means success, 1 means, failure. Okay, now we created this function, but we are never calling it, right? So we would like to call this once we start the server. What you can do, instead of console logging this, we can do something like this. Just console log it, but also run the connect DB method. Let's import it and call it. Now I'll go ahead, maybe cd under the backend. Let's say npm run dev. So server is running after 2 seconds, database connected, right? But I'd like to make my code a little bit more clean, so I will create a function. So this is something that you'll see in other code bases as well. So let's just do it. Here you would basically have a method like start the server, which would be an async function, and you would configure everything that you would need. So what do we want to do? Basically, we would like to connect to our database, and I will await this. So once we connect it to the database, and then we would like to see this console log, right? And actually, I just made a mistake. Instead of getting this only, I'm going to cut everything here, paste this in. So once we connect to the database successfully, then we are going to listen on this port. And here we can delete the connect DB because we don't really need it. Let's shorten this. Okay. So we are connecting to the database. Once it is done successfully, we're going to listen on this port and add a console.log. In the catch, we can say something like console.error, and we can say maybe error starting the server. And let's just add an emoji, maybe like bomb, like something went wrong. And we can put the error as well. Now we have this method, we can create it at the very bottom of this file. Okay, now let's save and try to kill this terminal, clear this up. I'll say npm run dev. So it should be working exactly as it was before, but first it is connecting to the database. Once it is done successfully, and then it starts to listen on this port. Alright, so that's the method. Now there is one thing in the terminal that might be a little bit annoying for you, where we have this kind of like, it's not really a warning, but it just tells you how many environment variables that you have under the .env file. In this case, we have 3, right? Port, DB URL, and Node.env. If you don't really want to see the count in the terminal, you can visit the env file. And here we have an option called quiet. So we'll just basically say shh, right? Open up the terminal. Now we don't really see this warning anymore, right? It's just gone. Yeah, so this is something that I wanted to mention. So that's how we can connect to our database. One more thing that I'd like to do, I'll just say done under the database and network access. So go ahead, click to it, and then we will click to the IP access list. So since we are in development, we don't really want to get errors. Here I'll just say allow access from anywhere, which is a couple of zeros, right? And then I'll say confirm. It'll just take a couple of seconds. Then it should be active. All right, so here we can see it is active. We are good to go. Now we'll go under the clusters. Let's say browse collections. And of course, currently we don't really have anything in the database, but we're gonna get there in a little bit, like sometime soon, hopefully. Now, what do we want to do next is maybe getting started with the authentication pretty quickly. So here I will go under the front end, right? We would like to install Clerk so that we can implement authentication. You can find the link in the description. Let's go ahead and sign up and create an application. So once again, we are going to be using Clerk for the authentication, which is really easy to implement and really convenient to get started with. So basically you have these kinds of components. Like you don't really need to build them from scratch. It is just already there. All you have to do is integrating. So we'll go ahead and sign in. I think I'll just use my Google account, and then we would like to create an application. So these are the ones that I have in the past, but let's say create a new one. For the name, I can just say, what was it? Talent IQ. And you can add a bunch of different options as you wish. In my case, I'll just leave with Google and email sign up options. Let's say create the app. We'll be using the React SDK. So we already have a Vite application created. We need to skip the first step, instead get the Clerk package. So I'll copy this, open up my terminal under the front end. So here, let's open up a new terminal, go under the front end. I'll just paste this in, which is npm install clerk react. Let's see the next step. We would like to create a .env file and get the publishable key. So under the front end, let's say .env, paste this in, and then I think we should be good to go. Well, not really. The fourth step is to get our publishable key. I will copy this part, go under the main.tsx or JSX in our case. We are using JavaScript, not TypeScript. Okay, so we will just get this environment variable, and this is how you would get it in Vite. You would say import.meta.env, and you would put the key. If it is undefined, we will throw an error. We'll say missing, maybe Clerk publishable key. But if this is not the case, we are going to wrap our application with the Clerk provider. So here we can see, I will just copy this part, paste this in, and I'll just save this. So what we have done is wrapping our entire application with the Clerk provider so that in our entire app, we can use Clerk, right? We can use all the functions, all the hooks, all the components that are coming from Clerk. And we need to import this. I'll just see the documentation. So I'll copy this entire line and maybe just paste this in. Okay, so now we are ready to use it. I'll go under the app.jsx. Maybe we can delete everything here in this file. I'll say something like h1, welcome to the app. And I'll put a button like, let's say, sign in button, which is coming from Clerk. For now, let's leave it as self-closed. Later in the video, we will customize it. And we are not using useState, so let's delete every single one of these. And I'm going to run the front-end app. Let's say npm run dev. Let's visit localhost 5173. Welcome to the app, and here's our button. If we click to it, it should take us to the Clerk sign-in page. Before we sign in, there is another mode that we can use. Here I'll say mode should be model. By default, it is redirect, but I think model is the one that we will be using. So if you click to it, here we can see it is nicely animated. And let's try to sign up with our Google account. Currently, as you can tell, we don't really have any users. And by the way, one more thing. So these are all coming from the documentation, right? So if you see the sixth step, you will see that this is the exact same thing that I'm doing. Okay, now I'll try to log in with my account or maybe sign up. Then we should be able to see this user in our dashboard. Let's refresh. Okay, so that's the user just signed up, and we can have a button. Here it still says sign in, but I'll just say only show this. Let's say if user is signed out, only then show this button, right? Does that make sense? It's like an English sentence. If user is signed out, only then show this button. Then we can do something like if user is signed in, only then show a sign out button. Right? I hope that makes sense. One more component. Let's say user button. And you will see what this is. Let's save and take a look at it. Okay, since we are signed in, we can see sign out and we can see user button as well. Let's click to it. So here you can sign out or manage your account, where you can go under the security tab, update your profile, add more email addresses, things like that. Now let's just say sign out. Now that we are signed out, we see sign in button and we don't really see the user button. So for this component, you don't really need to wrap it with signed in or not. So you don't need to do something like this because this is already handling it. Okay, so these are the basics of Clerk. I hope you I hope it wasn't really confusing. I don't think so. It's like super easy to implement. It takes 2 seconds and that's why we're using it. It's absolutely convenient. Just get one environment variable, install the package, wrap your app with a component, and you're good to go. All right, now how can we update our button? Like this doesn't really look the best button, right? In the upcoming sections, we are going to build a different button. Like it'll say get started and the colors will be different. So let me pretty quickly show you how we can customize it. So sign in button, we will still keep the mode as it is, but instead of self-closed, we're going to actually make it look like this. And here you can say anything, like even if you put hello, the text would be updated, as you can tell. Or what you can do, just add a button component into it, say something like sign up please, and then you could add like classes to customize it, right? You would add a bunch of classes and it can look completely different. Now here, let's take a look at it. It says sign up please, and later in the video we will add actual classes. Okay, so just keep this in mind. This is how you can customize your Clerk button. And you don't need to memorize it. We will see this later in the video. Alright, so everything is working fine as expected, but there is one problem I don't know if you have realized. So currently, user just signed up. We can see it here on the dashboard on the Clerk website, but we cannot really have it in the database, right? Like why this is the case and how can we fix it? Well, why this is the case, let's think about it. It's because Clerk and MongoDB are completely like two different services, right? They are two different companies. They don't really know about each other. So what we can do is tell to Clerk, hey, once a user signs up, could you please let our database so that we can save that user to here? But how can we make that work in real world, right? How can we implement it in our code? So this is the workflow. The user, which is you will click to the button to sign in. Clerk will save the user, but how can we take this and send it to database? Well, this is where a different provider will come in and it'll say, hey, I can handle it with the background jobs, which is going to be Inngest. So Clerk will send an event, what we call webhook. Let me type this in, webhook, and we will get into the details later in the video. So we will basically send an event like user.created. This is what Clerk will send to Inngest, and Clerk will say, so here is the user, just take the information. And Inngest will let us to run a background job. Let me type this in. Let's say background job, which is basically a function, right? Let's say It is just a function that we are going to run so that we can take this user and save it to database. And as you can imagine, that function will look something like connect to MongoDB and then, user.save with the information. Okay, and then later in the video, we will be using video calling, right? We will have chat messages, video calling, and those features will be provided by Stream. And we also want to save this user to Stream. So here's what will happen. When user signs up, we are going to send the user information to Inngest, which is going to run a function. And this user will be saved to MongoDB as well as to Stream. So this is the entire picture. I hope that makes sense. We will get into the details like how to have this webhook called user created, or what happens if user deletes their account, right? If user deleted, we're going to delete the user both from MongoDB and from the Stream so that we don't store them for no reason. So implementing these features will be really exciting. But since we are here, let's go ahead and set up these tools where we can get some environment variables. So you will find the links in the description, and they both have a free plan, so you don't really need to pay anything to get started with. So let's go ahead and get started with Inngest. Alright, so Inngest is the platform where you can have a bunch of different really cool features. So you can integrate AI, you can build durable workflows, which is really hard to break, almost unbreakable, and we can implement things like background jobs, queuing, scheduling. In this video, we'll be mostly focusing on the background jobs. So I already have an account, and once again, it's completely free to get started with. Just use the link in the description and sign in. I'll be using my GitHub account to sign in. And at the beginning, it is going to ask you to create an organization. So I already have one, but let me create one more from scratch so that you can have the exact same output that I have. Let's say switch organization. Maybe I'll just create another one. Okay, so once you sign up, this is what you're gonna see. Let's put an organization name, maybe something like I'll put my name and I'll say Talent IQ Tutorial, and then I'll say create this. We don't really need to invite anyone, it is just us. It's one-man show, right? Okay, once you are logged in, like once you created the organization, this is what you're gonna see. And we can go into the documentation, but I will leave it for the upcoming sections because for now we just want to get the environment variables. So here we have like your function runs, if it failed, like if it is still running, if it is completed successfully, things like that. We're going to see them later in the video. Then we can integrate our applications again for the upcoming sections. For now, let's go ahead and get event keys, which is the one just created. Alright, so I'll just get the event key. Let's copy it under the backend. Let's close everything. So we will write this under the backend because we will have our ingest functions under the backend, right? They are background jobs running on backend, not on the client. So here we can say something like ingest underscore event underscore key, paste this in, and I will have a similar thing. Let's say ingest sign in key. Just make sure you type it exactly what I have. Don't have any typos. And then go under the signing keys and then copy the value. So signing key, paste this in, and we'll be using them later in the video. Now let's get the stream key as well, then we should be good to go. So once again, the link will be in the description. Go ahead and sign up for completely free. You don't need to pay anything. Just let them know that you're coming from this video. They have all kinds of API and SDKs that we're going to be using. Specifically, we will use their chat and video SDKs with React. So I'll go ahead and log in. Then I'll walk you through the entire process. I actually already have an account. I just need to sign in. And maybe just if you are signing up, you need to fill in some information, but nothing like your credit card or anything related to payment. maybe just your address or things like that, which you can, put some random data, which is fine. Now we'll say create an application, and I think on the free plan you can get up to 20 apps, which is pretty generous. So here I'll say talent IQ. This is the app name that I'll have, and maybe I'll just leave everything as it is. You can update the location here. Maybe this is the closest one to me at the moment. Okay, I'll just update it as it is. Let's say create the app. Then we should be able to get two different environment variables, which is the stream API key. So I will copy it. Let's give a little bit space. Stream underscore API underscore key. Duplicate it, and here I'll paste this in. And then we'll have stream, let's say secret. Let's say actually stream API secret. So we got the API key. Now let's get the API secret. Paste this in, and we should be good to go. So we're going to be using these variables later in the video. Currently, we're just setting them up. And I think we need to add the Clerk publishable key as well, because we are going to be using Clerk on the backend as well to check if user is authenticated successfully. So here I will copy this, paste this in, but we would like to delete the vid because this is not on the front end, right? We don't need to add that prefix. So Clerk publishable key, just paste this in. Later in the video, we will have Clerk secret key as well. Just delete this part, and let's actually see it how we can get that. So we'll be using Clerk, let's say, go into the documentation. So under the documentation, you will see Express SDK, and here you can get your application, talent IQ selected, then you can get your secret key. So I'll just copy this entire file and maybe delete these, paste this in. So we have our publishable key and secret key. This is what you use on the front end as well, but this is for only for server, right? This is literally a secret that you shouldn't share with anyone else. Alright, so these are all the environment variables that we are gonna need later in the video. We just set them up. We can close everything and see what we have done, like what are the changes. We have updated the server.js where we call the connect DB within a start server method. We created this file. We updated env.js. We installed some packages. For now, it is just only one. We updated app.jsx and main.jsx. One more thing that I'd like to do, we don't really need to use the app.css file. Later in the video, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS. So for now, we can delete it. Should we just leave it now? Because it doesn't look that bad. Let's go ahead. I'll just leave it for now, okay? And here I'll just say sign up, or let's say login. Can delete the class name. Okay, so these are all the changes that we're going to do. I'll delete the assets. You can delete the app.css as well, because I'm going to delete it in the upcoming sections. If you delete it, delete this line as well. For now, I'll just leave it as it is. Alright, now let's try to commit our changes. As always, I will open up the status bar and create a new branch. Here, let's say, what can we call this section? So I think we can call it as DB Setup, because that was the main focus of this section. I'll just have this name. Let's stage all of our changes, and then I'll commit this by saying database and tools setup. Commit, publish the branch. Now I got some notifications from two different extensions. One is CodeRabbit. They have an extension which is completely free to use. Okay, it's this one, you can check it out. And the other one is, I think, GitHub, like something, I don't remember the name. Let's say, okay, so I think it is this extension, GitHub pull requests. Basically, it allows you to make a pull request from VS Code, but I'd like to show you from GitHub. So here I'll visit the source code, which was talent IQ. Let's try to compare and create the pull request. Just before we merge our changes, I'd like to see the review from CodeRabbit and check if we have any errors. Again, you can get the link in the description to use it for free. So yeah, let's wait a couple of minutes and then we should be able to see some reviews. So after a couple of minutes, we got an entire summary by CodeRabbit. Here are all the features that we have introduced in this section with this pull request. Here's the walkthrough that you can pause the video and read it if you're really interested. The sequence diagram, like what happens on the backend, where we call the connectDB method. If it is done successfully, we are connected, we resolve that method. Then we start listening on this port. If we have any errors, we console log it and then exit the process with failure. And here's what happens on the front end. Basically the exact same thing that I have explained. We have these buttons where you can sign in and sign out, things like that. Now let's scroll to the bottom and see the problems that we have. So under the comments, here we have one kind of like potential issue. It says, maybe before you try to connect, you can add an if check. That sounds good to me. As a beginner, I don't really know this, right? Let's imagine you're a complete beginner. You have never seen this or never thought of this. You just said, okay, maybe this method is fine. But here this says, I am your senior developer, right? Senior teammate. Just go ahead and fix your connectDB method. So here is what you can learn from this comment. Basically, we'll say if this is undefined, we can throw an error before doing anything else. So that's our change. Let's see if we have anything else. Here it says you're using it for redundantly, but that was just for testing purposes, right? I'll just leave it as it is. We don't need to update this part because I was just trying to show you the Clerk usage. Here I'll just leave it as it is. Now we have one more change. So before we try to merge this pull request, I will send this as a commit. So we are already in this branch, right? Let me try to display it. So we had a branch. Let's say we added a commit. Let me just delete them. I'm just trying to make sure you understand it completely. Okay, so we just had a new branch, right? We added one feature. Before merging it, we would like to add one more thing because we just fixed something, right? We will add one more commit and then we are going to merge this. So this is exactly what we are doing. Let's go under here. Under this branch, we will add one more commit. Here I can say something like validation check added for DB URL. I'll say DB underscore URL. This is such a beautiful commit message. Let's say commit. Oh, did I forget to stage it? I think it's fine. I'll just say sync the changes. And if you take a look at your code base now on GitHub, you should be able to see one more commit. So we had one. I'll refresh. Now we have two commits, right? So here we just said validation check added for DB URL. And this is what we have added. Let's go back. Now CodeRabbit is going to try to run one more review on this, but we don't need to wait for it because this is what CodeRabbit suggested us. Okay, so I'll go here and I'll say merge this pull request. All right, so now you know how to create multiple commits in a single branch and then merge them. Okay, now we'll go under the master. And if you take a look at your code base, now you're not going to see all the files that we created. But if you say, sync this up, it should get all the changes from GitHub. And here we can see this is the code that we have written in this section, as well as this file. Okay, so our code base is up to date. And I think we can leave this section here as it is. In the next one, we can move forward, right? Hopefully, I'll see you in the next section. Well, just before we end this section, I realized that I didn't show you the end result, like the live application. Let's visit Talent IQ. I'll say visit app and probably it's going to crash. Well, you might be asking why this is the case. Well, it's because, let's go under the logs. I think our database URL is invalid, right? Here it says invalid database connection. Let's go under the environment variables. We just have something like test, right? Let's try to actually fix them. So this is something that I have realized after adding all the commits. Here I will copy this entire value. Go ahead, get yours, and we'll say edit. Paste this in. Now this should be good to go. On top of these three, we're gonna add the rest of them. Let's go under the VS Code. So we have Clerk, Stream, Inngest. I think that's it. So let's copy all of them. Here we'll say add environment variables. Just go ahead and save them. So once this is done, you can say the deploy the latest changes. Again, this will take like 1 or 2 minutes. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. So let's go under the deployments. Here we can see it. So yeah, let's wait for it. Alright, so after a couple of minutes, it's live. Let's visit the application. Hopefully it should be working out this time. Let's open up the terminal. Looks like we have an error. It says missing Clerk publishable key. Well, that's completely correct, because if you take a look at the VS Code, here under the front end, we have Vite Clerk publishable key. So that's stupid that I forget about it, but that's fine. This is how that works in real time. I mean, in real world, right? You have a bunch of stupid mistakes that you have to fix. This is one of them. So I just go ahead, add this Vite Clerk publishable key with its value. Now let's say save, and we have to deploy it once again. And let's wait if it's going to done successfully or not. Alright, so it's live. Let's say visit the application once again. Hopefully this time it should be working out. Here we can see the login button. This is not running on localhost, but on actual URL. Let's say login. Let's see if Clerk is going to work or not. So we'll just say login. Okay, here we can can sign out. We can see the user button. Let's just say sign out. Now it says login. Alright, so just to make sure everything is working, this is the addition that I added at the end of the section. You would like to add you would like to update the environment variables whenever you add something new, right? Let's say in the upcoming sections, if you add another environment variable, either here or in this file, you would like to go ahead, visit the dashboard and add it here as well, so that it is in sync. Okay, I hope that makes sense. With this, I'll see you in the next section. In this section, we are going to try to fix a problem that we have talked about it in the past, which is we have the user in the Clerk dashboard, but not in the database, right? So we are going to be using Inngest and some webhooks so that we can take the user from Clerk and somehow save it to our database as well as the stream dashboard. So let's first handle this part where we can save it to database and then we can get into here, right? So let me delete the delete most of this stuff so that it's not really confusing. So once again, we'll be using Inngest to run a background job, which is basically some type of function. And then we have webhooks. Now let's try to explain what webhooks are. So I can just maybe put it here. Maybe on the side, I'll say, what is a webhook? And I'll put the description. Alright, so webhooks sound really confusing as a beginner, but it's really simple to understand. So basically, they are some automated messages that are sent when something happens. In our case, that something is when user created, right? Once a user created in Clerk, Clerk is going to send a webhook. So that it's going to say, here is the event, user created, here's the user information, you can take this and do whatever you would like to do. And in our case, we would like to take this and save it to our database. And the middleman here is going to be Inngest, right? This is something that we talked about it. Now let's go ahead under the, I think under the dashboards, under the Clerk, we will configure the webhooks. But before that, I'd like to have a user model in our code base, right? So here we'll go ahead under the source, under the models, we will create a user.js file. This is the convention, or one of the conventions. You would put the first letter uppercase and you don't really say users.js. It is singular, right? User.js. Now let's try to create a user model, and here's how we would do it. Let's say import the mongoose from mongoose. Let me go ahead to disable AI for maybe for a couple of minutes. Okay, we're gonna import mongoose, and first you would like to create a schema. In this case, this will be our user schema, and we'll say create a new mongoose.schema, and we're gonna pass something into it. Then at the end we will say create a user model. Again, the convention is just user. This is how we call it with uppercase U, and you say mongoose.model. Here's our model name, which is user, and we're going to pass the schema, which is this one. Let's say user schema. Okay, now let's try to create a schema. This is going to take an object. Basically, every single user in our database is going to have a name. So let's say name, which will be type of string, right? Let's say string, if I can type correctly. Then we'll say this is going to be required. Let's say true. You can also add something like unique, but for a field like name, you don't really want to put it, right? Two different users could have the exact same name. Then let's put a comma. We can have email. Every single user will have an email. Let's say type will be string. Let's say required is also going to be true. And this could be unique, right? Every single user will have a unique email. So I'll just go ahead and say this should be unique for the email. And users could have a profile image. Let's say type is going to be, oops, I think I just disabled my keyboard. Let me turn this on. It's really weird, but I'm using like an external keyboard and I just disabled it. Okay, now it's working. Let's say type will be string, and let's say by default, this could be an empty string. Okay, now that's the entire schema that we would like to have. One optional thing that almost always like to add is the timestamps of true. So this will basically add the created at field and updated at field on the users, so that we can use this field and say something like, you know, this user is member since, and whatever the date is, let's say like 2020, something like this. So this is going to automatically add these fields. So that's the entire schema. Every single user will have a name, email, and profile image. You could add more fields. In this case, these are the things that I will have. One more thing that we would like to have is the Clerk ID. So in our database, we would like to know which this user is in the Clerk dashboard, right? This is like a reference. And we can say type will be string. Let's say it'll be required as well as unique. Okay, so once again, this is a reference so that in our database, once we save the user, we know which user this is in the Clerk dashboard, right? This is like a reference that you should have. And then at the very end, we can say export default this user model. Whenever we want to interact with the user model, we will be using this object. Okay, I hope that makes sense. That was the user.js file. Now we can go ahead and try to use this value so that we can create a user in the database. So under the lib, we would like to set up ingest. I'll say ingest.js, and let's try to install the package. First, I'll just kill everything that we have, cd under the backend, and we would like to use a specific version. Once again, let me take a look at it from my notes. I'll say npm install ingest, and we would like to use 3.44.3. Okay, just make sure you're under the backend. Right after this, I will install another package, which is called course. I'm sure most of you have used it already. where you get rid of the CORS errors, right? Let's add some middlewares. Here I'll just say app.use express.json, which is one of the most fundamental middlewares that you would always have. And let's duplicate this. We're going to have CORS as well. Let's install it. I'll say npm install CORS, and here's the exact version, 2.8.5. Okay, it's been installed. Now let's try to import it. I'll say import CORS from the CORS package, and then we'll go right here. We're going to call the CORS method. So normally you can leave it as it is, just like this in development, but in production, eventually you would like to have an origin field. So here I'll say env.client URL, which is something that we are going to create in a second. And then I'll just say credentials equal to true. Now you might be asking, what is this credentials? I'll explain. Here I'll just put a comment. But first let's put the client URL, which is our front-end URL, right? So I'll copy this key under the .env file. If we are in localhost in development, client URL will be equal to localhost, right? If you are in development, this is going to be http localhost 5173. This is our front-end URL for the front end, right? In development. But in production, what it's going to be is this one. Let's visit the Sevalla. Select the talent IQ, and this is our client URL, right? We are going to copy this under the environment variables. Let's say client URL, paste this in, and just delete the like the slash at the end. Just leave it as .app. Do not add anything else at the end. So save this. We can deploy it later. For now, we can just leave it as it is. Okay, so that's the client URL. Now we would like to add this into the globalized env file. Oh, actually we are missing most of them. So let's try to do it now. I will add client URL. Maybe I'm too lazy to type this out. I'll say process.env client URL. And let's go into the .env file. We would like to put ingest event key. Let's duplicate this. We're going to have ingest signing key. Let's say stream API key. Duplicate it. We're going to put stream API secret. And we have the client URL. Now we don't need to put these. You're going to see why. Because we don't really use them in the code, right? Like Clerk will use it in the background. So just put it under the .env and it should be good to go. Now let's say for the ingest event key, we'll do the exact same thing. Okay, let's say ingest signing key this time. Say process env. Let's do the same thing for this one. We should put a comma here and process.env.stream API secret. Okay, so these are all the environment variables that we have. Now we can go here. From the env, we can get the client URL. Now, what credentials equal to true means here, right? So I'll just say credentials true, meaning, right? So this basically says that, you know, our server allows a browser to include cookies on request. So let me type this out. I'll say server allows a browser, which is our front end, to include cookies on request. Alright, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and visit Clerk dashboard. Now we can handle the webhooks. So under the configure, okay, so scroll to the bottom, we should see something like webhooks. Where they are, I'll just say webhooks. Okay, under the developers, go ahead, select it. Just wait a little bit and it should load. So we are going to say add a new endpoint. And here we would like to connect to ingest, right? So I'm going to select this option. Let's say connect to ingest, where we'll get this pop-up, and I'll say approve. So this will create a new webhook within our production environment in Inngest. I'll just say approve. If you go here under the webhooks, you should see something like Clerk. Just refresh. Okay, less than a minute ago, we just got this webhook. Now we would like to listen for some events. Let's go ahead and see it. Here I'll just scroll to the bottom, and first I'll just say create. Okay, so within this, I think we can have the events. I'll just say subscribed events. Let's edit it. For now, we are not listening for any of them. So Clerk has millions of different events, and we are interested in user.created and user.deleted. Once someone signs in, this is the event that we're going to get. And once someone deletes their account, this is the event that we're going to have. We would like to listen for them. So I'll just say, select them and save. Okay, so these are the events that we are listening. This is the endpoint that we just got. Now we'll go under the ingest cloud. Let's say under the applications, we can sync new app. So in your case, you're not going to see anything here. Let's delete it. We're going to build this from scratch in a second. Let's go into our code base and just write two different functions. So under the ingest, let's try to set this up. Here, I'll get three different imports. So first, we're going to import ingest from the package. We're going to get the connect DB method from db.js file, and we're going to get the user model from the user.js file, and make sure to put the extensions. Now let's say export const ingest, and this is coming from the documentation, by the way. Let's take a look at it pretty quickly. I'll say ingest.com under the documentation with Express or Node.js. You're going to see that we are following the exact same thing that they have here. So we are going to create a client to send and receive events. I'll copy this, paste this in. For the ID, I'll say something like talent-iq. Then we can have some functions. Here I'll say const sync user. This is where we can take the user from Clerk and save it to our MongoDB database. So I'll say ingest.create function. This is going to take an object. Let's say here is the ID for this function. We can put anything here, but I'll just say sync-user. Then the event that we would like to listen will be clerk/user.created. Then one more thing, which is our function. Let's say async. We are going to get the event and do something with it. So as you can imagine, the very first thing that we would like to do is connecting to database within this function, right? And then from the event, we have data, where we can destructure a couple of different fields. Now these fields, you can take a look at it from the Clerk dashboard, or maybe even under the ingest. Let's see, under the webhooks. I'm just trying to find an example. Maybe from here, let's say testing. I'll just send this user.created event. Like once a user created, these are all the fields that you're gonna get under the data. Let's find it. So you have things like first name, image URL, created at fields. These are the things that Clerk sends you under the data, and we would like to grab them, right? So under the data, we're going to get the ID. We're going to get email underscore addresses. We're going to get the first underscore name, last underscore name, and image underscore URL. Then we can create an object, let's say new user, where we'll have the Clerk ID field as ID. So this is the Clerk ID because the data is coming from Clerk. Then we can have the email. I'll just say email addresses. So this is an array. We would like to get the first one, which is the primary email address. So let's say email underscore address. And then we would like to put the name, which will be the full name. So here is how I'll be doing it. Put some backslashes, right? Then first we'll get the first name. If this is null or undefined, we can put an empty string because we don't really want to have something like null, right? We'll just leave it empty. Then one space, whatever the last name is. I'll say last name. And again, we can add a fallback. So it's going to be something like John Doe, right? Whatever the full name is. And then for the profile image is going to be image underscore URL. Okay, so we can now just say user.create and pass the new user as the argument. And we're going to await this. So this is going to create the user in the database. Now we created this function, but we are never using it. Here is what we'll be doing. We'll just say export const functions, and we're going to say sync user. So this is the first method that we have. The other one is going to be deleting the user from database. So I'm going to just copy this entire thing. Let's say delete user from database. Let's update the ID. I'll just say delete user from DB. The event that we would like to listen to will be deleted, user.deleted. Again, we are going to connect to the database. We don't need to get all these fields other than ID. And what we'll be doing is just this one. We'll say await user.delete one, and we're going to just pass the ID. But this is the Clerk ID, right? We are getting this ID from Clerk. We'll say where the user's Clerk ID is equal to this value. Now we'll do something else later in the video. Here I'll just add a to do. Let's say do something else. And let's do the exact same thing here. Let's say to do something else a little bit later in the video. Now for the functions, we're just going to pass this as well. So believe it or not, that's the entire thing. We just created an ingest client, which basically means this is going to allow us to communicate with ingest, such as creating functions, thanks to this object. Then we have 1 and 2 different functions, and we are exporting them because we're going to have an endpoint under the server.js. So let's go here. It'll just be one single line. Here, maybe after the course, after these endpoints, or even here actually, we could just say app.use. If we hit /API/ingest, we are going to run this part. So let's say serve, which is going to be coming from ingest. Let's scroll to the top. I'll say import the serve method from ingest/express. Again, everything is coming from the documentation that you can double check. So we're going to call this method. We'll say, here is our ingest client. Let's import it. This is coming from ingest.js, and we're going to pass our functions. Okay, so that's how easy it is to set this up. Now let's go into, I think, here under the ingest dashboard, under the apps. Here again, I'll just say sync a new app because in the past we didn't complete it. So here we would like to get our entire URL. This is our production URL, right? So we're going to copy this, go ahead, paste this in, and at the end we are going to say /API/ingest. But to be able to make this work, first we need to deploy our app once again, right? Because these latest changes are just in our local laptop. We need to take this endpoint and push it to internet so that this is actually working, right? To be able to make that work, before you say sync the app, I will go ahead, add my commit. Here, let's close everything. Maybe create a new branch. Let's say something like auth sync. let's say auth -db sync. We are going to stage all of our changes, and let's say auth and db sync. Yeah, I think that's just enough. I'll say commit, publish the branch. We'll go ahead, visit the source code, which was talent IQ. Yeah, I'll just create the pull request. Then we can wait for the reviews. And while this is trying to create the review, we can go under the clerk, under the users. I will delete this user. So you should delete it as well, because we are going to sign up from scratch and see if we can have the user both here and also in the database. Currently, if you just refresh, you're going to see that we don't really have anything, right? So let's wait for this to be done. We can check if we have any errors, potential issues. If not, we are going to merge the pull request and test this out. So after a couple of minutes, here we go. The summary is ready. Here are the new features that we have introduced, the files with the related changes, the sequence diagram that you can take a look at by pausing the video. But let's scroll to the bottom and see if we have any big problems in our code. So here I think it is trying to make this code a little bit more robust so that it is always working. Like it says, just check if email is actually existed, but we are sure that Clerk is going to send us an email address, right? A primary email will always be there. So you can either update the code or leave it as it is. In my case, I'm going to skip this so that we don't really waste too much time on this section. Here it says you can also add the sign-in key, but this is optional. We can leave it as it is, what we have. Let's scroll to the bottom, and unfortunately, this is not a correct recommendation by CodeRabbit, because it thinks that we are using Express version 4, but we are using 5. So this is correct, and we don't need to update this part, like it is already working. Here it says one quick optimization. It is just refactoring. You don't have to do it, but basically it adds an if check in case this environment variable is undefined. So everything looks good to me. You can update them, but in my case, I'll just say merge the pull request. Let's go ahead, confirm the merge. Once this is done, Sevalla should do a new deployment for us immediately. So here we can see automatically on commit, it just started. Yeah, so we'll just wait for this to be done. At the same time, we can go into our code base. We can switch to the master branch, but for now I'll just wait. Let's wait for this to be done, and then we're going to test out if our webhooks are working successfully. Alright, so looks like it is done successfully, right? Deployment was successful. What we would like to do, go ahead and just say sync the application since it is live. Hopefully this should be working out as expected. We could not reach your URL. Please verify that yours. What do you mean? Is correct, sir? Let's say visit the application. Okay, so for some reason this is down. Maybe that was the case. Let's go into the logs and try to fix it. It's really normal to get all these errors. It is completely fine. Here it says, okay, that was a stupid mistake. We forgot to import the functions. I'll go under the server. Let's say functions and import it from here. Right? Is this okay? So we basically forgot to import the functions. What we can do, maybe we can add one more commit to this branch, which is this one, but we already closed the pull request. But that doesn't mean that you cannot add more commits. We can absolutely do it. So here, let's take a look at the terminal if we have any errors. Let's say npm run dev. Before we push our changes, let's double check. Okay, we don't have any errors. Now let's kill this. I'll go ahead, say stage the changes. For the commit message, I'll say importing functions. Okay, commit, sync the changes. Let's see. If you go into the talent IQ to the source code. Maybe select your branch, which was Auth DB sync. And here we can see it says this branch is one commit ahead of the master branch, right? So we'll say, go ahead, open up the pull request. That's completely fine. Create the pull request from this one to the master. Now, since it is just an import, I'm not going to wait for the CodeRabbit reviews, right? I'll just say merge the pull request. Okay. So again, Sevalla is going to see that we have some new changes and it's going to automatically redeploy. Let's wait for this to be done and then hopefully our application should be up and running without any issues. Alright, so it is done successfully. Once again, let's try to refresh and see if it is working. Alright, so it's working. Now we can go ahead and say sync the app. Hopefully it should be done this time. Okay. Application has been synced. As we can tell, this is the talent IQ, which is the ID that we have under the ingest file. So this is the ID and we have two different functions. One is to sync user, the other one is to delete user from database. And here we can see, right? Now let's try to actually test this out. So under the runs, we don't have anything, but let's try to log in. And basically we are signing up from scratch because we deleted this account from Clerk dashboard, right? Here I'll just say sign in. Once we sign in successfully, Clerk is going to send an event to our ingest endpoint and it's going to run something here. Let's refresh. So here we can see it was super fast, completed successfully. We don't have any errors. User created. Let's take a look at the database. I'll refresh. Hopefully we should be able to have the user and voila, right? We have the database. Inside we have the users and that was the user data. So this feels like magic, but not really. It is the entire logic that we have built. Like this is something really advanced for a beginner developer, right? So I think like it's incredible for a complete beginner to build this workflow. And I hope we understand everything. We just did step by step. Now this part is done, right? But this part is missing. Maybe that's something that we can add next. And as you can imagine, these to-dos are for them. When you add the user to the database, at the same time, we would like to add it to Stream dashboard because we're going to be needing it. Like we're going to be using it later at some point. Now let's test out the user deletion as well. Here I'll go ahead. Like you can either delete the account from the settings. So here let's take a look at it under the security. So here go ahead, select the delete account, type this in. We are going to delete our own account. Now we should have another run. Let's say refresh. Again, it is like done super fast, user deleted. Let's see if we have this user in the database or not. We shouldn't have it. As you can see, the user has been deleted. So beautiful, it is working as completely as expected. So with that, let's leave this section as it is. Let's not make anything more complicated. I'll close everything, switch to the master branch. As you can tell, like we lost all the changes, but that's fine. We can sync this up as always. Now we should have all the latest changes that we have added, right? Now you can click to this. You can click to this multiple times. Like once you sync this up once, the other times nothing will happen. Okay. With this, let's leave this section as it is. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. And just before we end this section, I'd like to show you the documentation. I'd like to just prove that everything that I show you in this section is coming from the Inngest documentation. So under the documentation, Node.js, we selected Express.js. This is the web framework that we are using. And here are all the steps. So it is running the file. In our case, it is server.js, right? And they're using TypeScript, but that's fine. Then we installed the Inngest SDK. The only thing that we skip is the second step where you run the Inngest dev server. It's basically running this dashboard, but on localhost. We don't really need it, like this is optional, so we skip that. But then we created the ingest client, create some functions, and we set up the exact same thing, right? API/ingest, we serve our client as well as the functions. And one important thing, it says you have to have this, which is the express.json middleware, and we already had it, right? So under the server.js, this is something that we already had. And the rest is the function logic, where you have like different functions. In our case, we have two. Let's go under the ingest. This is what we have as the logic, and then the exact same thing for delete user. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Even if you're going to be using ingest in your upcoming projects, just take a look at the documentation and you should be able to remember everything that we have done. Alright, so with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So let's move forward by completing our to-dos. So under the lib ingest.js file, we have the two different to-dos for these functions, where we would like to get the user and save it to stream. And when we delete the user, we would like to delete it from stream as well. Currently, we only deleting it from the database. So here is the workflow. We get the user from Clerk with the help of ingest functions. We save it to MongoDB, but we are currently not saving to stream. But we would like to make this work now, right? So here I'll go ahead and log into my stream account, and I'll show you that we actually don't have the user. So select your app, which is a Talent IQ. Under the chat messaging explorer, we're going to see the users. So currently we have only one user, which is this account itself. So stream puts you as the admin, okay? So you're going to see your account, but this is not the user that you have in Clerk, right? So let's try to test this out, or I mean like set this up, not test this out. First, I'll go under the lib and create a file called stream.js. And as you have realized, we are using the third-party tools under the lib. So this is how we set them up. This is where we set them up, right? Then we can open up our terminal, go into the backend, because we are going to install two different packages for Clerk, for stream, not Clerk. Let's say npm install stream-chat, and let me give you a specific version, which is 9.24.0, which is the latest version at the time that I'm recording this video. So we are going to install this. Okay, it's ready. Now we can go ahead under the stream.js file and get started with the logic. So first I'll say import stream client, stream chat from the stream chat package. And then we are going to get our API keys. So under the env file, we have stream API key and stream API secret, right? So let's try to get them. I'll say const API key. We can say env import it and make sure to put .js at the end. Because this is a local file, we would like to put the extension as always. So we'll say stream API key. I'll duplicate this. Let's say stream secret key this time, or API secret. Let's say API secret. Let's just add an if check for the validation. I'll say if there is not an API key or not an API secret, we can put something like console.error, right? And here we can just say stream API key or secret is missing. I'll make this lowercase, and let's say maybe something like this: stream API key or stream secret is missing. Okay, otherwise we can create a variable. So here I'll say export const chat client. You can call this anything, but I think this is the name that I'll be going with. Let's say stream chat.get instance. We are going to pass our API key, and we're going to pass our API secret so that we can actually interact with this application, right? So think about it. We have an app. Let's go under the dashboard here. So we have an app, right? And this app has an API key and API secret. So we pass them into this method so that we know we are interacting with this exact same application. Okay, let's get rid of this for now. Alright, so we just pass them, have a client, which means we can interact with stream. And then we will have two different methods. One, let's say export cons upsert stream user. Let's say this will be an async function where we will get some user data, which is going to be coming from Clerk, and we will take this, then save it to stream dashboard. So here I'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, all we have to do is just calling chat client with the upsert users method, and we would like to put the user data as the first argument. So that's it. This is going to save the user to the database. And if you really wanted to, out of this function, we can just return the user data. And in the catch, let's say something like console.error. And here I'll say error upserting stream user. And let's display the error itself. This should be a comma. Okay. Now, why do we call it as upsert, or like, why don't we call it like something like create stream user? So upsert means where you can both create and update the data, right? So that's why we are using it. Let's go ahead and have a method. Maybe I will just duplicate the exact same thing. This time, instead of upsert, we will say delete stream user. Like this. And we don't need to get the entire user data. All we have to do is just have the user ID. We'll say delete user. Here I think we can just say pass the user ID so that we know which user that we are deleting. Here, instead of returning the user data, I think I'll just say console.log something like stream user deleted successfully. And right next to it, I can put the user ID. Okay, for the catch, I'll say error deleting, let's say error deleting the stream user, right? Now, one thing that I just realized, here we're using the users. I think instead of having an array, since this is just only one user, I can say upsert user, which is a method that stream already has. Here we will go ahead and instead of passing an array, it's just going to be the user data. And if you hover over this, you can see this is just an object, but instead, if you put it as users, hover over it, here you need to pass an array, right? So this is how we can understand it as well, just looking at the signature itself. Okay, so instead of calling users, once again, I'll just say add the user data because it is just only, one user. And instead of returning, I'll maybe put a console log. Like you can customize this however you wish, but here I'll say stream user upserted successfully. And maybe we can just display the user data, or I'm just going to, let's just include it. Why not? So these are the two methods that we need at the moment. Later in the video, we are going to add something else. Let's just say to do, add another method to generate token. And I'll explain this in the upcoming sections. So for now, what we want to do is call these two methods under the ingest.js file, right? So we have two different to-dos. Let's try to make them work. Once we save the user to the database with the user.created event, here we would like to also save it to stream. So I'll say await upsert stream user and make sure you import it from this file. Then we're gonna pass the user data. Now this gets a couple of different fields such as ID. Here we are going to pass the new user dot clerk ID, and let's just make sure that this is a string. I'll just say to string. Okay, we are gonna call this method so that it is a string, and then we can pass the name. So here I just said new user dot name, and then we can add the image field. So here I'll say image new user dot profile image. And then let's scroll to the bottom, save this file, and just go here, try to call the method so that we can delete a stream user. I'll await this, call the method and pass the ID, which is the clerk ID that we are passing, right? So here we'll say ID to string just to make sure that it is a string. I think this is like already a string, but let's make it explicit in our code. Okay, so these are the methods that we just updated, but we have to deploy this API once again because Inngest is using it, the one that is deployed, right? Which is this API. If you take a look at it, like it is using the actual URL. They are not using localhost. So we have to deploy our app once again, which is pretty easy. All we have to do, maybe create another branch and have a commit. So I'll go ahead, say Command Shift P or Control Shift P, get the command palette, say toggle status bar visibility. You can directly commit to the master or just create a separate branch like what I'll be doing. For the name, what can we say? Maybe let's say auth stream sync, something like this, because we are trying to sync the auth with the stream service, right? Okay, branch has been created. Let's go ahead, stage all of our changes, and let's say stream like auth and stream sync. Commit, publish the branch. Let's go ahead, visit the source code, and then create the pull request. Now we can wait for the review that is going to be coming from CodeRabbit, but since we just written 10 lines of code, I think that's fine. We can just merge it immediately without thinking about the problems, because hopefully it's just going to be working. Okay, so it's done successfully. Now Sevalla is going to deploy it from scratch. It's going to see the automatic commit. It is just getting started, right? Let's wait for this to be completed and then we are going to test this out. So while this is trying to deploy, I would like to show you something or prove something. So here under the clerk, we don't have any users because in the last section, we have deleted all of them, if you remember, right? For the users, again, in the database, we have no data, but we are going to sign up in a second. So we don't have any users. And in the stream, we don't really have any users as well, other than the admin, which is you. So let's wait for this to be done successfully. And then we are going to sign up from our application, right? So this is currently not available. It'll be in a second. We are going to sign up from our application. User should be created in Clerk and then in the database and then finally under the stream. Okay, so I think this has been deployed successfully. As you can tell, let's go ahead, refresh. It should be working out as expected. So I'll try to log in with our Google account where we basically sign up at this point. So Clerk is trying to create the account. We are logged in. Let's visit our dashboard. We have this user. Now let's go into the database. So we have the user as well, but this was already working. What we are interested is this part. Let's refresh and see if we are going to have the user under the stream dashboard. And here we can see this is the user ID and then all the user details that are coming from Clerk. So we have the ID, name and image. So these are the three fields that we have included right here in this method. I'm sorry, here we added all these fields, right? So just make sure that they are the exact same thing. Like don't put something like full name, right? Or image URL, because I think these are the exact same keys that Stream wants you to add it so that it is consistent. Okay, so hopefully your application is also working as expected, right? So just go ahead under the runs. If you have some errors, you will see something like failed. In my case, they're all completed successfully. And then you should be able to see the details, right? But if you just followed exactly as I have done, it should be working out as expected. Okay, so we're going to end this section right here. Let's close everything, switch to the master. And once again, once you switch, you're not going to see the latest changes. But if you say sync this up, it's going to get everything and make the code up to date. Okay. So that's it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, let's try to focus a little bit more on the authentication. So if we think about it, currently we have the authentication, which is working on the front end, right? In the client side, but we don't really have any protection on the server side. So if I have to, like if I have a route, let's say this should be protected, something like, let's say video calls, right? Only protected users, sorry, only authenticated users should be able to have a video call, right? Let's say video call endpoint. But currently, so I'll go ahead and run my server, right? I am under the backend running npm run dev. If I try to send a request to this endpoint as someone that is not authenticated, so I'll go under the incognito window and say something like video-calls, I can still get this endpoint, right? Which is not really optimal. We should check if user is authenticated or not. So we are going to have a method like protect route. In the background, this is going to check for the authentication. If user is authenticated, only then we are going to run this method and send a response back. So let's try to see how we can implement this step by step. First off, we are going to visit the Clerk documentation. So head over to clerk.com. Under the documentation, they have the Express SDK, which is what we'll be using on the server side. So let's try to first install it. I'll copy this, and at the end, I will add a specific version, as always. So here, Clerk Express, I'll say add, I believe 1.7.41. Again, this is the latest version. It should be working out as expected. So go ahead, get the exact same version, and let's see the next step. They have a couple of different functions like middlewares, and I think we already have the environment variables. This is what we have done in the past. Under the backend, under the .env, go ahead, get these for the application that you have, right? Which is Talent IQ. So we already have .env installed and set it up. They say, go ahead, get the Clerk middleware. And this is going to add the auth object to the request. And I'll show you what that means. So first, let's visit server.js and import this. And then we would like to call this as a middleware. So I'll say app.use. And then we're going to call the Clerk middleware. So this is the exact same thing that they are doing. Let me zoom in. Okay, so when you have the request, so here we have the request, right? This is going to add the auth key to the request. So currently, if you say request.auth, this is equal to undefined. But after this, now that we have added, if user is authenticated, this will have some value. So I'll just add a comment. I'll say something like this will add, let's say, this adds auth field to request object, which allows you to do something like request.auth, and you can call this as a method. And we're going to be doing this in the upcoming minutes. Okay, so that's the first step. Now we would like to create a folder called middleware, and we already have it. I will have a method or a file called protect route. This is one of the conventions, and I'll say .js. Here we will implement the actual require auth logic. Okay, so by using this method, you can protect your methods. So in this example, if you send a request to this endpoint, first Clerk is going to check if you have the cookies, right? If you're authenticated, then you should be able to run the logic. Now this example is very simple. We are going to do something a little bit more complex. So we are going to call this, and on top of it, we will have one more middleware where we will do something related to our database. So for now, if it sounds confusing, it's completely fine. Just follow along with me for the next 10 minutes, and then I promise it's going to make sense. Okay, so first I will import this require auth method from Clerk. So here, let's go ahead, get this entire import, and we will only be using the require auth method. And then I will shrink the left hand side. So let's say import the user model from the models folder, right? User.js. Once again, add the extension at the end. Now we are going to have this protect route, and this is going to be an array. I will explain this why this is the case. Okay, so just make an array where we will have a couple of different function calls. So the first one will be the require auth. Once this is run, like once this is done successfully, then we're going to run one more method. So let's say async, where we'll get the request response, and we will get the next method. Again, I will explain what that is, just follow along. Here we will have a try and catch block. So once user is authenticated, we would like to get the clerk ID. So I'll say const clerk ID. Since user is already authenticated, we can just do request dot auth dot user ID. So this is the user that is authenticated. We got the ID, and like just in case if this is undefined, let's say if there is not a clerk ID, we can say return out of this method, and we can send a response back. Let's say status of 401, which means unauthorized. And for the message, I'll say something like unauthorized, let's say invalid token. Okay, but if we have the clerk ID, which means user is authenticated, let's try to find the user in our database. So let's say find user in DB by clerk ID. I'll say const user await user.find1, and we'll just pass the clerk ID as it is. Since they're the same thing, we can just shorten it. And just in case if user is not found, we can say return res.status 404 JSON, where the message is user not found. But most of the time we will have the user. So what we can do is request.user. On the request object, we are going to add the user field. And finally, we're going to call the next method. I'm going to explain what this is in a second. Under the catch, we can do something like console.error. Let's say error in protect route middleware. And for the response, we can say something like we have an internal error, right? The status code is going to be 500. Okay, so I'll just add one more comment. Let's say attach user to request. So this is the user that we have in the database, right? Under the request.auth, you have the user, which is coming from Clerk. Okay, so that's the entire method. That's the entire file. If you want to use this, all we have to do, let's say create a test endpoint. Here I will say maybe like a video calls once again. And if you want to make this to be protected, you just say call the protect route method. And that's it. Now this is an array, right? I know this. This is an array of methods. We have one method, another one. Express will take this array, get rid of it, and it's just going to call your methods. So it's as if you do something like require auth, you call this method, and then you call this second function that we have. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So once again, here is a comment that I'll just put, when you pass an array of middleware to Express, it automatically flattens that and executes them sequentially. So one by one. It's going to run this one first, then this one. If we are able to hit until here successfully, then we're going to call the next method, which is this one, right? This is done successfully, call the next method, which is this one. Okay, so I just try to go very slowly and try to make sure we understand everything. Now let's try to save, and I'll say this is a protected route. And let's test this out. I will go ahead visit the video calls as unauthenticated user. So I will go under the incognito window, let's say 3000 slash video dash calls. So here we can see it says cannot reach. Maybe we have an error. Oh, we are not running the backend. Let's run this and we don't have any errors. Let's do it once again. I will refresh. Like all of a sudden we are under the home page. Why this is the case? It is because the require auth redirects you to the home screen, which means like you're unauthenticated. You can customize it. Let's say pass an object where the sign-in URL is going to be /sign-in. Okay, let's try to test this out once again. I'll visit the video calls. I am unauthenticated. It should redirect me to /sign-in. Here we can see. Okay, so that means we are actually protecting our routes thanks to these two methods. And you might be asking, why are we using the request.user, right? Why are we attaching the user to the request? Because in the incoming sections, we will be using this user under the request field. So here, now we can say something like console log request.user.mongodb ID, or you can do like name or image, right? Whatever that is. Later in the video, this should make sense, and you can only access to this if user is authenticated. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So this was the first step of API protection. We have the protect route where we required authentication, right? And I'm going to delete this object, by the way. I can just leave it as the, as the default option. And then we have one more function where we fetch the user from database and attach it to the user. The other thing that we would like to do is related to stream. So here I have a diagram. Let me walk you through it. So basically, stream tells you that if you want to join a call, if you want to maybe, send chat messaging, things like that, you have to create a token from me, right? So we have to have a stream token. So it says, okay, you're logged in with Clerk, that's fine, but I don't care. You need to create a token. So let's say you want to join a call, you would send a request to our API, and from here we would generate a token, and as the response we would have this token so that we can join two calls, right? So thanks to it, you are in the call. Now you can do chat messaging, things like that. So let's see how we can generate a token. First, I will have an endpoint for this, and let's delete this. That was just for testing purposes. We can delete the books as well, we don't need it, but I'll just keep the health so that we can check if our API is up and running. And we are not using this, so let's delete that part as well. Okay, I'll have a route, let's say app.use for the chat. Let's say /API/chat, and we are gonna call the chat routes, which will be under the routes folder. Let's say chat routes.js. We will import Express from Express. We're going to create a router. Let's say express.router, and then we'll say export default this router. Now let's save this, and we would like to import it. So I will say something like import chat routes from, let's go into the routes and get this file. And we can delete this, we are not using it. Okay, so what we are gonna have in this file. So we will just have a GET request. So let's say router.get. If user wants to visit /token endpoint, we are going to get them a stream token. Let's say get stream token. So user wants to visit /API/chat/token, because like we added this part already right here, /API/chat/token, and then they can call this method, which is something that we are going to create under the controllers. Let's say chat controller.js. Say export an async function called getStreamToken, where we will have a request, the response, as well as the, I think that's it, yeah. So let's try to save this file, import this method, and we will get into the logic. And make sure to put the extension at the end. So this will be super simple to implement, where we will have a try and catch block. Under the try, I'll say something like token, which is the stream token, and we'll say chat client, import it from this file, add the extension, and we'll say create token. So they have this method where you would like to put some kind of ID, and this ID should be request.user.clerk ID. And to be able to access the request.user, you need to make this to be a protected route. Let's say protect route, import it, and we'll go ahead, get that array from, I think we'll just go one up, where we have the middleware, get it from this file. So let's try to remember it once again. Here we are calling this method, and after that, if user is, if user is found in the database, we are going to add the user to the request object. Okay, so this is protected now, which means we are able to access to the request.user field where we have clerk ID. Now you might be asking, why don't we say request.user._ID? Why don't we use MongoDB ID? Well, it's because in the stream dashboard, when we save the user, we are using the clerk ID, so they should match. Here I'll add a comment. Let's say use clerk ID for stream, not MongoDB ID, right? Let's say it should match the ID we have in the stream dashboard. Okay, I hope that makes sense. We just got the token. We can send a response back to the client. Let's say status of 200. And for the data itself, we are going to send an object where we have the token. We are going to send the user ID. Let's say this is request.user.clerk ID. And then we can send the username. Let's say request.user.name, and I'll duplicate this. This time we're going to have the image. Let's put a comma, and this should be user image. Like technically you can call this anything. That this could be like name, full name, but I'll just put as username because it makes sense at this point. This is just a response. You can put anything that you wish, right? You can just say hello. It doesn't really matter. But in the catch, we'll say res.status of 500. And JSON message could be something like internal error, right? I'll paste this in, and let's put console log as well. I'll say error in getStreamToken controller. So that's the entire method. Let's try to see if we imported everything successfully. Take a look at the terminal. Protect route. Do I have a typo? Protect route. Export. Okay, this should be protect, right? I am missing a T. Did I call this in any other places? I think no. I'll just save. Take a look at the terminal. It should be working out correctly now. Okay, so I think we have successfully completed this entire section. Let me walk you through it, what we have done. So let's go under the backend or even under the Git source control and see what we have done. So under the server.js, we are calling the Clerk middleware so that we can have the auth under the request object. So that was the authentication related to Clerk. Then we have our chat routes, which is something that we'll get into in a second. But before that, let's see what we have done under the protect route. So this is an array of methods where we first check if user is authenticated with Clerk, And on top of it, we have our own custom logic where we check if user is available in the database, if we have the clerk ID. Like most of the time you're going to have it, and maybe you don't need this if check, but just to make our code base a little bit more robust and secure, I will have this if check. Okay, so if we have the user in the database, we are going to attach it to the request under the user object. Then we're going to call the next method. So this is something that we are going to use whenever we need an endpoint that should be protected, like this one. Let's go under the chat routes. So we want this endpoint to be protected, which means only authenticated users can call it. So if user is authenticated with Clerk, they can call this method, where we create token for the stream and send this as a response. So that's pretty much it. It is the exact same thing that we have seen under this diagram. We are generating a token for stream so that we can have video calls, chat messaging, and everything related to stream services. And we made the clerk to be authenticated on the server side, not just only in the client side. Okay, so I hope that wasn't really confusing. Even if it is confusing, like, this is fine because it means you are learning something new, right? Whenever you're confused, I think that's a good indicator. You're just getting confused, you're learning things that you have never seen before. So that's how I would think about it. With this, I think we are pretty much good to go. I'd like to end this section here, but first let's add a new branch and commit our changes. Go ahead, open up the status bar. For this, we can say maybe something like API, or maybe server side auth, right? That's a good name. Stage all of our changes. Let's say API made robust, or maybe something like server side auth implemented, right? This would be a better message, I believe. Let's say implemented, commit, publish this, go back to the source code. Let's create the pull request, and I'll wait for the CodeRabbit to give me some reviews so that we can check if we have any potential issues in our code base. After 5 minutes, we have the summary by CodeRabbit. Here are the new features that we have introduced in this section. You can pause the video and read it if you are really interested, the walkthrough, and then the sequence diagram. But what I am interested in is the problems. So I'd like to fix my code if I have any issues. So here it says you have some inconsistency where, yeah, I think that's true. I completely agree with this. We are sometimes using MSG, sometimes using message. It says just consider standardizing this to the message for consistency, which makes sense. Let's go under the, which file is this? Protect route. And we're gonna make this to be, let's say, protect route. We have MSG. I will select this, Control D. Let's say message, because in other parts we are using message like this, right? Let's see if we have any other problems. In protect route, we have a typo, I think. Not really that important, but here I'll just fix this. Let's say protect route. Do we have anything else? So that's the entire thing. Let's add one more commit under this same branch. Stage the changes. Let's say maybe minor typo fixes. Commit sync. Now if you refresh, you're gonna have the two different commits. Okay, now CodeRabbit will try to give another review, but we don't need to wait for it because we just got the suggestions from him, right? I'll just say merge the pull request. Everything is as expected, like we wish. Yeah, so that's the entire thing. Now Sevalla is going to deploy our app once again. I don't think if we are gonna get any problems. So yeah, let's go into the VS Code once again and switch to the master branch, and let's get the latest changes. I'll click to this, sync this up. Okay, So that was the entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. Now we can have some challenges and do more things like under the ingest. What we are doing is not really complicated, right? We are creating the user in the database, saving it to stream. Now one challenge that you could have, send a welcome email, later if you really wanted to. So right after these two operations, you would send a welcome email because user just created, right? Say something like welcome to our platform. But I would say for now, don't worry about it. Just have a comment, like a note for you, right? Just say, this is the challenge that I'll do once I complete the entire course. So I think time to time you should add some comments like a challenge, and once you are done with this entire video, which will be like a couple of hours, but once you're done with it, you should implement these challenges. Like this is what I would suggest. Okay, so with this, I think that's the entire section. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So this is probably the very last section of the backend part. After this section, we are going to have our entire API ready to use. And in the next sections, we are going to get started with the front-end application where we have a React app, right? So it's really close where we can get into the UI and build the actual end result. But in this section, we are going to complete the entire API. So here, what are we going to build? Let's take a look at the end result. So this is the home page. When you say create session, once you click to this button, this model pops up. And then you would select a problem. Then you're going to see the details. Once you are ready, you would say create the room. So in the background, this is going to create a session in the database. Okay, so let's say create session in the database. And then we are going to create video calling under the stream dashboard, and then also the chat messaging. So there are going to be a couple of different steps that we need to implement. So once you say create a room, it's going to take you to this page where you can see the problem is in the database, right? This is how we fetch it. We see the difficulty, who is the host, how many participants we have, things like that. Then the video calling will be initialized as well as the chat messaging. Once you click to this, here I have a screenshot. Let me show you this. Okay, so once you click to that, this is going to pop up and you can send messages in real time. And once you click to this, it's going to close. Again, you're going to have this output. Okay, so all I'm trying to say is that in this section, we are going to build the session related functionalities. So first, let's go ahead under the models and we are going to create the session model. So I'll say session.js. Again, again, we are following the convention where we start with the uppercase, we capitalize it. Okay, so we are going to import the mongoose as always. Then we are going to create a schema as well as the model. So I'll say const session schema. I think AI is trying to complete it. Let's maybe delay this for like 30 minutes. Okay, I'll say session schema, and let's say this is going to be equal to new mongoose.schema. For now, let's just pass an object and go into the next line. We will have the session model itself. Let's say mongoose.model. Here is the name of the model, which is a session, as well as the schema. And I have a typo. This should be session with 1 O. And at the very end, let's say export default the session. Okay, now let's get into the object. So here, every single session is going to have a problem. So let's say the problem is going to be type of string, and it's going to be required. I'll say required of true. So this is like the problem title itself. So here in this example, problem is this part, right? The toSum. This is the title. You could put something like maybe problem title, but I'll just leave it as problem. And then we're going to have the difficulty. Let's say difficulty, which can be 3 different values. So first off, it's going to be type of string. I'll copy and paste this. Let's say if we get the formatting. So this could be 3 type of values. And for this, we can use enum. So we'll say this could be either easy, medium, or it could be hard. You cannot pass any other values than these. And then let's also say required will be equal to true. So that's the difficulty. Here I need to fix this. Is this how we type it out? I think I have a typo. This should be diffi. Let me delete this. Difficulty. Okay. Then every single session is going to have a host, which is the person that creates the session. So let's say type. Well, if you say it is string, that's not really correct because a host is going to be type of user, right? So this is how we can do it. We'll say mongoose.schema, and then there is this field called types, and we'll just say it's going to be object ID. Then we'll say reference to the user model, and let's say this is going to be required as well. Okay, so at the beginning, like if you're seeing this for the first time, it is kind of confusing, I agree. But basically, all we are saying is that a host is going to be type of user, right? This is our model, and here is, like we say, it's going to be an ID field, which is coming from the user model. Here, we'll do the same thing for the participant. Participant. I think this is how we type it out. So basically, every single session is going to have only two different people, right? So the first one is the host, the second one is the participant. So this is how I store them, because like if you try to make one session where you have like 10 different people, like this is an interview platform, right? It doesn't make sense. It's going to be between two different users where you can practice some problems. The guy can act like an interviewer and you would be the candidate. If you have like 10 people, all of them trying to talk at the same time, you know, it's not really, it doesn't make too much sense to me. So for that reason, we only have the participant field. This is going to be the same thing. Let's say a participant will also be type of user. And let's say it's going to be, is it going to be required? Well, not really, because if we take a look at this example, we just created the session, right? We say create the room, you're here, but there is not the participant. So maybe someone wants to join or no, right? So for that reason, it's not going to be required of true, where we can just say by default, this could have the value of null. And then we can say something like the status. So either it is active or it is completed. Once you say end the session, it'll be marked as, let's say, completed, but otherwise it would be active. So here I'll go ahead and say status will be type of string. I'm too lazy to type out. I'll just get this. And then let's say enum, where we have two different values, either active or completed. And of course, by default, let's say save, get the formatting. By default is going to be active. Once you create the session, it will be active. And finally, the very last thing, we will have a call ID. And I can add a comment, let's say stream video call ID. And type will be string. Let's fix this typo. And by default, let's just say it could be an empty value. Okay, so that's the entire schema. Each problem will have a problem field, which is like the title, difficulty, host, participant, which are type of users. And this is a type of enum, or like it could be one of these values, and type is string. And at the very end, we'll just say timestamps of true, so that we can have the created at and updated at fields. Alright, so that's the entire session. Now I'll go ahead and install a package so that we can use the video calls with Stream. So let's kill the backend, clear this up, and I will take a look at my notes to see the version. Okay, so let's say npm install at stream-io / node-sdk, and the version will be 0.7.12. Alright, so it has been installed. Let's run the backend once again, and we can go under the, let's say lib, find the stream.js file, and here we have a to-do, but I think we are not going to add it because if you visit the chat controller, we add this file here. So I thought we would add this to here, but not really. That was my mistake, apologies. I'll just delete that. We don't really have any to-dos left for this file. But I think we are going to create another thing. So this is for interacting with the chat features. So I'll just say, this is for chat features, right? For chat messaging, but we will create something else. Let's say export const stream client, and this is going to be for video calling. Maybe I'll just put it at the top. Let's say stream client, new stream client, and I'm going to import it now. It should be like this. So let's say import stream client from this package that we just installed. Okay, and again, we're gonna pass our API key as well as the API secret. I'll save and let me add a comment. I'll say this will be used for video calls. And let's say will be used for chat messaging, right? And I'll put the order actually in this way. Okay, so that's the entire file. We will be using this in the incoming minutes. So that's the entire file. Let's go under the server.js and I will zoom in. Oops. Okay, so I just zoomed in. Here we'll go ahead, duplicate the API chat route. This time it's going to be sessions. And we are going to import session routes. Let's duplicate this. We will say import the session routes from session routes.js file. And we need to create this under the routes. Okay, so first we would like to import Express from the Express package. As always, we're going to get the router by calling express.router method. And let's say export default the router. Okay, now here we'll have a bunch of different endpoints. And let's actually try to type all of them. And we'll just get started one by one. So the first one is where we can create a session, right? So since we would like to create something, that's going to be a post request. And the endpoint could be just slash, which means it's going to be /API/sessions, right? So it is the root. Here we'll say we are going to call the create session method, but before we try to create a session, we need to make sure that if user is authenticated or not, right? So we need to make sure that user is authenticated. For that reason, we're going to put this method where we can protect this route. If this is done successfully, only then we can call this method. I hope that makes sense. Let's put the .js at the end. Then we will do the same thing to be able to get the active sessions. So I'll say this is going to be a get method to /active. It should be protected route, and we'll say get active sessions. And let me show you by, like in the diagram, when you visit the homepage, you're going to see the live sessions, right? So this is what we call an active session. And then you have the past sessions, right? This is like, these are the things that you have already completed, like 3 hours ago, yesterday, things like that. And we are going to create an endpoint for it as well. So I'll say router.get. So here we would like to fetch only our past sessions, right? Not everything. Only, let's say, only our past sessions. So for that reason, I'm going to call this as my-recent. Like you can also add something like maybe sessions, but I'll just keep it short. Let's say get my recent sessions. And by the way, currently we don't have these methods, but we're going to create them. Don't worry for now. Let's duplicate once again. This time here we will pass an ID. So when you put a colon and something, that means this value will be dynamic, right? So again, this is still a GET request. We're going to send a session ID. That could be anything, some random value to this endpoint, and it's going to return us the session itself. So we'll say get session by ID. this controller will send the user the session that they would like to get. So here I'd like to give you an example. Let's say user will send a request to /API/sessions. Let's type this out. / maybe some kind of an ID. So this is the session ID that user wants to fetch. We are going to find that session and send it back to the client. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we are going for. Then we are going to have two more endpoints. So I'll duplicate this once and twice. This is going to be a post method where we would like to have, /ID and also /join. So this is going to allow us to join a session. Now, what does that mean? Let's say you see a session that is already here. Once you click to the button, it's going to take you to that session where you will be navigated to this page and you will be added to video calls as well as the chat messaging. All right, so we'll get into the details. Please don't worry for now. And finally, one more endpoint. Let's say post again, this time end the session. So we'll say end session. Okay, so let's try to save this file. Of course, it's going to break after you save the server.js, right? Here it says you don't have these methods, like all of these, the green ones, and we are going to create them. So we will go under the controllers. Let's say session controller.js file. And within this file, let's try to create them one by one. So we have export async function, which is the create session method. We will get the request as well as the response, and we'll do something within this. Let's duplicate it. We will have another function called get active sessions. Let's duplicate it. Get my recent sessions. I think we had get session by ID. We had maybe join session, as well as I believe the end session. Okay, so go ahead, give like a space and save the file. Now we are going to import them one by one. Okay, now if we save, hopefully we shouldn't have any errors. Database connected, server is up and running without any errors. And let's get started with the create session method. So let's get into the session controller file, and here we'll have a try and catch block. So first off, user will send us some data, right? Where we can extract it from the request.body. So I'll say const destructure the problem, which is the name of the problem, right? It could be like TOSUM, is valid, palindrome, whatever the name is. And then we can get the difficulty. Here I'm having a hard time to type this out, but here we go, difficulty. Then we can get the user ID. Now we can extract this from the request object because we have added the user field, and we can get the MongoDB ID. I will duplicate this. This time we will get the Clerk ID, and let's say this is going to be equal to Clerk ID variable. Okay, now we can validate the required fields. Here I'll say if problem is not provided, or if the difficulty is not provided. We can just throw some errors, right? Here I'll say return res status of 400, and we can say JSON message could be something like all fields, or maybe instead of saying all fields are required, I'll say problem and difficulty are required, like this. Okay, but in the else case, we can generate a unique call ID. So here I'll say generate a unique call ID for stream video. So it should be unique. Here I'll just say const call ID. Now to be able to generate something random, we could use an external library, but what I'll be doing is just do it manually. So I'll say backticks session underscore, and we can say something like date.now. And then on top of this, we are going to add one underscore, then we'll get the, let's say, math.random, call the method, and right after this I'll say .toString, and we're gonna pass 36. Like, I'll show you how that will look like, and I'll just say substring this with 7. So if you would like to see what kind of an output we will get, just go ahead, copy this entire string and paste this into our terminal. So here just say something like inspect. Under the console, we're gonna paste this in. Like, I'll just paste this in multiple times. Here you can see this is the exact same format that we're gonna get every single time, but it is like completely random. So we'll be using this as the call ID. So we just generated. Now let's say create the session in the database. So I'll say const session, and we'll say await. Let's import the session model. Let's say session, and we need to import it. I don't know why VS Code doesn't give me. I'll say from session from, I think we'll just go one up under the models and say session.js file. Okay, so here I'll say create, then we're going to pass an object with all the fields. So we have the problem field, and we can say here is the value. Since they're the same thing, I can shorten this. I'll add the difficulty, I will add the host, as well as the call ID. Now host is going to be this user ID, so I'll say here it is, and then the call ID itself. Okay, if you save, maybe we could format this a little bit like this way, maybe. So VS Code doesn't allow me to format it in other way, but that's fine. So we just pass all the fields, create the session, and get it as this variable. Now we'll say create a stream video call. Maybe I can add comments just to keep this a little bit more beginner friendly. I'll say create session in DB. Then we're going to create a stream, or let's say create stream video call. And here I'll say await. We'll be using the stream client, which is the one that we just created. So it is this one, right? This will be used for video calls. This will be used for chat messaging. So let's go here. Let's say stream.js. And here we'll say .video.call. And this will take 3 different arguments, I believe, or maybe just 2. So type could be default. And then we are going to pass the call ID. And we'll say .get or create. So this is the method that they have. So if you already have a call, it's going to get it. But if you don't have that, it's going to create that with this ID. And we can pass our fields, like under the data. We'll say here is the created by ID, and this is the clerk ID. And then we're going to pass the custom field. Now you don't have to add it, but I'd like to show you that you can actually add the custom field. So let's go ahead and do it. We'll add the problem, difficulty. We're going to add the session ID, which is going to be session._ID. And then we can add maybe like .toString at the end, because this could be an object ID. It is coming from MongoDB. Alright, so that's the entire thing to create a video call. But remember, we also have chat messaging, right? So we need to set them up step by step. I know this might look a little bit complicated, but it's not really. We're just getting the data, have some variables, some validations, create a call ID, create the session in the database, generate a video call, as well as the chat messaging. So here I'll go ahead and say chat client. Let's import it from this file as well. So we have the chat client, and I will say something like .channel, and the type of the channel could be messaging. Then we can pass the call ID, and finally an object where we have the name of the channel. I'll just say backticks, maybe whatever the problem name is. So problem, and then the session. So if this is like toSum, it'll be toSum session. Then we can add the created by ID field. I will add the clerk ID of this user, and then the members array. So since you are creating this, there will be only one member at a time, which is you. Like whoever create the session is going to be the member at the time. So we're going to pass the ID of that user. And this is going to give us the channel itself. Let's say here's the channel. Like that's the object. We'll just say await channel dot create. Once this is done, maybe you can, like as a to-do, you can send some emails, notifications. I don't know, maybe just put a console log. But in this case, I'll leave it as it is. Under the catch, I'll say, so I will say error in create session controller. Here is the error message, and here is the internal server error as the message. Now here, I think I forgot to say something like res.status of 201, which means something created. And then we'll say JSON, here is the session that we would like to return back to client. So this is the key, this is the value. Since they're the same, we can shorten it. Okay, so that's the entire method that we would need to be able to create a session where we will save it to the database and then generate the video call as well as the chat messaging. Okay, so we're going to be using this in the incoming sections, and you're going to see how it'll work flawlessly. If we have any errors, of course, we are going to fix it. Let's take a look at the terminal. Looks like currently we don't have any issues. So let's shrink this one and get started with the next method. So I will go into the function body. I'll have try and catch block. Now this is the method that we are going to call under this component. It's going to give us the live sessions, right? Where the status is equal to active. So I'll say await. Let's call the session, and we are going to say go ahead and find all the sessions where the status is equal to active. And this is going to give us the, let's say, sessions. Let's say equal to sessions. Now, we don't really want to only get the session, because if you take a look at it here, we have the information about the host, which is their full name. Now, you might be asking, okay, so it's already inside the session. Well, not really, because if you take a look at it, under the session model, we have like problem details, like the problem name, difficulty. We have the host, but it is just an ID, right? This is type of ID. We would like to find this user details under the user model. So MongoDB gives you a function, or Mongoose give you a function called populate. Here I'll say, at the end you can say dot populate, and we'll say we would like to populate the host field like this, and we would like to get the name of this user so that we can display it nicely here. Maybe you also want to get the profile image of this user and display it. So here, this is how we can do it. We'll say give us the name, one space, as well as the profile image. And let me format this. Okay, so we called defined. Right after this, we chain the populate, where we would like to populate the host field. We would like to get name, profile image. Maybe we would like to get the email ID. Email and clerk ID. Like if you really need to, you can add all the fields that you would need. So that's the populate method. This is how you can use it. Once again, under the session, we have the host, but it is just an ID. We would like to fetch the user details. So we say we would like to get the, populate the host, where we can fetch all these fields. And then on top of this, I'll say dot sort, where we would like to sort this by the created add field. And I'll just put -1. You could add either 1 or -1, and here are the explanation. And in this case, -1 is in the descending order. Okay, so we're gonna call the sort, and finally, maybe you can say something like limit. You only want to see the latest 20 sessions. If you have 100 in the database, you're gonna get only the latest 20 of them. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now finally, we'll say res.status of 200 JSON of the, let's say, something like sessions. And finally, under the catch, I'm too lazy to type this out. I'll just put the similar thing with the status code of 500 internal error. Alright, so that's the get active sessions method. Now we are not using the request field, so we can basically delete it, or a better option is to put an underscore, right? So this is the convention. If you're not using an argument and you would like to skip this, you would put underscore. Okay, now let's get started with the next method. So first I will save this file and take a look at my terminal if I have any errors or not. Looks like we don't, so let's get into it. I'll say try and catch block. Here we would like to get my recent sessions, right? So which means we are going to get the sessions where like the user is either host or participant, right? So I'll just say get sessions where user is either host or participant. And before we do so, I'd like to get the user ID from the request object. So I'll say request.user._id. And now let's try to fetch the sessions. So I'll say await session, call our model, we'll say find, and we're gonna add some filters. So first off, I'll say find all the sessions where the status is equal to completed, because once again, under this component, you will see the completed sessions, right? So this is already done. You're not gonna see the actives here, which means status is equal to completed. And then I would like to add one more filter. So maybe I can format this a little bit. Okay, so I'll say $ or, which is going to be an array of objects. So here the first field is host is equal to user ID. And then we'll have another object. Let's say participant is equal to user ID. And I think I'm missing a comma. Okay. So what I just type here, where either user is the host or the participant, is the Mongoose way of typing it. So this is going to give us, let's say, const sessions. And once again, if you would like to do more things like sorting them with the create_at field, you can do so, and you can say something like limit of 20 if you really wanted to. And finally, we'll just say res status of 200 JSON where the sessions are here. And then on the catch, once again, let me copy and paste error in get my recent sessions controller, as well as an internal error. Okay, so that's the entire method for this one. Pretty easy to understand. We just have two different filters and that's it. Alright, so that was it. Let's go ahead, shrink this and get started with the next method. But I think I'll just take 5-minute break and be right back. Okay, so let's move forward now. Again, we'll go into this function. We will have a try and catch block where we would like to get a session by ID. So this is the route where we pass an ID, right? How can we get this ID from the URL? Well, there is something called request.params, and we are going to destructure the value. So we'll say const, and we are going to get the ID. Now, if you call this as, like here, let me do Control-Z. If you call this something like IDX, then you would go here, then call it as IDX, right? So this and this should match. In this case, I will call it as ID. So we got the param, right, the ID, and then we're going to fetch that specific session. So let me go ahead and disable AI again. It's kind of annoying. I don't know if I can like shut it off completely, but for now let's put like 30 minutes. Okay, I'll say await. Let's go ahead under the session. We will say find by ID, and we are going to pass the session ID as the argument. Now I'd like to call the populate on top of it. So I'll say populate. We would like to get the host, like populate the host, and here are all the fields that we would like to fetch. The name, you can add the email, let's say profile image, and even clerk ID. I think we are not displaying the email or the clerk ID, not even profile image, but here I'll just leave it in case if you would like to show them on the UI. So here let's take a look at it. When you visit the session page, which is this one, we're going to fetch the host details, right? And in this case, we display the name, but maybe you can add the image, I don't know, maybe the email, things like that. Now, one more thing that I'd like to mention, you can chain multiple populate methods. So here you can call it again. This time you can say, I would like to populate the participant. Because if you remember, again, this is an ID, a reference to the user field. So we would like to fetch that user information. If you want to get that, then we would say, give us the exact same thing, because this is a user again. Okay, so we just got the session, and we can add one check, kind of like validation. We'll say if this session is not found, then we can return like not found, right? I'll say res.status 404 JSON. As you can imagine, the message is going to be session not found. Now, why do we have this check? Just imagine if user pass a random ID. So when they call this endpoint, if they put an ID like ABC, and if we don't have it in the database, it's going to hit this if check. All right, then we'll say res.status, like if everything is done successfully, we'll say 200 JSON of, maybe we can send the session, just like that. And in the catch, I'll put the classic console log as well as the status. I mean the response. Okay. So that's the entire method. We just left 2 more methods, which is to join and end a session. So we are going to get started with this method. First, let me kill the status bar. Okay, so I'll have a try and catch block. Now under the try, we are gonna get a couple of different values. The very first one is the ID. Again, we are gonna get this from request.params. As you can tell, when you want to join a session, we have to provide the ID so that we know which session that we want to join. And we're going to get this ID because we'll be using it. Then let's get the user ID. This will be coming from request.user._ID. I'll duplicate this. Then we'll get the clerk ID as well. And here I will call this as clerk ID. Now I'll just go at the a little bit below. I'll say const find the session. And we'll do the similar thing. Let's say session.find by ID, and we're gonna pass the ID. And let's add our check just in case if they pass a random URL, we are not gonna have this in the database. And if this is the case, instead of typing it out, let me copy this line and paste this in. Okay, session not found. But in the else case, we would like to do something. So we'll say session.participant is going to be equal to this user ID. Because user wants to join, right? If you want to join, then the participant is going to be you. Now that we updated this field, let's actually save this to the database. We'll say session.save. Now, I would like to add one if check here, and I'll tell you why. So if we go here, we can only have 2 participants, right? Let's say you created this call. Okay, you created this call, you are the host. Then I join, okay? So we have 2 users, and then let's say John also wants to join. So this is not allowed. The other person cannot join if there is already 2 people here, right? So the first one is host, the other one is the participant. So we'll check something like, let's say check if session is already full, right? And I'll say has a participant. So I'll say if session.participant, if this is existed, we'll say return res.status. Sorry, bro, you cannot join, right? Let's say JSON message something like session is full. Okay, but if this is not the case, we will. So I just accidentally paused the video. I was saying if this is not the case, we are going to take this user and save it as the participant. Now, the other thing that we would like to do, which is the final thing, just add this user to the stream chat. So there is already a video calling going on, right? So when you want to join, all we have to do is just add this user to the chat as the member. So I'll say const channel, and we are going to fetch the channel. So I'll say chat client dot channel. The type was messaging, and then we need to pass the call ID. So I'll say session dot call ID. Okay, so that's the channel. Now we'll say await channel dot add members, and this is going to take an array where we would like to pass the clerk ID. Okay, I think that's the entire thing. We'll just say res dot status of something like 200 JSON of, let's say, session. Okay, under the catch, it's going to be pretty classic. I'll just copy them and paste them in. Okay, so that's the entire method for the join session. And finally, we are gonna build the end session method. Let me zoom in. And once again, we'll have the try and catch block. Now, I'm just trying to make this code base a little bit beginner friendly, but I think if the project gets bigger and bigger, instead of every single time adding this try and catch block, there is something called Express Async Handler, which is a package that you can use. I think in one of the past videos we have used it. Maybe you can check it out, it's pretty popular. Basically, you wrap your method with the async handler rather than every single time creating a try and catch block. But this is completely fine. Our project is not like millions of lines of code, so I think that's fine. Once again, if you want to end a session, we would like to get the ID from the params. So I'll say const grab the ID rec.params, and then we would like to get the user ID as well. Request.user._id. Then what I'd like to do, I think it's going to be a little bit repetitive, but let's type it out. It's just getting the session, find by ID, and pass the ID into it. Now, once again, just in case if this is undefined, we can say session not found, and return a response. But in the else case, now if you want to end a session, we need to check if you're the host or not. So I'll say check if user is the host, because only host can end the session. So I'll say if session.host, which is type of ID, but since it is coming from MongoDB, I'll just say toString, just to make sure that it is type of string. And then I'll say if this is not equal to current user ID, and let's convert this to be a string as well. If this is not the case, which means you are not the host. So here maybe I'll say something like return, let's say res.status, and this means like you're unauthorized. So we can put 403. And for the JSON message, I'll say something like only the host can end the session. So that's one of the checks that you would like to have. The other one is to check if session is already completed. So I'll say check if session is already completed. If it is already completed, we don't really want to complete it again, right? We'll just throw an error just to make our code base a little bit more robust. So I'll say if the session status is equal to completed, you'll say it is already done, sir. Finally, we can say something like if this is not the case, if we didn't hit this if check, which means we would like to make it to be completed. So I will say session.status will be equal to completed, and we'll say something like session.save. So after everything that we have done here, we can basically go ahead and say, status of 200, here's the session, and here's the message, session ended successfully. But I think there are two different things that we forgot, which is if we end a session, if you end a session, you would like to get rid of the video calling session that we have in the stream as well. And also same for the chat messaging, because in the past we have created them when we create the call. Let's scroll to the top. So when we create the session, we are creating a video call as well as initializing the chat messaging, a channel. Now we would like to kill them because we don't really want to store it if session is already ended. So here, let's just get started with them. I think I'll just first delete the stream video call. I'll say delete. So we would like to delete the call. First, let's grab the call. I'll say stream client.video.call, call the method, type was default, and we're gonna pass the session.call ID. Okay, now we got the call. We'll say await call.delete, and we'll say just hard delete. Let's say hard of true. Once this is done, then we can delete the chat channel. So I'll say delete, maybe something like stream chat channel. Again, let's first grab the channel. I'll say chat client dot channel. The type was messaging, like this, and we're gonna pass the, I think, yeah, the call ID that we have. And then we'll say await channel dot delete. Okay, so that's the entire process. I hope it is not really confusing. I just put the comments so that it would make sense. And let's grab in, let's go into the catch block and put the classic error message. So with this, I think that's the entire session controller, as well as I think the models that we have created, which is the session model. Where is it? Let's find it. Okay, so in this section, we have created the session model, which is pretty easy to understand. We just have two different fields that are kind of confusing if you're seeing this for the first time. Basically, it is a reference to the user model because a host and participant will be a user, right? Then we have the, let's say maybe 5 or 6 different controllers, 3 and 6. Yeah, so we have explained everything in detail. I don't really think if we should go over it again. Feel free to pause the video and take a look at the code base. We have all the comments. This should make sense and it should work properly. Once we get into the front end part, if we find any kind of errors, we can always come back and fix it. Okay, so with this, I believe we have completed the entire API part. Even if we have anything that is missing, we can always come back and fix it, right? So here I'll shrink everything. Let's open up the, toggle the status bar, create a new branch, something like session routes, and then let's stage all of our changes. I'll say session routes and controllers added. Okay, we're going to commit this. As usual, publish the branch, go into the source code, and create the pull request. So I will wait for the code review that will be coming from CodeRabbit just to check if we are missing anything, any potential issues in our code base. If not, we are going to merge the pull request. So let's wait for it and then I'll just be right back. So the summary is ready. Here are all the features that we have introduced in this section. The walkthrough of the files with the details, the sequence diagram that you can take a look at, even though colors are a little bit hard to read. I think you can select it in this way and see, but I'm not really interested in the sequence diagram. Instead, let's see the problems that we have in our code base. So here it says the version is incorrect, but I think that's correct because in the demo application, it is working completely fine. We can ignore this review, right? We can ignore this suggestion, and let's see what else we have. So under the create session method, here it says what happens, like it says you are creating the session. Okay, that's fine. But what happens if the video calling fails or the, creating the chat messaging fails? You are not deleting this from the database. And that's such a beautiful comment. So this is something that literally your senior teammate would tell you. It'll say, hey bro, you're doing all this, okay, that's fine, you're creating the session, but what happens if one of them fails? You still have this you still have the session in the database. So you should do some kind of like rollback, maybe under the catch block. So here there is the solution. You would delete these parts and add these green lines instead, and that would work. If you want to, you can do it. I'm just going to skip this. I don't really want to waste too much time. Let's scroll and see what else problems that we have. Here it just says, just be a little bit more consistent. Here it says you should add the populate methods, but we don't really need it for this method, so I'm going to skip that. It is just a refactoring, it's not a huge problem. Let's scroll and see under the join session. Here it says you should add 2 more if checks, which is basically, here it says if the session is not active, you cannot join to a completed session, right? So that's something that I'd like to add. I'm going to copy it and we will go under the join session method right after this check. So let's go into that file, not the chat controller, but session controller. Okay, it's gonna be this method. Right after this check, I can add this if block. Okay, and we have one more. I'll get that one as well. Here it basically says if you are the host, you cannot be the participant as well, right? So you can be either the host or the participant. These are the things that I didn't really realize, but now thanks to CodeRabbit, we can see it. If session.host is equal to current user, we will say host cannot join their own session as the participant. Okay, let's see what else we have. Here it says you're putting the wrong status code. That's correct. If session is full, we shouldn't say something like 404, but instead we would say 409, which means this cannot be performed. Okay, so the session exists, but the operation cannot be performed. 409, which means conflict. Okay, so like you see, with all the suggestions, you learn millions of different things that you wouldn't really realize by yourself. So that's why I would definitely use this as like in my pull requests. Okay, so let's see what else we have. Maybe another rollback that you can do. I'm going to skip that. And I think same is going on here. So here it says maybe at the very end of the file. Let's scroll to the bottom. So instead of just saying completed at the beginning, it says maybe you can say this at the very end. Maybe put it right here if all of them succeeded successfully. I mean, if these done successfully. So that's what I'll be doing. I'll just leave it here. And these are all the changes that we should have. Now let's add one more commit for all these changes. Let's say fixes or maybe refactoring session controller.js file. Okay, commit, sync the changes. Let's scroll to the top and refresh. We should have 2 commits. Okay. Now I'll go and say merge the pull request. So this is done successfully. Let's go back to the source code. I mean the VS Code. We will go into the master branch and maybe get the latest changes. Okay, so our entire code base is up to date now. I think we have completed the entire backend section. In the next section, we can get started with the front end, where we can initialize things like Tailwind, maybe TanStack, and get started with the UI and then the full stack functionality. So hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So it is time to jump into the front end folder and set things up. Now, first things first, we don't really need the dist folder in development. So this is something that we have generated by running this command, which was npm run build. But that was just for testing purposes, right? So we're going to delete this because in deployment, Sevalla is already doing this for us. So that's why I'm going to delete that. Now, the first thing that I'd like to set up is Tailwind CSS. Just make sure that your app is running right away. I have backend as well as frontend running in different terminals. Here, let's go and visit our application. So this is currently what we have. On top of this, we would like to initialize Tailwind CSS. So this is going to make styling really easy. As you can tell, you just put CSS classes within your JSX. So we don't need to create separate CSS files. With this, now let's go ahead and select the documentation tab. And we are using the latest version at the moment that I'm recording this video. It is version 4, right? If you are watching this video, let's say 4 years later, maybe the version would be like 6, 7, I don't know. But you can always find the version 4, right? I think it would be something like, now let's take a look at the version 3. As you can tell, it would be something like version3.tailwindcss.com. And maybe in the future, it would be version 4.tailwind.css.com. I just keep that in mind. But currently, this would be available for a very, very long time. So let's go ahead, visit the documentation. We are using Vite, and we already have a project. So we are going to skip the very first step, but we are going to get the second step, which is to install the packages, right? So here I'll go under the front end, open up the terminal, and maybe I'll kill this one. Let's say clear, and then I will shrink the left hand side, paste this in. Let me give you the exact specific versions so that you can have the exact same code base that I have. So for Tailwind, I believe it should be like, let me zoom out. Tailwind CSS / vid is going to be 4.1.14, and for the Tailwind CSS itself, I think it's going to be the exact same. So I'll say 4.1.14. Okay, so I just double checked with my notes. Run this. While this is running, let's see the next step. So we're gonna visit vid-config file, copy this command or the import. Let's go open up the file, which is vid-config.js. Paste this in, and under the plugins right next to React, I'll put a comma, and let me zoom in. So we are just going to call the Tailwind CSS. So save this file. This is the exact same thing that they have in the documentation. Just one last step is to get the Tailwind CSS import and put it into the main file, which is index.css. So delete everything. We don't really need these classes, or these styles, I should say. Paste this in, save it, and we can also delete the app.css file. So I'm going to delete that. Let's visit app.jsx. Since we don't have this file, let's delete it. Save, and let's run the front end. So I'll say npm run dev, and let's actually test it out. Before we test out, I'd like to tell you that we have this Tailwind extension. So Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This is going to give you the highlights, some recommendations maybe. So if you install that extension, you can do something like class name, and if you press command space, maybe let's say text red. As you can tell, these are all the classes coming from Tailwind CSS. So I'll say text red, maybe 500 for this text. Let's save and see if it is going to work or not. So here we can see it is actually working. Let's add a couple of more classes, maybe like background orange of 400. Let's say padding of something like 10, and maybe text of 3x large. And if you hover over them, you're gonna see maybe here like what is this equal to? So it is equal to 40 pixels, which is 2.5 RAM. And if you hover over this, it does like 1.2 for the line height. For the font size, it is 30 pixels. Okay, so as we can tell, Tailwind CSS is working, which is set it up successfully. Now, Tailwind CSS itself is pretty much enough, but on top of this, there is a library called DaisyUI. So let's search for it, and we are going to be using it, and I'll explain why. So let's first scroll to the bottom, and before we scroll, just know that this is kind of like, not kind of, but literally is the Tailwind CSS plugin that you are going to love. So let's scroll and I'll give you an example. So instead of writing 100 class names like here, so to be able to get this button, you would write all these classes, right? And then you would have this end result. But instead of writing all this, right, this is huge, you can do something like just a button, and like you would get the exact same button. Or maybe like, it's not the exact same thing, but you get the point. Like you would, instead of typing all this, you would say btn, and you would have a styled button. I don't know why we don't have any styles. Normally this was looking different, but maybe let's scroll and see a different example. Okay, so if you want to get this output, you would write all these CSS classes, but if you use Tailwind with DaisyUI, you would get the exact same output with pretty much all these classes. So you have just card body, and that's it, right? For the input, you just say input, this is the class name, this is the toggle, right? Otherwise, you have to reinvent the wheel all over again. So that's why we're using DaisyUI in the first place, and they have a bunch of different themes. I think this is like 32. I don't know. We're going to figure this out. And in our application, we'll be using all of these themes, and you can basically use any of them that you wish. My favorite is Forest. This is what we are going to be using in the demo application. Okay, so as you can tell, this is the Forest theme. Now let's go under the documentation. I'll say how to use, and maybe I can just zoom in. So we will say npm install DaisyUI at latest, but this is going to be a development dependency. So I'll copy this and paste this into my terminal. Let's kill the front end for a split second. I'll say Control-C, paste this in, and instead of going with latest, now if I want to give you a specific version, it would be 5.3.10, and I believe this is the latest version at the time that I'm recording. So as you can tell, I'll just keep that in mind if you would like to have the exact same version that I have. So we're going to run this. It was pretty fast. All we have to do, add this as a plugin under the CSS file. So let's run the front end once again and go under the CSS file, which is index.css, and paste this in. So that's pretty much it. Now let's try to use a button that is coming from DaisyUI classes, right? So I'll say class name, just say btn and maybe btn primary. Here I'll just say click me, and the end result should look something like this, right? And you can update it. Let's go here, maybe say btn secondary. So as you can tell, you're getting all these styles or all these classes without doing anything, and that's really convenient. So you can just focus on building the application rather than thinking about all these CSS classes. And they have like millions of different components, from checkbox to chat bubble. Let's say you're building a chat app. You could integrate all of these, like this kind of an output, just by copying and pasting. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. That's the reason why we're using Daisy on top of Tailwind CSS. So that was the very first thing that we have initialized. The other thing is the React router, so that we can have routing in our application, right? So we're gonna have a couple of different pages, like the problems page, the dashboard page, maybe a landing page, the problem detail page, things like that. So let's install it. Again, it'll be under the front end. I will kill this and say clear, and then we will say npm install react router. Now in the past it was React Router DOM, but now we have the version 7, so you can just say React Router, and then let's give a specific version, which will be 7.9.4, like this. Okay, I'll run this, and while this is installing, that was fast, let's go under the main.jsx, and we are going to wrap our entire application with the browser router component. So here, right after the strict mode, I'll say browser router, wrap our entire app with it, then we're going to import that. Okay, so just get that from React Router. Now, with the help of this component, in our entire application, we can use anything that is coming from this package. And to be able to make use of it, we will go under the app.jsx, maybe wrap everything with the routes component. So here I'll say something like routes imported from React Router. Then we can add all of our pages. So maybe I will delete all of these for a second. Then let's add our very first route. So we are going to say, let me type this out correctly. So we're going to say something like if user visits the home page, which is, this is how we can do it, the root route, we would like to show an element that is called homepage. Let's duplicate this. If user visits the about page, we will say show them the about page. This is for testing purposes, but let's see how we can create them. Under the source, again under the front end, right, we will have the pages folder. Let's say the homepage.jsx, and then maybe the about page.jsx. Now I am using an extension where I can just say RFCE and I will get this snippet. And that extension is called ES7 React. Okay, ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. Go ahead and install this from VS Code. Then you should be able to say something like RFCE. And if you would like to get the arrow function, you would say RAFCE. But in my case, I'll use this function snippet. Okay, so let's save. Do the same thing for the homepage. Maybe I'll zoom in. And let's try to import them, which are coming from the pages folder. Okay, let's save and run our application and give it a go. So if you visit the homepage, you cannot get anything. I think we are missing something. It says H1 is not a route component. What do you mean? Let's see. Okay, so under the routes, all the components should be a route component, and we have H1, so let's delete that. Now this should be working out. So we are in the home page. Let's visit the /about page. Okay, so as you can tell, we are getting the exact same content that we wanted to have. Now, instead of having an about page, we will have something called problems page. Let's create that. It'll be under the pages. Let's say problems page.jsx. Let's say RFCE. And now, okay, let's just type this out and then I'll explain. Let's say if user visits /problems, we're going to get the problems page. Let's save and take a look at that page. I'll say /problems. Here we can see. Now what happens if I want to protect this route? So if user is unauthenticated, I want to navigate user to a different page. So let's see how we can make that work. So under the app, we are going to use the use user hook, which is coming from Clerk. And this is going to give us some values. So we can destructure is signed in field. So this will tell you if user is already logged in or not. And here we can say if user is signed in, then they can see the problem page. But in the else case, if they are not signed in, we can navigate them. We will import the navigate component from React Router. And we'll say something like to homepage. Okay, once again, if user wants to visit the problems page, we are going to check if they are signed in or not. If they are signed in, they will see the problems page, but else they will be navigated to the homepage. Let's go under the homepage and I'll put something like this, where we have the signed up button. Let's say sign in button. Okay, and then the user button. So I'll show you something. Let's go under the home page. What do we have again? User button is not defined. Okay, just import it and take a look at the home page. I can say login and let me zoom out. Okay, we can log in from the home page, but we are unauthenticated. So let's try to visit /problems. As you can tell, we are in the home page immediately. So once again, if you want to visit the problems page, it's going to navigate you back to the home page. So this is how we can protect our pages. And we are going to be using this a lot later in the video. Now, the other thing that I'd like to do is maybe deleting the /about, the about page, because we don't really have this kind of a page in the actual application. Okay, so we just deleted that page. Now let's try to set up one more thing, which is going to be React hot toast. So this is this is for the notifications. Let's say make me a toast. Okay, so this is what we call a toast, right? We have success, we have error, we have promise. You can customize it with emojis, things like that. But most of the time we'll be using success and error cases. So we basically have just 3 steps to add this. I'll go into the terminal. Under the front end, I'll just say npm install react hot toast. Once this is installed, we are going to get the second step where you would like to add this component to somewhere like app.jsx. So I will run the app first. Let's save this file And maybe we can wrap everything with a fragment. And then at the very bottom, we can paste this component. So import the toaster from React Hot Toast. And let's go into the home page. Once we click to this button, let's say on click, we can say, maybe run this method. Let's say toast.success. And for the message, we can say, this is a success toast. Okay, so let's test this out. I'll go into the home page. I'll click to this. This is a success toast. And if you want to get the error, all you have to do, call this with the .error method. Okay, so that's how easy it is to set this up. You can go a little bit further if you're really interested. So you can customize the position. We have, I think, a couple of different options. Like by default, it should be top center, but if you wanted to have, let's say, top left, it'll appear here, right? And you can customize it from all around the page. The other thing that we can do, let's say toast options, which will be an object, so you can update the duration as well. Most of the time, I would like to have it as 3 seconds. I don't know what is the default. Yeah, but I'll just have it as 3 seconds. And since this is already top center by default, I'm going to delete the position field. So 1, 2, 3, it should be gone. So that was another thing that we just set up. Let's just put a quick list. So we have set up Tailwind, DaisyUI. We set up, let's say, React Router so that we can have pages, or the navigation, I should say. Then we set up the React Hot Toast. The other thing that we're going to set up is React Query, which is like AKA TanStack query. And right after this, we are going to set up Axios. And then we are going to end the section. So these are like to-dos. And if you say to-do, you're going to get this better comment because this is the extension that I'm using. It is called as better comments. So you can add to-do. I think you can do something like this. Maybe like danger, you know, once you put exclamation point, it'll be in this color. You can add question mark, which is like info, right? And then you can add maybe asterisk. It's going to be green. So this is one of the extensions that you can use. Alright, so that was the extension. Now let's go ahead and get started with the TanStack query setup. We are going to visit their website, which is tanstack.com, and they have a bunch of different really cool technologies, but the one that we are interested in is TanStack query. Now you can read it, why this is useful, why we might want to use it. Mostly it is for data fetching, and I'd like to show you an example. So first, let's click to the read the documentation. So here is the motivation behind it, but instead of reading this, it is too much theory. I would like to show you this in practice. So first, I'm going to save this file and let's go into the homepage. So let's say we want to fetch some data, right? This is without using TanStack or React Query. So here, this is what you would do as a complete beginner. You would have a state, let's say data and set data, and you don't need to follow along. Just watch me for 5 minutes and then I'm going to delete this code. I'm just trying to teach you at this point. So here I'll say use state, and let's actually say we are trying to fetch some books, okay? So I'll say books and set books. Initially it's going to be an empty array. Then you would like to have a state for loading, right? So that you can show some kind of spinner. Then you would have set is loading, and initially, let's say this could be true or false, but we are going to update it anyways. Then you would like to show some errors if you have any. So you would create the state, you would say set error, and at the beginning this would be null. So this is something that we have all learned when we first get started with React, right? Then you would have a use effect where you can fetch the data, and you would like to run this only once, so the array would be empty. Then you would have a function, let's say something like get books. Let's say it'll be an async arrow function. we are going to have the logic here, and then at the very end, we are going to call the method. So here, just watch me doing it pretty quickly. We're going to get some, let's say, response by doing await fetch to our endpoint, let's say /API/books. Then we would get some data out of it. Let's say await res.json. And then finally, we would say set books to be equal to data. And like we would wrap this with try and catch. Oops. So in the catch, we would say, set error with the error that we are getting. Before we run this method, maybe we would say set is loading to be equal to true. Finally, we would say loading state is going to be equal to, let's say, false. Okay, so that would be the thing that we have to write if we want to just fetch some data, right? Like 20 lines of code just to get some books. But this is not really efficient, and the problem is not writing the code. The problem is, like, what happens if this fails and you want to rerun this again, right? And so like we need to implement refetching by ourselves. And then, what happens if user, let's say user is here in your application and they visit a different tab like 10 minutes later and they come back. You would like to fetch it immediately without they refresh the page. So this is what TanStack query does, right? So I'll just type this out. Let's say when you focus on the window, it fetches data immediately again, so that you can have the latest data. So like TanStack comes with these kind of features. They have like millions of different other things that you can take a look at from the documentation. But basically, instead of writing all this code, what we are going to be doing is this. So let's say with TanStack, if you want to fetch some data, they have something called queries. So we'll say use query. So this is the hook, and this will give you couple of different fields. It's going to give you the data that you just fetch. It's going to give you the loading state, and it's going to give you the error state as well. So without you creating these, you'll just get them. All you have to do, just go here, have a query function, which is, let's say, the getBooks method. So here you can delete the loading state, delete the error state, none of them, delete the setBooks. Like all you have to do, maybe just get the fetch itself. Here, let's say this will be an arrow function where we try to fetch, and then we would get the response and would say res.json. Okay, so that's the entire thing. So like writing 20 lines of code with the loading state, with the error, with the data state, all you had to do is just call the query hook and pass your query function. This is what they have in the documentation. I know that we are going slowly, but I'm just trying to make sure that you understand it. If you scroll to the bottom, you're going to see this is exactly what they are doing. Use query, call it, let me zoom in. So call this with query function, and there's query key that I'll get into in the future in the video. And then you would get the data is pending and then the error state. Like that's how cool it is to use this. And on top of this, we have things like, let's say, prefetch. Like I don't remember now, but we have really cool features that you can extract from the method. So we are going to get into the details. This is the motivation behind it. We don't really want to reinvent the wheel from scratch. Instead, we'll just use the TanStack query. Okay. So just keep this in mind. Now we can delete everything that we have here in this page, but we will visit main.jsx and set it up here. So to set this up, we can visit the documentation. I'll say get started once again. Let's scroll to the bottom. Okay, so basically you would like to wrap your entire application with a query client. So I'm going to maybe copy this, paste it right after the if check. Let's import the query client, and I will get it from the documentation again. It's coming from TanStack React Query. Did we install the package? I think we didn't install it. So I'll kill the front-end terminal. I'll say npm install add TanStack /react-query. And let me take a look at the version that we are using in this project. It should be something like 5. It should be like 90.5. Okay, so now it's been installed. We can paste this in. We are not using any of them. We are getting the query client so that we can create a client, and we are going to wrap our entire application with the query client provider itself. So maybe right before the Clerk provider, I'll say query client provider and wrap our application with it. And then within the query client provider, we'll just say client should be equal to this object that we just created. So that's the exact same thing that they have in the documentation. So under the provider, you pass the client. So with this, now in our entire application, we can use things like use query, use mutation, and a lot of other things. Basically everything that is coming from this package, right? We are able to use it within our app. So for now, just don't worry about it. In the incoming sections, whenever we want to fetch some data, we will be using the use query hook, and you will see how that works in detail. Alright, so that was the TanStack query setup as well. The very last thing that we'll be using is the Axios package. So instead of using fetch, I think this is not really that much convenient. Instead, we'll use Axios, which is like an alternative. So I'll say npm install Axios, and let me see the version that we are using. Let's say Axios at 1.12.2, which is like the latest version at the time that I'm recording this video. Okay, so we would like to set this up by going, maybe let's close everything. We will go under the front end source. I will create a folder called lib, and we're going to set up the axios.js file. And within this file, I'll say import Axios from the Axios package. Then we can say something like create an instance. So we'll say Axios instance, and we'll say axios.create. Here, this will take an object with the base URL. So this is where we would like to send the request, right? Which is going to be our server API, or just the API. Here it's going to be HTTP localhost, let's say 3000. This is the port that I'm using, /API. And then I'll also say with credentials equal to true. So basically, since we are having some cookies in our browser, right? Let's take a look at it. I'll just try to log in with Clerk, and maybe before that, I'll open up the console. You can just say inspect, go under the console, and actually under the application. So here we can see under the cookies, like we have some type of cookies. Let's just clear everything. Now we don't really have anything. If you refresh, oh shit, we are not running the app. Let's just say npm run dev. Okay, so we have some cookies. Now if we try to log in, we will have even more. Let me pretty quickly log in with Clerk. Okay, so as you can tell, like we have a session cookie, and whenever we send a request to our API, we would like to send this token automatically, and this is how it's going to happen. We'll just say with credentials is equal to true. I'll just add a comment. Let's say browser will send the cookies to server automatically on every single request. And let me just say by adding this field. Okay, so once again, by adding this field, browser will send the cookies to our server automatically, right? On every single request, it would be sent so that Clerk can check if this user is authenticated on the server side. Alright, at the very end, we'll just say export default Axios instance. And we will be using this instance in basically all of our files and components whenever we need to call our API. So I'll just give you an example. Let's say you are under the home page. You would like to send a GET request. You would say axios.get, and then your base URL is already here. So it is /API. Then you would say something like /sessions and maybe get me this session, right? And then you would do things like await. So you get the point. Instead of calling Axios, actually, it'll be Axios instance. Alright, so this is what we'll be doing whenever we want to send a request. That could be get, post, put, delete, you name it. It could be any of them. And I think we'll see it in the incoming sections. So with that, I believe Axios setup is also done. It is ready. If I wanted to optimize this part, what I would do, get this as an environment variable. So I'll just cut it and I will say maybe right here, vid API URL, paste this in, and we can delete the quotes because it is already a string. Here I'll say like import.meta.env and get the key. Okay. So like this is an optimization that we just added. This is going to get the exact same value, but instead of hard coding it, it is coming from the environment variables. Okay, so with that, I think we are pretty much done with this entire section. Let's go ahead, shrink everything, open up the status bar and commit our changes under a new branch. So I'll say frontend, let's say tools setup. And then I'll stage everything. For the commit message, let's do the exact same thing. So that's my commit message. I'll publish the branch and let's go into the source code. Then we will create the pull request. So as usual, I'll wait for the suggestions that are coming from CodeRabbit. Then we are going to end the section. So after a couple of minutes, here it goes. It's completely ready. You can pause the video and read it. These are all the features that we have introduced in this section. And the walkthrough of the pages with the summary, right? And then the sequence diagram, like how everything works from authentication to all the pages. Let's scroll to the bottom and see if we have any problems or like big potential problems. Here it says you can remove all the imports that you're not using. That's not really important. Let's skip that. Then here it says you can add some documentation. Again, it's fine. You can just scroll. These are just nice to have things. Here we just say toast.error and we forgot to update it. It says this is a success toast, but this is just for testing purposes. So let's ignore this as well. Okay, other than this, everything is completely fine. Let's say merge the pull request. Confirm it. Once it is done, we can go into VS Code, close these, switch to the master, and we're gonna get the latest changes by clicking to this button. Once again, if you take a look at it, it is not really up to date, right? That was coming from the previous sections. Let's say sync this up with the GitHub repo. Okay, now our code base is up to date. So that was it for the entire section, which is set up the tools that we'll be using later in the video. Okay, so with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. In this section, we are going to design the homepage. So this page doesn't contain any logic other than styling. So if you would like to copy and paste the entire component, I'll show you how to do it. But in this case, I'll walk you through the entire process. So this is the image that I'll provide you. You can find this in the source code. So head over to the source code. Under the frontend, under the public folder, you're going to see a couple of different images. Just copy them and paste it right here. So we have the hero.png. This is the one that we'll be using. Then I have a couple of different logos in this folder that we are going to be using as well. Okay, now let's go under the source. We have the homepage. We are going to get started with this one. I'll delete everything. Then I'll shrink the left hand side, and then we're gonna get started with the parent div. So let me go ahead, just disable the AI for a couple of next minutes. And then here we'll have a class name. So this is going to take the background gradient to bottom right. we're gonna go from this color, which is base 100, let's say, to base 300. And if you want to add something in the middle, you can say via and whatever the color is. In this case, I'll just put 200. Then right after this, we would like to put the navbar component, which is going to be a nav component. Let's say class name. Background will be base 100, and we can say the opacity is going to be 80%. Then we can say backdrop blur MD, and you're going to see what this does. Let's say border is going to be bottom, border color will be primary, and opacity is going to be 20. Then I want this to be sticky always at the top. So I'll say sticky, top of 0, let's say. And the z index is going to be equal to 50. Then finally, I'll say shadow of large. Now within this, I'll have one div. Let's say class name of maximum width of 7x large, mx auto, so that it is centered nicely. Padding x of 4, padding y of 4. Now instead of doing x and y separately, we can just say padding of 4 from all directions. And then we'll say flex, items will be centered, and then justify is going to be between. Because we're going to have something on the left, right? And then something on the right. And we want to have some space in between. And that's why we say justify between. Then right after this, I'll put the logo, which will be our link. Let's say it's going to be a link component. And we are going to get this from React Router. So I'll say import the link element from React Router. Once you click to this, it should take you to the homepage. Because this is like the convention, right? If you click to the logo, it'll take you to the homepage, even if you're in the homepage. We'll say class name will be flex, items center, gap will be 3. On hover, we would like to scale this up. So I'll say scale 105, which basically means 1.5 or 100%, 105%. And then let's say right after this, we're going to say transition will be transform. And then maybe something like duration of 200, so that it is happening nicely, not instantly. Here I'll have one more div. Within this, we're going to have the sparkles icon. So let me show you. This is the parts that we are trying to build. This is the sparkles icon, and this will be coming from a package called Lucid React. So here we have really cool icons. Let's search for sparkles. Okay, this is the one that we are using. But now we need to install the package. I'll open up the terminal. Under the front end, I'll say npm install lucid-react. Once this is done, let's run the app. And we're going to import this from, let's say, sparkles icon from Lucid React. Okay, so we can add some classes like size of 6 and the text of white. Then here for the class name, I'll say maybe size of this parent will be 10, rounded x large. Say rounded x large, and background gradient to bottom right, from primary color, let's say, to accent. And we can add something in the middle like a via secondary. Okay, right after this one, I'll say flex item center. Oops, let's say items center. Justify center as well, so that it is nicely centered. And then shadow LG. Let's actually save it and take a look at the output. Okay, this is what we have, but now colors are different. We would like to use the forest theme. What I'll be doing, I'll just go into index.html, which is, let's see where that is. Okay, it is right here, right? It's under the front end directly. It is here. Under the HTML, I'll say data dash theme is going to be forest. So this is coming from DaisyUI. If you put forest, let's refresh. So even if we refresh, we cannot see this in action. It's because we need to do one more thing. Under the index.css, here DaisyUI says if you want to use some themes, you should include them. So here under the themes, you can say, I want to use the forest theme. Now if you save, hopefully this should be working out. Here we go. But in our application, maybe we would like to use all the themes that we have, right? So here I'll say all. And this is exactly coming from the documentation. I want to show you pretty quickly. So let's say how to use. And then here, just select the themes section. Okay, so here in this example, they want to use the light, default, and then the dark. And let's scroll to the bottom. If you would like to use all of them, you would say themes equal to all. And then you should be able to use all of them within your application. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And then let's scroll to the bottom. Right after this div, but still within the link, we're going to have one more div. Let's say class name will be flex and flex of column. And we'll have one span that is going to say talent IQ, and then let's give some styling. I'll say class name of maybe font, let's say font dash black. Just going to make the font weight like 900. And then right next to this, I'll say text will be X large, background gradient to, let's say right, from primary color, let's say via secondary to accent. Oops, I think I just made a mistake. Let's say to dash accent. And then I'll say background clip text. Text will be transparent. Let's say text transparent. And then I will update the font family. So I'll say font mono, finally tracking wider, which is going to update the letter spacing. So let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, so that's what we have. I'll just zoom in. If you do not add these two, like the background clip text and text transparent, it is not going to really work out as expected. So we have the gradient, but we would like to clip this so that this is only applying to text. Okay, so these are the things that we're going to add. Now, if you delete the font mono, let's see the font family. Like this is what we have, but I think it looks a lot better with font mono, right? So these are the classes that we're going to include. And then right below to this, I would like to put some text. So after the span, I'll have another one. The content will say code together. For the span, class name will be text of X small. And let's say text base content is going to be, oops, let me just do Control C. Let's say text dash base content slash 60%, which is going to update the color. And then let's say font will be medium and maybe margin top of 1. Let's save and see the output. But now this is too much spaced out. Maybe we can delete the margin top 1. Okay, so if you want to take this like a little bit more above, you can still add margin top 1, but you would say minus. So it's going to do in the reverse direction. And this is what I'm going to have. So that was the left hand side. Now on the right side, we would like to have a button that says get started. And this is going to be sign in button coming from Clerk. So go outside of the link. I'll say auth btn. And we'll say but basically get the sign in button from Clerk. And let's scroll to the top and import it. So here I'll say import maybe sign in button from Clerk React. And the mode is going to be model. And we want to have our custom button inside. So here I'll add a button, let's say class name. So for the class name, first I'll say group, and I'll show you why we are adding this in the first place. Then we'll say padding x of 6, y of 3, let's say background gradient to right. Then we'll have from primary, let's type it out, to secondary, to dash secondary. And then let's give some border radius. I'll say rounded x large. Maybe text could be white. Font will be semi-bold. Text could be small. Shadow of LG. But now when we hover over it, we can update the shadow to be x large. And then I'll say transition to everything. Maybe like transition all. Like this. I'll say duration could be 200. And again, on hover state, I would like to scale this up a little bit. I'll use this value, 105. Flex, item centered, and gap of 2. Now within this button, we are going to have two different things. And I can show you pretty quickly. So the first one is the text. And then we have an icon. So let's see, I'll say span, that will say get started. You can add some classes, but I'll just leave it empty. Then let's say arrow right icon. So this will be coming from Lucid React. Arrow right icon. Now here you can see we both have arrow right and arrow right icon. They are the same thing, but I think we should put this one so that when we read our code, we understand that this is an icon, right? Here I'll put some classes. Let's say class name. You can say width of 4 and height of 4. Or instead of doing this, you can say just size of 4, right? If width and height is the same thing, in Tailwind CSS, you can just use size and whatever the value is. Then I'll say on group hover. So let me type this out correctly. Group dash hover, and we'll say translate x of 0.5. And you're going to see what this does. Let's say transition transform. Okay, so we just say the button is group, and when we hover over the button, because we say group hover, you should animate this one, which is the icon. Let's see. If I hover over the button, as you can tell, the icon just goes to right a little bit. Okay, but if you say maybe -1, so if I say like translate x but minus, I think it should go on the other side. So it should go to the left. Here you can see. And let's actually say maybe something like translate x 5. I didn't save it. Let me save the file. So here you can see like it is going in the opposite direction. But in our case, we'll just say 0.5 and it should be plus, not minus. And if we click to the button, we're gonna get our model. We cannot get it. Let me refresh. Click to it once again. Okay, for some reason, Clerk doesn't work. Why this is the case? We have the sign in button. Mode is equal to model. Let's see if we have any errors in the terminal. Oh, maybe. Okay, so let me just see again. The sign-in or sign-up model does not render when a user is already signed in. Okay, so I think I forgot to sign out. You can put a sign up button and sign out in that way, or go under the application, under the cookies for localhost, just delete everything. Now you're signed out. And now we shouldn't get that error. If you click to it, you can sign in again. Alright, so that was the navbar component. Now we are gonna build the hero section, which is this entire thing. So we have something on the left and something on the right, right? So let's try to first get started with the left part. But before that, I think we need to create a like a parent component. So I'll shrink the nav, and then here I'll just add a comment. Let's say hero section. And by the way, if you don't want to type this out with me, you can just go into the source code, find the home page, copy the entire thing and paste it here. So you're gonna see the end result without typing this. But if you're interested, then you can just follow along with me until the end of the section. So here we will have the div. Let's say class name will be maximum width of 7x large. Let's get this from Tailwind, mx auto, so that it is centered. Padding x of 4, y of 20. And this is equal to something like 5 rem, which is 80 pixels. Then I'll say something like div, and we're gonna have the class name of grid, and I'll say larger screens and above, grid columns is going to be 2. So we have something on the left and something on the right. And then gap of 12, and let's say items will be center. And within this div, we are going to get started with the left content. So here I'll have a div, let's say class name will be space y of 8. So vertically we have some spaces between every single child. The first one that we will have is this kind of like a badge, right? So this is the badge that we have. And then we have some space, which is space y of 8. Then we have this element. Once again, we have space y, right? So again, we have space y of 8. I think same here as well, and maybe here as well. Okay, so let's get started with this badge. Within this div, I'll say give me one more div where I have the class name of badge. This is coming from DaisyUI, and the badge of primary. And let's say badge of large as well, so that we can update the size. First, we are going to add the icon, which is zap icon. So import it from Lucid React, give some classes like size of 4. And then we can say real dash time collaboration. Let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, so we're just getting started. That's the first thing that we built. The other thing is going to be this kind of like title. So right after the div, I will say h1 class name of something like maybe text of 5x large. Then we'll say larger screens and above, text will be 7x large. So this is how we can make it responsive. If the screen is larger than 1024 pixels, the text will be 7x large. But if it is less than this pixels, you're gonna see the text size as 5x large. Okay, like we have different breakpoints such as like small, medium, I believe like large, x large, so on and so forth. But in this case, I'll leave it as large. And then we can say font could be black, which basically updates the font weight, right? It's going to be 900. Then let's say leading will be tight, which is going to update the line height. And within this, I'll have a span that is going to say code together like this. And I'll have a comma at the end. Now this is going to get some class names. I will say bg-gradient to right from primary color via secondary to accent. And again, we'll do the same trick, background clip of text and text of transparent. And let's take a look at the end result. Okay, so that's the gradient text that we just got. We are going from this color to this one via this one. Then below to this text, I will have maybe something like span of learn together, and between those we can add a line break. I'll just say call the br element. And that's the exact same output that we have just like in the demo app. Now we can get started with the description, which is going to be a p tag. So here right after the h1, I will paste this in. You can pause the video, type this out, or get it from the source code. These are all the classes, super simple, nothing complicated. Then after the p tag, we can put the feature, I'll just say something like pills. Say feature. Which are all these elements? They're kind of like badge, right? So here, let's go within the within the div itself, we're going to have three different divs. So that's the first one, second, and third. And this is going to get some classes like flex, flex of wrap, and gap of 3. Now that's the very first one. I'll say class name, where we have badge, badge of large, and let's say badge outline. And then within this, I'll have a check icon element coming from Lucid React. I'll say class name of size 4, maybe something like text of success, so that it is using the green color, like this one. And then we'll say live video chat. So right after the check icon, I'll say live video chat. Let's save, and I will copy this, actually replace this div with that. And this time we'll say code editor, and I will delete this div, paste this in. This is going to be multi-language. Okay, let's save and see the output. So that's the exact same thing that we'd like to have, because like if you say badge of primary, you would get something different. So that's the primary, but we would like to get the outline. And I believe there are other options like accent, dash, which look like this, but I think in this case outline looks a lot more cleaner. Now after these features, we are going to have one more div. So I'll put a comment first. I'll say call to action buttons. And let me show you the demo. Okay, so these are the call to action buttons. Right after this comment, I'll say we're going to have one div with these classes, flex, flex wrap, maybe gap of 4. And then we will have again the sign in button. Mod is going to be equal to model. Within this button, we are going to have our own custom button. And this is going to say something like start coding now. And right after this, we'll say arrow right icon. For the size, maybe I can say size of 5. And the button is going to get some classes like btn, btn primary, and maybe btn large. By default, I believe it's equal to medium. Okay, so let's save and see the end result. If you click to it, you're going to see the model once again. And then the other button is going to be kind of like similar. Right after the sign in button, I'll say give me another button, and this is going to get the class name of btn, btn outline this time, and large as well. Here I'll have the video icon. Let's say video icon coming from Lucid React, and the class name will be size of 5. Right after this, I'll say watch demo, right? Okay, if you click to it, nothing happens, but maybe you can add a video right after, like into this page, if you would like to add some elements. But in this case, I'm going to skip that. Now let's try to build the stats. So let's visit VS Code once again, right after the CTA buttons. Let's scroll and have this comment. I'll just say stats. We will have the parent element, which is a div, let's say class. Again, this is coming from DaisyUI. You can take a look at it. So we'll say stats. Stats will be vertical, but larger screens and above, it's going to be horizontal. So we'll say stats horizontal. And then background could be base of 100 and shadow of large. Now within this, we are going to have 3 different stats, right? This is the very first one. Let's say class name of stat, and then div, which is going to say 10k plus. Here I'll say class name stat dash value, like this, and then I'll say text will be primary. Right after this div, I will have another one that will say active users. So it's like an example. We have 10k plus active users. Class name could be stat dash title. Okay, so I'm going to save this and duplicate this twice. So this is going to be something like 50k plus, and I think this will be the amount of sessions. And then finally 99.9% uptime. Let's save and see the output. Okay, so that's the exact same thing, but I think the colors, is it the same? So here we have different colors, right? It goes from this one, like from this color to that one. And we can say something like, you know, text primary, text secondary maybe, and then text accent. Let's see if that's going to work. Here we go, it is working. We go from the primary to secondary to accent. And now we can add the image on the right. So here maybe we can go ahead, find the left content. So this is the div, just shrink it where we have space y of 8. Here I'll say right image. And this is going to be an image element where the source is coming from hero.png. So if you put just slash, that means you are under the public and we are getting the hero.png. Add an alt and some classes just to make it look nice. Let's save and see the output. Okay, when we hover over it, here we can see it just scales up thanks to these classes. And there is one thing, I don't know if you have realized, but we have a button, but when we hover over it, it doesn't get the cursor pointer, right? By default, Tailwind get rid of this, but if you want to add it, you would like to go under the index.css and just paste this in. So you can find this from the source code under the index.css. Here I just added a comment. This is coming from the Tailwind documentation, and this is going to add cursor pointer to buttons by default. Let's save and now take a look at it. So now we have the cursor pointer, as you can tell. Alright, so that was the entire hero section. Next, we would like to build the features section. So we have a title and then 3 different elements, right? Let's try to build it step by step. First, I'll go into the homepage.jsx, shrink the entire hero section, and I'll say maybe something like features section. So adding these comments make front-end development really easy. I mean, like when you're building UI, you can just see the comments and understand that, okay, this entire div is for the hero section. So that's why I always like to add these comments, especially in the tutorials. So here, this is going to be our parent element. I think we can copy the entire classes. Say class name, max width of 7x large, center this, and here are some headings. And then the first thing that we are going to be adding is the title. Here I'll just paste this in, where we have one div where we center the text, give some margin bottom of 16, which is like 64 pixels. Then we have an h2 where it says everything you need to succeed. We would like to change the color of this, so we wrap it with span element. Here are the classes for h2. Then we have a like p tag with this text. And this is the output that you would get. And then right after the title, we are going to have the features. So I will shrink this still within the parent element. Here I'll say something like features grid. And then I'll say div, give me the class name of grid, medium screens and above, this could be grid, columns of 3. And let's say gap is going to be 8. Like this. Then within this div, we're going to have 3 different features. But let's say this is the first one, where we'll have a div, and we're going to use the card element coming from DaisyUI. So I'll say card, background base of 100. Then I can say shadow will be X large. Like this. And then I'll have one more div. This will have the card dash body. And items will be centered. Let's say items, center, and text centered as well. Within this, I'll have a div once again. Let's say class name of size 16, background primary, and opacity is going to be 10. Let's say rounded to X large. Flex. So I will say flex, items center, and justify center margin bottom of 4. And this is going to hold an icon, which is video icon coming from Lucid React. And let's say class name of size 8. Text will be primary. Like this. Okay, so let's save and take a look at the end result. So that's the very first part. I think it looks similar. Now we would like to add the description. So here, right after this div, I will put an h3 and I'll say ht video calls or just video call. And for the class name, I'll say card-title. Right after this, I'll have a p tag. Class name will be text base content. And we are going to update the opacity by 70. And then I'll say crystal clear video and audio for seamless communication during interviews. Okay, so let's save and take a look at the end result. It should be like this. Here we go. Now, instead of typing out the rest of them, I will copy this, which is our feature 1. I'll say maybe feature 2. Paste this in, and we would like to update the icon. This will be code to icon. For the title, I'll say something like live code editor. And for the p tag, I think I will copy it from the source code. So collaborate in real time with syntax highlighting and multiple language support. Let's do the same thing. I will copy this entire thing, paste this in. This is the feature 3. Icon is user's icon. Like this. And here, let's say easy collaboration. Again, I will get the p tag from the source code. Share your screen, discuss solutions, and learn from each other in real time. Okay, so with this, that's the entire homepage where we have the navbar that we can get started by signing in. Do the same thing with this button, and then we have some features. Now here you can see the navbar is like kind of like blurry, right? You can see the background, like what is behind it. Now this is possible thanks to this class that I said I will be explaining, which is the backdrop blur of medium. But for this to work, you need to have some opacity. So if you delete this 80%, you're not gonna see that working, right? So this is not blurry now. You have to have some opacity. So if you put something like 10, I think it would be a lot more visible. But I think that's too much, so I'll just leave it as 80. Okay, so that was the entire homepage. I hope you enjoyed it. It's like 200 lines of code, not class. Let's go under the app.jsx. So here we can see when we visit the homepage, this is the component that we see. Now I'd like to make this kind of like protected. Here I'll say if user is not signed in, then take them to the homepage. But if they are already signed in, just take them to the dashboard. So I will copy this, paste this in, and I'll say take them to /dashboard. And we need to create that route as well. So I'll zoom out, maybe duplicate this. I will say we have the dashboard route. If user, let's say if user is signed in, take them to the dashboard. So dashboard page, but if they are not signed in, take them to the home page. So I hope that makes sense. Now we are going to create this page in a second, but basically if you are not logged in, you are going to see this page. But if you are logged in, then we are going to navigate you to the dashboard where you can create sessions, see the problems, join the sessions, things like that. Let's go under the VS Code, under the pages. I'll say dashboard page.jsx, and for now leave it as it is. And maybe we need to import it. Okay. So now we are signed out, we can see this page. I'll try to sign in, and it should take us to the dashboard page, hopefully. We are in the dashboard page, but do we have any errors? I think I have a typo here. It should be dashboard. Okay, so just fix this typo and it should be working out now. It should be dashboard. So here you can see, since we are logged in, we cannot visit the home page. Like for a split second, we can see this page, and once Clerk realizes that we are authenticated, it takes us to the dashboard page. But how can we get rid of this flickering effect? Well, we can go under the app.jsx, we can get if Clerk is loaded or not, and we'll say if Clerk is not loaded, just don't return anything. So I'll just say return null until Clerk loaded. Now if you take a look at it, let's try to visit. Like, I'll just refresh. Now we don't have that flickering effect. If you want to visit the home page, again, you're immediately under the dashboard page. So that's one thing. I'll just add a comment. This will get rid of the flickering effect. Okay, so that's the entire section. We can delete this to do because we have already completed that. And let's try to commit all of our changes. So there is basically no logic at all in this page other than the sign in button that is coming from Clerk. That was just for styling. Okay, let's close everything, open up the status bar. I'll create a new branch. Let's say something like landing dash page. Let's say landing page added. Commit, publish the branch, and we'll go into the source code and create the pull request. Now, since this was just for some styling, we can ignore the suggestions that are coming from CodeRabbit because there is basically nothing wrong in our code base at the moment. I'll just say merge the pull request. I'm not going to wait for the suggestions in this section. Okay, it's been merged. Now let's go ahead, switch to the master, and get the latest changes. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we are going to get started with the problems page. So we're gonna have the nav bar at the top with two different links and then the user button. Then we should be able to see a list of problems where we have the title, category, difficulty, the description. And if you click to it, that's going to take you to the detail page, which is going to look like this. But this is something that we're gonna get into in the incoming sections. So in this section specifically, we're gonna build this entire page called the problems page. And currently this is how that look. Let's visit /problems. It is just a text. Now, before we actually try to build anything on the problems page, okay, before we get into coding, here I will have a folder called data. And let's create this file called problems.js. Now, I want you to go ahead into the source code. You will find the link in the description. Find this file under the data folder and copy the entire file and paste this in. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll copy that, paste this in, and I will walk you through it now. So first we have one object called problems and then another one called language config. So this is something that we'll get into later in the video. For now, just shrink it, but this is the one that we are interested in at the moment. So here we have a couple of different problems, which are all like key value pairs. So we have toSum, reverse string, valid palindrome, maximum subarray, and then container with most water. So these are 5 different problems that we got from LeetCode. Okay. Now, if I have to be honest, I've generated this with AI because this is something that you shouldn't really focus on too much to have the formatting, add the fields. Now I'll walk you through it. Every single problem is a key value pair, right? So we have the problem name or the ID. Then as the value, we have a couple of different fields such as ID, title, difficulty, category, the description, which is another object where we have the text and some notes. Then some examples. each example is an object with 3 different key value pairs. So we have input, output, as well as the explanation. Then we have the constraints, then the starter code. So we have a starter code for JavaScript, Python, and Java. So these are the 3 languages that we're going to be using in this application, and then the expected output. So this is the exact same structure that you're going to find in all these 4 problems. And if we take a look at the end result, under the detail page, you're going to see that we are using the description, we're using the examples. So that's the first example where we have an input, we have output, the explanation, right? And then if we scroll to the bottom, you're going to see we have the constraints, as well as on the editor, we have the starter code. So this is for JavaScript. If you select Python, the code is going to update here, so on and so forth. Okay, so just keep this in mind. This is something that we can generate with AI. You don't really need to spend 5 hours to generate this object. I just went to ChatGPT and I said, here are the object that I want to have. Each problem should have an ID, title, difficulty, category, description, so on and so forth. And we just got this object. So we'll be using this, and once you complete this project, if you want to add more problems, all you have to do, just do the exact same thing, maybe with AI. So take this, paste to ChatGPT and say, like, give me 5 more problems, like above, okay? And make sure to put please at the end. Okay, now we have also language config. Again, this is something that we'll get into once we try to run our code in the editor. So when you click to this button, we are going to need this object, but that's something that we're gonna have, later in the video. All right, now that we have the problems object, we can go into the problems page and get started with it. So here I'll just try to zoom in and let's delete the content. For the div, I'll say maybe class name, something like minimum height of screen. Then I'll say background should be base 200. Then within this div, first I'll have a navbar component. So this is the navbar that we'll be using in all of our pages other than the home page. So as you can tell, like in the problem detail page, we are using the same navbar as we have under the problems page, right? So we're going to make this to be reusable, but this is different than what we had in this page. So here we only have 1 button. All right, now let's see the problems page and get started with the navbar component. So here I'll copy the name, go under the components, under the frontend, under the source, I will create the components folder, and let's say navbar.jsx, and let's try to build the UI. But first I'll try to maybe import it. Okay, now let's get into it. So first off, this is going to be a nav element, and we will have some classes. So I'll say class name, let's say background base of 100, and let's update the opacity. Then we'll say backdrop blur of maybe medium, I'll say medium. Let's say border -b, border primary of maybe like 20% for the opacity, and I'll say sticky, let's say top of 0 and z index of 50. And finally, let's say shadow is going to be large. Now within this nav, I will have 1 div that is going to be maximum width of 7x large, mx auto, let's say padding of 4 from all directions, flex, item centered, or items center, justify between. Let's say justify between. And within this div, we are going to have our logo. So here I'll just say this will be a link that will take us to the home screen. Oops, if I can type correctly. Here we go. Let's import it from React Router. Okay, then within this link, we are going to have the to field. This will take us to the home page, and let's give some classes. And I just disabled AI so that it is not really confusing. So this will be group, let's say flex, item centered. Then we'll say gap of 3. On hover, we are going to scale this up. Let's say scale with 105. Then transition transform. Let's give some duration like 200. And within this link, we are going to have one div, which is going to hold our sparkles icon. And this will take the class name of, let's say, size 6 and maybe text of white. We are going to import this. Let's see, sparkles icon coming from Lucid React. And this div will take some classes like size of 10, rounded x large, let's say background gradient to right. And here we can see, I don't know if you have realized it, but I'm just typing some words, some letters in the exact same order that we have, and I press command space, then Tailwind just gets that exact same class. All right, now let's say from primary, let's say via secondary to accent. And finally, I'll say something like background clip text, text of transparent. Then we'll say, well, I'm sorry, we don't really need this. We are going to have flex, items, center, let's say justify center, and shadow LG. Let's save and take a look at the end result. Here it says you're importing it from React Router DOM, but we have React Router instead. Okay, so when we hover over this, we can get this animation. Now let's keep going. So right after the icon and after this div, we will go and have one more div. Let's say class name will be flex and flex of column. Then we're gonna have one span that will say talent IQ. Then for the class name, I'll say font of black. Now I think we already have this under the home screen. Let me go ahead, find this, so that we don't really need to type this out again. I just realized. So I will maybe copy this entire thing and delete this, paste this in. Let's see. Okay, so that's the exact same thing that we have. But now the right hand side is going to be a little bit different. We will have two different links, the user button, and these links will be highlighted if we are in that page. So if you're under the problems page, this will be highlighted, and if you are in the dashboard, this will be highlighted. Let's see how we can make that work. So first off, I will shrink this link and we will go right below to it. I will have a div that will get the class name of flex items center, and then we'll say gap of 1. Now within this, we are going to have the first link. Let me create this, and this will be the problems page link. Once we click to it, it will take us to /problems, and this will get some classes. Now the class names will be a little bit dynamic, so for that reason I will have the curly braces and then some backticks. Oops, what I've done, it should be backticks. Wait, how do I create backticks? Okay, so here first the class name will be padding x of 4, let's say y of 2.5. Then we will have rounded of large, transition all, and then maybe duration of 200. Say duration of 200. So these are the classes that will be always implemented. But now we would like to have some dynamic classes. And to be able to make that work, we are going to have the minus sign and then the curly braces. We will say if is active, which is a method that we will create now. So we will say if we are in the problems page, then we would like to have these classes. So I'll put a question mark and then string, but in the else case, we are going to have these classes. So let me zoom out so you can see it clearly and format this maybe. So we will always have these classes under this link, but we will say if we are under the problems page, only implement these classes, right? But else implement these classes. Okay, now first let's create this method called isActive. I will say const isActive, which will be just one line of code. So this will be a function where we will get the path and we will return something, right? For now, let's say null. And then we will use the location. Let me zoom in. So we will say use location, which is coming from React Router. Now let's console log this. I'll say location, and let's go under the problems page. So here we can see location is an object and it has this path name called /problems, which is the page that we are in. So we are going to use this path name. Here I'll say we are going to get the path as an argument and we're going to check for it. So I'll say if location.pathname is equal to this path, that means like this is equal to true, else it is false. Okay, now here we will have some actual classes instead of random stuff. Now let's go ahead and say something like background will be equal to primary, and I'll delete this extra space. Then I'll give text primary of accent. Sorry, it should be text primary of content. In the else case, if this is not active, then we'll say on hover state background will be base of 200, text base content and 70% as the opacity. On hover state, let's say text will be base content. And for the content of the link, we will have a div. Let's say class name of flex, maybe items center and gap of 2.5. Then we're gonna have one icon called book open icon. And let's say size will be 4. Then we can have a span that says problems. For the class name, font will be, oops, what have I done? Let's say span class name font medium. Let's say it'll be hidden, but smaller screens than above, it'll be visible. Okay, let's save and see the output. So that's what we have. If the screen is very small, we don't really see the text, only the icon. But if it is large, we can see the text as well. Okay, now since we are under the problems page, we can see that this is visible. I mean, it is highlighted. Now let's try to create one more link. I will copy this entire thing and paste this below. Let's say this is for the dashboard link. This should take us to /dashboard. And we will say check if we are in the dashboard page. For the icon, we can put layout dashboard icon. And for the span, we'll say dashboard as the text. Okay, so that's the output. If you click to it, you're under the dashboard page. And here we are under the problems page. Now the very last thing that we're gonna add is the user button. So let's try to create that one. Right after the link, I'll say, give me the user button coming from Clerk. And here it goes. Now, if you want to give a little bit space from the left-hand side, we can wrap this with a div. Like this, and we can say class name will be margin left of 4, and maybe from the top, I'll give 2. Okay, so I think this looks a lot more cleaner than previous state. So that was it for the navbar component. Now we will build the actual content here on this page. So let's visit VS Code. We are going to close the navbar.jsx file. We are pretty much done with it. And we'll go under the problems page. So right after the navbar, we will have the main content under this div. Here I'll say class name this time is going to be maximum width of 6x large, and we'll say something like mx auto, it is centered, and then let's say padding x of 4, y of 12. Then we will have the header component, so this will hold the title itself. So this is the header part. Maybe you can add some icons just to make it look nice, but I think that's fine for me. So I'll say div. Within this, maybe we can have class name margin bottom of 8, and we'll have one h1. This will say practice problems, and let's give some classes like text 4x large, then maybe font of bold, and I think margin bottom of 2. Then I'll go ahead right after this, say a p tag, sharpen your coding skills with these curated problems. And for the class name, this will get text base content and 70% of opacity. So after the p tag and after this div, we will go ahead and have the problems list. Now what we'll be doing is this. We're going to have a constant called problems. Now we're going to get the problems itself. Let's try to import it. So here I was just saying, let's go ahead and import the problems. So let's say import uppercase problems, which is going to be coming from, we'll go one up under the data and we'll get the problems file. Now this itself is an object, right? Here we can see this is an object. What I'd like to do, just get the values and put them into an array. So let's see what I mean. I'm going to cut this. Let's say object.values, and we're going to pass the problems into it. Now let me show you what this does. So I will copy this entire object without the export keyword. Let's copy it. Go into Chrome, open up the terminal. So I'll say inspect. Under the console, let's clear this up, paste this in, and press enter. Now we just have this entire object, which is the problems, and we will get this line and paste this in. So I'll scroll to the bottom. Let me clear this up. I'll paste this in, and let's say problems, the lowercase one. So here we can see this is an array of objects. We basically took all the values and put them into an array so that we can map through it and display each of them one by one. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So now we'll say under the problems list, I'll have a div and I'll say class name space y of 4, so that on every single, like after every single problem, we have some space, right? So here we can see that's what this class is doing. We will say, go right here and just say problems.map, get every single problem and return something for each of them, which will be a link component. Let's import it from React Router, like this. Then we'll give it a key so that React is happy with us, and this should be something unique so we can use the ID. And then we can say, like, we will have the to property. So this will be backticks slash problem, and then slash whatever the ID of the problem is. So I'll say problem.id. Now we're gonna pass some classes. I'll say class name, background base of 100, and on hover state we are going to say scale. But now I don't really want to use any of these values. I'd like to put a custom value. So how can we make that work? Well, you would say open up the square brackets and put the value that you would like to have. So in this case, I'll have 1.01, right? And then I'll say transition transform. Then within this link, we are going to have a div that will have the class name of card-body. Then one more div. This will have the class name of flex, let's say items center, justify between, let's say justify between, and gap of 4. Now we are going to have a left side, and then we're going to have a right side. On the left side, we are going to pretty much everything. So that's the entire left side. And then on the right side, we'll just have the solve link or the button. Let's get started with this one. This will be a div, and this will take the most of the space, right? Let me show you once again. This will basically take as much as possible it can take. So to be able to make that work, we'll just say class name will be flex1. So this is why we are using this class. Then we'll have one more div that will be class name of flex items center, gap of 3, and maybe margin bottom of 2. Then we will have one more div. Let's say the class name is going to be size of 12, rounded large. It'll take the background primary of 10%. Then right after this, we will have flex, maybe items center, justify center, and let's say flex shrink of 0. Do we have that class? I think we don't have it. I just had it in my notes, so let's delete that. We don't really need it. Then we're gonna put this icon called code2icon, which is basically this one. So this is the part that we are trying to build at the moment. Let's say code2icon imported from Lucid React. Class name will be size 6 and text of primary. Okay, so that was the badge, or kind of like the icon. Right after this div, we will have another div. Let's say this will take the class name of flex of 1 as well. Then this will get a div. Let's say class name flex items centered, gap of 2, margin bottom of 1. And this will hold the h2 where we have the problem title. So I'll say problem.title. Then let's give some classes. Maybe like text of x large. And then I'll say font dash bold. So the font is going to be bold. Then we will have a span. Let's say this will get the class name of badge, but this is going to be dynamic. So let's say curly braces, backticks, badge, and then like if it is easy, it'll be this color, but if it is medium, it'll get this color, and if it is hard, it should take this like this color. So how can we determine this? Well, we're gonna have a method, a helper method. So under the lib, maybe I'll say something like utils. Let's say utils.js file, and we are going to create a method. So I'll say export. Here I'll say get difficulty badge class. So this is a function that will take the difficulty as an argument, and it'll have a switch case. So I'll say switch, where we take the difficulty, and let's say to lower case, call the method. So this will take the difficulty and it'll check if it is easy. Let's say case is equal to easy, then this will return badge dash success. And then let's go below. We'll have is, I will say if it is equal to medium. Basically I can duplicate this. This time it'll be badge warning. Let's format this, and I'll duplicate this. We'll say if case is equal to something like hard, badge could be error, which is the red color. But in the else case, so let's add a default case. If it is none of them, we will say something like return badge ghost. So most of the time it'll always be either easy, medium, or hard, but it is always a best practice to include a default case in your switch case blocks. Okay, now we'll go ahead and import that method that we just created. So we will say -sign and curly braces, get difficulty badge class, and we're going to pass the problem dot difficulty. Okay, and for the text, it'll be whatever the problem difficulty is. And then right after this span, I'll say, right after the span, after the div, we'll go outside and we'll say we're going to have a p tag that has the class name of text small and maybe something like text base content of 60%. And then this will get the problem category. Let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, so these are all the problems that we have. So far, the badge classes doesn't work. Let's see why this is the case. So we say problem difficulty, right? We pass this into the method. We have easy, medium, hard. Okay, I think this should be badge. I had a typo. Okay, now let's save and refresh. Here we can see now it is working. These are medium and we have 3 easy problems. If you really wanted to, you can add 2 more or maybe just 1 more hard problem. Okay, so everything is working as expected so far. Let's keep going. We would like to add the maybe description and then this right hand side. Then we are going to include the stats. So let's close this file. We have the category, which is under a p tag. we will go outside of these two divs, okay? And I'll say one more div, or maybe, sorry, one more p tag. I'll say this is going to hold, let me type this out correctly. We'll say problem.description.text. And let's give some classes like text base content of 80% and maybe margin bottom of 3. Let's save and we'll go under the right side. So here we'll have a div. This is going to have the class name of flex. Items will be centered, gap of 2, and text will be primary. And within this, I'll have a span that has class name of font-medium, solve, and then chevron right icon. And for the class name, I'll say size-5. Alright, so believe it or not, that's the entire thing for the problem list. Here we can see if we click to it, that will take us to that specific page. So if you click to this one, here we can see we are just getting the ID in the URL. Now the very last component that we need to add will be the stats. So shrink the problems list. Here we'll go outside of this div. And then I will add a comment like, let's say, stats footer, which will be a div holding a couple of different classes. Say margin top of 12, card background base of 100. Oops, this should be bg base 100. And then maybe shadow of large. We'll go within this, have a div that will get the class name of card-body. One more div, this is for the container for the stats, and we'll say stats should be vertical, but larger screens and above, it should be horizontal. So I'll say stats-horizontal. And then we will have each stat. So I'll say div, class name of stat. And let's try to duplicate this a couple of times. So that's the very first one. Let's say second, third, and fourth. Okay, so in the very first one, we will say something like total problems. And this will get the class name. Let's say stat-title. And then one more div. This will get the problems.length. So whatever that is. And then class name will be stat-value. Maybe text of primary. Okay, so let's save and take a look at it. Currently, we just have only 5 problems. And we have like 3 different spaces that we need to fill in. I will actually delete all of them, and instead I will copy this, paste this in. This will be for the amount of easy problems. So here I'll just say easy. And how can we get the amount of easy problems, right? How can we get that count? So I'll scroll to the top and I'll have a variable, let's say const easy problems count. And I'll say, go ahead under the problems, filter this out. We'll get every single problem and we'll say where the difficulty is equal to easy, and make sure this is capitalized, and we'll say give us the length. Duplicate this. This will be the same thing for medium problems count. So update this part. Again, duplicate it. This should be hard. Now we'll be using all these variables. So instead of problems.length, we'll say easy problems count. Save this, duplicate it twice. Let's say medium problems count. And let's do the same thing for hard problems count. Okay, let's save and see the output. So we have 3 easy, 2 medium, but we would like to update the colors. This is going to be maybe text success, text warning, let's say, and then text error. Oops. Okay, so it is working as exactly what we have in the demo application. So with that, that's the entire page for the problems page. In the incoming sections, we can add the detail page, or we can implement the session page. We'll just try to go step by step. So first, let's go ahead, create a new branch and commit all of our changes. Here I'll say, let's go under a new branch. I'll call this as problems-page. And then we will stage all of our changes. Let's say problems page added. Commit, publish the branch. And then we'll create the pull request as usual. Now again, in this page, we don't really have any logic other than UI styling. You can wait for the CodeRabbit AI reviews, but in this case, I'll just try to speed up the process and merge the pull request without waiting for the review. Okay, so I think it should start in a second. Let me just see it. Maybe I'll refresh. Okay, so it's trying to give us a review, but I'll just try to merge this pull request. We just confirmed it. Let's go back to VS Code, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, now our code base should be up to date. And hopefully I can see you in the next section. So in this section, we are going to get started with the problem detail page. So first, when you click to one of these problems under the problems page, where you say solve this one, is going to navigate you to that specific page. So you will be able to see the problem details on the left hand side, and then on the right hand side you are going to have a code editor where you can run your code in 3 different languages. That could be JavaScript, Python, or Java. And to be able to run your code, you would click to this button, and then we are going to take this code, run it in the background that I'll explain in a second, and then you would see the output that would either pass or fail. And in both of these cases, we are going to show some kind of feedback. And the interesting thing here is that you can basically hold this. I don't know if you can see it from the video, but this is basically a resizable panel. You can hold this and shrink it to the left or right. It's going to resize it, and we will use an external package for it. So first, before we get into the design part, let me give you the API that we are going to be using to run the code. So there is something called the Piston API, which is free to get started with. I believe they have some limits, but it is completely fine in our use case. So if you want to run this API, you would like to tell which language that you would like to run, such as JavaScript, give a specific version, I think, and that's it. So keep this in mind. This is the API that we're going to be using. You can take a look at the documentation in detail, but mostly we will be using their execute endpoint. Okay, so now let's go into VS Code. This is where we left. I am running the front-end application. We don't really need to run the backend at the moment, because this is going to be done with this API. Okay, so here let's go under the front end. Under the lib, we are going to set up a file called piston.js. And let's try to type this out. I think it'll take like maybe 60 lines of code or 70 lines of code. Let's try to see. First, I'll just put a comment. I'll say Piston API is a service for code execution. And you can take a look at the documentation. So first I'll get a Piston API. Let me, disable the AI so it's not really confusing or annoying. Okay, so here I'll just say Piston _ API, and here is the URL. It'll be HTTPS. It'll be emkc.org. We'll say /API/version2 and /piston. Now we are going to have an object. Here I'll say const language _ versions, which will be an object, and we are going to have 3 different languages. So the first one is JavaScript, where I'd like to specify the language itself. Let's say string JavaScript. then we're going to give the version. Oops, let's just say version. This is going to be 18.15.0. So Piston API can run some specific versions, and this is the one that works for JavaScript. So make sure you're using the same version as I do. Now I'll put a comma and duplicate this twice. Let's say we're going to have Python as well as Java. And maybe after completing this tutorial, you can add your own languages like Go, C++, C#, so on and so forth. But for now, these are enough in our case. So language is going to be Python, and here it'll be Java. Let's update the versions. For Python, we'll have 3.10.0. Here I think for Java, it could be 15.0.2. Okay, so that was the config object. Now we'll have a function, let's say export async function, and I'll say execute code. You can call this anything, but let's go with this name. So we are going to get the language as the argument, as well as the source code. So the code that you'd like to execute. Let's actually try to put some documentation. So here, open up this, go below. This is what we call a JS doc, right? I'll say prem, the one that we have for language is a type of string, right? So we'll say string. Here we can say, the programming language. And then we can have the other one. Again, it'll be string, which is the code. This is the source code to execute. Let's say source code to execute. Then finally, we'll say this function is going to return, let's say returns a promise, because as you can tell, it is async. And then we'll say this is going to return an object where we have the success field that is either true or false, which means it is Boolean. And then it's going to have the output, which could be an optional field. Let's say type of string, and then it's going to have the error field, which will be optional as well. And then we'll say string. Okay, so this is how you can add documentation for your functions. Now we'll go within this. I'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, first I'll try to get the language config, and we'll say language versions, and we'll say something like pass the language in it. But this should be square brackets since it is an object. So imagine this is equal to JavaScript. This will get us the object, right? So here now this is equal to this entire object. And I think I have a typo, language. And actually I don't have any typos. So let's say if the language config is equal to undefined, right? If it is not one of these, then we can say something like unsupported language. So here I'll say return an object where the success is equal to false because we just failed. And for the error message, we can say something like backticks unsupported language. And let's put the language to display the user what they pass. Okay, now if this is not the case, we can basically send a request. Here I'll be using fetch just to keep it classic. We will say it's going to be backticks, and we're gonna pass the Piston API. Let's say use whatever the Piston API is, and at the end we will say /execute. So this is the endpoint that we're gonna be using. And here we will pass some objects, or just one object with a couple of different fields. The method is going to be post. So let's say method will be equal to post in this way. Then we can add the headers where we'll say content type. Say content dash type will be equal to application/JSON. And then right after the headers, we will have the body field where we would like to say JSON.stringify, call this method, pass an object. So we'll say what is the language that we are having. So let's say language config.language. Then we are going to pass the version. Oops, this is importing something, but I just deleted the import. That's going to be version. Let's say language config.version. And then finally, the code that we would like to run. So for this, we'll say files, which is going to be an array of objects. And here in this object, we'll say name, backticks. So it's going to be main file dot whatever the extension is. That's either, JavaScript, .py or Java. And how are we going to get this dynamically? So we can create a method for this. I'll just scroll to the bottom and maybe I can just copy and paste this instead of typing out. It is 5 lines of code. Here it says get file extension. You pass the language and it's going to return you the extension, right? And if it doesn't exist, we are going to just send txt. Okay, so go ahead, type this out, 5 lines of code, nothing complicated. Now we are going to call that method. So here I'll say main dot and open up the, so we are going to say main dot and then we'll open up this curly braces. Oops, in this way. Here I'll say maybe get file extension and we're going to pass the language. Okay, so that's going to give us the file extension and let's pass the content that we would like to run, which is the source code, right? So that's the entire thing. This is going to give us some response, of course. Let's say response, save, and maybe just go right below to here. So this is the entire call, the fetch method. And we can say if response is not okay, in this case, we can throw some kind of an error. So I'll say return an object where the success is equal to false. And we can say maybe the error field will be like this, HTTP error. And then I'll say maybe status is equal to response.status field. But if this is not the case, we are going to get the data. We'll say const data await response.json, call the method. Then we can get the output as well as the error. So I'll say const output, which will be equal to data.run.output. So this is how Piston API returns you the data back. And if this is, some kind of undefined value, I'll just have an empty string. And then let's say const std error, which basically means if you have any errors, right? I'll say data.run std error. And then again, just put a fallback value. Then I'll say if you have some kind of an error, let's say if this has existed, you will say return the success of false. We're going to pass the output as well as the std error. But this should be error field. Okay, but if this is not the case, that means success, right? Success is equal to true. So here I'll say return success of true and then pass the output as it is. Just in case if this is like null or undefined, we can say no output. So that's the entire method. We'll just add the catch block. Here I'll say success of false, and here is the error where we just failed to execute the code. So that's the entire file. It's around 90 lines of code. Let me just scroll from top to bottom if there is anything that you'd like to check out or missing. Okay, so that's the entire method. This is the one that we'll be using whenever we want to press this button. So whenever you click this, it's going to run the code, which is going to either succeed or fail. Okay, with this in mind, let's try to go ahead under the pages. I will create the problem page.jsx file. Let's generate this with rfce, and then let's put this route. Here, basically, I will zoom out so that you can see it clearly, and I will duplicate this route. I'll say /problems:ID. So this is going to be dynamic. And actually, let's say just problem. So this could be any value. It could be the page for, let's say, it could be the page for toSum or, reverse string, any of these problems. And that means ID is going to be dynamic. In this case, we are going to return the problem page. Let's import it. Okay, so let's save and go into this file and get started with it. And before we get started with UI, I'll open up my terminal. Under the front end, I'm going to kill this and we are going to install 2 different packages. So I'll say npm install, and the first one is canvas-confetti. And let me give you a specific version. It'll be 1.9.3. And then we're going to install React-resizable-panels. And the version will be 3.0.6. So once we use them, you're going to understand what they do, but I think the name is already pretty explanatory. Here, let's just run them. This is going to get the packages, and I'll say npm run dev. Now let's go under the problem page. Again, just before we get started with the return statement, maybe we can get a couple of different states and variables. So the first one will be, I will call the useParams hook coming from React Router, and we are going to get the ID from the URL. So we are calling this as ID. It is because this is how we called it. If you said IDX, then you would grab this as IDX. Okay. Then the other thing that we're gonna get is the navigate method. So I'll say navigate, use navigate, call the hook. And then we are going to have a couple of different states. Here, the first one will be the current problem ID and set current problem ID. And let's say use state, call the method, and by default, the value could be toSum. That's the ID that we have for this problem, but we can always update this by using the method. And then I will go ahead, duplicate this. This time I'll say selected language. So we have three different options, right? The first one, or the default one, could be equal to JavaScript. And again, you can always update it with this dropdown. So that was the selected language. Then we can have the code. Here, let's say code, set code. This is the code that user is trying to type out, which is the solution. Let's say use state. Now for the default state, we can give the starter code. So here I'll say problems, imported from the data. And here we have a field called starter code. So for JavaScript, this is the starter code, for Python, as well as Java. So here, first we'll say, please go ahead, fetch the current problem. And then we'll say .starter code .javascript. Because our initial value is equal to JavaScript, so we're gonna get that starter code. If user wants to update, like this part will also update. Then we are going to have an output. Let me say const output, set output. And as you can imagine, the default value is going to be equal to null. And then a loading state, if we are running this code in the background or not. Say set is running. And initially it's going to be equal to false. Okay, so these are all the states that we would need. Now let's get the current problem. Let's say const current problem, and we'll say problems, pass the current problem ID. So you're gonna pass the ID. Let's say it is equal to toSum. Let's scroll to the top. It's going to give you the object where you have every single detail about this problem. Okay, then we're going to have a couple of different methods. Let's type them out. I'll say const handle language change. For now, we can have it as an empty arrow function. Let's just say we are only going to get the event. Then we'll say const handle problem change. So here we have a drop down. I don't know if you have realized, but you can change the problem from here as well. And by the way, this is the problem detail page. So here you don't really have video calls or chat messaging. This is just for the user to practice some coding problems. If you want to have video calls and chat messaging, it'll be under the session page, where this is basically an interview. Okay, so I think I didn't mention this. Yeah, just keep that in mind. This is the session page, and this is something that we are going to build later in the video. We're going to integrate video calls and chat messaging. This is for just practicing some problems. Okay, now that's the function. Let's say, again, this will be an empty function for now. We are going to build it later in the video. Then we'll have const trigger confetti. So if everything done successfully, we're going to call this method to show a beautiful success message. Then we'll have const check if tests passed. Again, another function that we'll be using. Finally, I'll say const handle run code. Here. Okay, so these are all the methods that we're going to fill in the incoming minutes. But for now, we can just go right after this current problem and just have only one use effect. Let's import the use effect, initialize it. Like everything is going to make sense in the next couple of minutes, maybe 10-15 minutes. Just follow along and you're going to see how everything will come together as one piece. Okay, so here basically we would like to run this use effect whenever the URL param changes. So here I'll say if there is an ID, which is coming from the URL, right? And I'll say if problems with that ID existed. In this case, we are going to say set current problem ID to be this specific ID, and we're going to update the code by calling the setter method. Basically, we will do the exact same thing, but instead of saying starter code.javascript, we're going to say the selected language. I hope that makes sense. So that was the default value, but now we are making it to be dynamic. And then since we just updated the problem, we would like to say set output to be equal to null, because we are just getting started from scratch with this specific problem. And then we'll say run this whenever the ID changes or selected language updates. Why this is not really happy with us? It says current problem ID, either include it or remove it. Okay, so here this should be just ID, not current problem ID. Okay, once again, let's say you change the problem from toSum to, let's say, reverse string. Okay, the URL is going to update and this use effect will run. So this will be equal to the reverse string problem, and we're going to get the starter code for the selected language. Here I'll just add a comment. I'll say update problem when URL param changes. Alright, so for now let's save it. Everything is going to make sense. Let's go under the return statement. Here I'll have the class name of height screen, so it is taking the entire screen, and let's say width of screen as well. Background base of 100, flex, and flex of column. Now at the beginning, we're going to have the navbar component at the very top, and this is something that we have already created. And then I'll have a div. Let's say this is going to take the entire part by saying flex 1, and now we are going to have resizable panels. Let me show you what I mean. So we have one panel on the left, and then another panel on the right. And then here we have again two different panels, one at the top, which is the code editor, right? Let me change the colors maybe. Okay, so that's the one that we have at the top, and then the other one at the bottom. So we have one horizontal panel and then one vertical within that horizontal. So let's see how we can make that work. We will be using this package that we just installed. I'll just scroll to the top, maybe get my imports. So here we will get the panel group, and panel resizable handle from this package. Let's scroll to the bottom. Right after the navbar within this div, we'll just say we would like to have a panel group. And this is the one that we are having, which is the direction of horizontal. Okay, now the first one is the left panel. Let's say the problem description. And for this, I will create a component called problem description. Let's try to actually create it under the components. Okay, for now, I'll just leave it as a simple component. And then we will have another panel. Let me just kill the left-hand side. So I'm going to cut this for a second because I just did a mistake. We need to wrap this with the panel component, paste this in. So you have the panel group, which gives you the direction. Okay, so this is the parent. Then we have one panel on the left that includes the problem description. And you can say the default size for this could be 40%. And then minimum size could be like 30, 20, whatever you would like to have. So that was the first panel, which is the left panel. And then we are going to put the right panel. So I will maybe duplicate this and I will copy the comment, paste this in. I'll say this is the right panel, which is going to be, let's say, the code editor and the output panel. But now in the middle of these panels, we would like to have a resizable handle, which is this one, so that we can hold this, you know, take it to the left or right, where we can resize the screen. And here in the middle, I'll say, give me a panel resizable handle, which will be self-closed, and you can give some classes. So I'll say width will be 2, background base of 300. Let's say on hover state, we can say background will be primary, transition of colors, and maybe cursor will be column resize. Okay, now within here, we don't really want to see the problem description. Instead, again, we are going to have another panel group. This time it'll be in the vertical direction, right? So once again, we are on the right hand side. We would like to have another panel group. It'll be in the vertical direction. And in the middle, as you can tell, again, we have a resizable. So let's try to build it. I'll just scroll a little bit down. Within this panel, I will import a panel group. This time the direction will be vertical. And here we will have one panel. Let's say this will get the default size of 70%, and then minimum size could be 30. And this is the code editor, by the way. Let's say top panel. And here I'll just say code editor component. Let's scoop this in. And then the other panel will be output panel. So I'll copy this, paste this in. Size will be 30 because in total they should be 100, right? And here I think we just said 40. This should be 60, so that in total they make 100. Here this should be not code editor, but let's say output panel. Let's try to create them. I'll save this file. Let's get the output panel.jsx under the components. Save and maybe import it. Then we'll get the code editor.jsx as well. And actually I'll just say code editor panel. Let's update this. I'll say code editor panel, import it. What else do we have? The problem description. I think we have created that already. Okay, so maybe let's just save and test this out. But here I'll just put the resizable handle once again. Okay, so this time the class will be cursor row resize, and the rest will be the same. Let's save and take a look at it. Here I'll go under the problem detail page. Maybe I'll click to sum. As you can tell, we have like one thing horizontally and then the other one vertically, but we cannot see the resizable handle. So width 2, I think this time this should be height of 2. Okay, now we can see it because it is in the vertical direction. So everything is working as expected. Now we are going to get started with these components one by one. So we're going to build the problem description, code editor panel, and then the output panel. And I feel like we understand everything in this code base, right? It's not really that complicated. I'll just walk you through it once again. We have a panel group, which is in the horizontal direction. So it is this entire thing. So it's in the horizontal direction. And within this, we are going to have one vertical panel group as well. So here is how that works. We have the panel group, and then we have one panel on the left, one on the right, and in the middle we have resizable handle. Within this panel we have another group, right? This is in the vertical direction. We have one panel on the top, then something in the middle, which is our handle, and then the output panel on the bottom, right? Maybe I'll copy this. I'll say bottom panel, which is the output panel. Okay, so let's get started with the problem description panel, right? Here, this will get a couple of different props. The first one is the problem itself. Let's say this will be the current problem. And then we're going to pass the current problem ID. Then we'll have onProblemChange method. And in this case, we're going to pass handle problem change. Currently, this doesn't do anything, but we'll get there. Then I'll say pass the all problems, which is going to be problems, and we'll just say maybe call the, okay, so I'll just cut this for a second. I'll say call object.values and pass the problems into it. Now let's go under the problem description component and get started with it. So first off, we are going to destructure all the props that we are getting, and then we don't really have to have any logic. We'll just return UI. So that's it. Here we'll have a div with the class name, maybe height could be full. Then we'll say overflow y of auto, then background base of 200. Within this div, we are going to have the header section. And I can show you what I mean by this. We are going to put the problem title. So this is the header section basically that we are trying to build. Let me go with the transparent background. Okay, so here we'll have a div. Let's say padding. Okay, what am I doing? We'll have a div. Class name padding of 6. BG base of 100. Maybe we can say border dash bottom. Something like border base of 300. And within this, we are going to have one more div. Let's say class name of flex. Items will be start, justify between, margin bottom of 3. And within this, we'll have h1. This is going to get the problem.title. And h1 will take the class name of 3x large of text. Let's say font of bold. Not black, but let's say bold, and then we'll say text base content. Right after this, I'll have a span. This is going to give us the difficulty badge. So first I'll say problem.difficulty, and for the class name, this is going to be dynamic because you're going to see why. Let's say it'll always get the badge class, but on top of it, this part will be dynamic. So we'll say get difficulty. I think we had a method like this. Say get difficulty badge class, and we are going to import this from utils. So here I'll say import, like we should call the method, but why this is not highlighted? Okay, so that's weird. Oh, maybe, okay, so like we have a typo here, that's why it's not highlighted. So I'll copy the name. We'll say get this from, maybe we should go one up under the lib, under the utils. And here we'll just pass the problem.difficulty. Okay, so that's the span. Let me save and take a look at the end result. All right, so it is just working. Then we'll go ahead right after the span. After this div, we'll have a p tag. This is going to hold the problem category. So here I'll just paste this in. Text-based content with the 60% of opacity. Below to this p tag, let's say problem selector or the drop down. Here we'll have a div. Class name margin top of 4, and then we'll have a select element. We don't really need to have a name. Let me delete these. We're going to have the class name of select, say select bordered, Don't we have this? Looks like we don't. I'll just say maybe select of small, and then width is going to be full. Let's say value, it'll be current problem ID, and on change, we're going to run this method. Let's say we'll get the event and run on problem change by passing the event.target.value. So whatever the value you selected will be passed into this method. And now within this select, this is the format that we would like to have. Let me show you from the demo. We will have the problem name, a dash, and then the difficulty. So here's what we'll be doing. We'll say all problems.map, get every single problem, show an option, here's the key, and then the value, and then the title dash difficulty. So go ahead, type this out, and let's test this out. So once you clicked it, let me zoom in, you can see all the problems that we have. But when you try to select one of them, nothing happens because this method that we have is just empty, but we'll get there. Alright, so let's go ahead, delete this empty space, and I will shrink the header section component. Then we'll go right after this. I'll have one div with the class name being equal to p.6 and space y of 6. Within this, we will have the problem description, which will be a div with some classes. Let's say class name bg base of 100. Then we'll get rounded x large. I think we'll get shadow of small so that it's a little bit highlighted. Padding 5, border, and the border color will be base 300. Within this div, I will have an h2 that says description. Class name will be text x large, and let me show you where we are building. Oops, so basically this is the part that we are trying to build. The background color is different than the background. The background is different than the parent background. It's because we are using a different color here, right? And then we'll say text of x large, let's say. We're going to have font dash bold, maybe text base content. Okay, that's it. Right after the h2, we'll have a div with the class name being equal to space y of 3. We are going to get text of base and maybe, let's say base, like this, and we'll say leading relaxed. Within this div, we will have a p tag. This is going to hold the problem dot description dot text, and then class name will be text base content of 90% of opacity. Within this, we would like to get the notes about this description. So if you remember, let's go under the data. Under the description, we have a text and some notes, right? We would like to map through each of them because it's an array. What I'll be doing is this. I'll say problem.description.notes. Go over it. For every single node, just display a p tag. And for the ID, we can just use the index just to make React happy. All right, so let's shrink the problem description. Then we'll have the examples section. Now, if you don't want to type out this with me, what you can do, visit the source code, get this entire file, copy it and paste it, then maybe skip this section or maybe just this part because we'll just be typing this out. Okay, so let's save and take a look at it. This is the description that we just built. Here's the description, and I think these are the notes that we have. And the next part is to build the examples. So we're going to basically have some kind of a card where we can show the input, output, as well as the explanation. And you know what? If I have to be honest, I'll go into VS Code and I'll just copy it and paste it from source code because it is just on the UI. I'd like to find this comment under the source code and just get the content. So maybe it is like 30 lines of code. Let me walk you through it. So this is what I just copied and pasted. We have the parent element, h2, that says here are the examples. And under the problem, we are going to map through every single example. And we will return a div where we have the example as well as the example 1, 2, 3. This is going to give you the number. Since index starts from 0, we'll just say +1 so that it can start from 1. You don't really want to say example 0, right? That's why we say +1. And then we have the input section where we say example.input. Same for the output. And then if there's an explanation, we are going to display it as well. So let's save and see the output. I'll just zoom out. This is exactly what we would like to get. And one thing that I'm not really happy with it is this scroll bar for the horizontal direction. I don't know if you can see it, but at the bottom we have this scroll bar. And to get rid of this, I think I'll go under the problem page and I'll just delete this width screen because by default it's going to be full width. Okay, now it is gone. Under the examples, what are we going to have is the constraints. So let's try to build it as well pretty quickly. Here I will shrink the examples section. I'll say maybe constraints. Okay. And again, just go under the source code, copy it and paste it. It is 10 lines of code, super simple, nothing complicated. We are just getting the list of constraints, mapping through them, displaying a list item with the span that has this, I don't know how to call it, but like a dot decorator, and then we have the constraint itself, which is going to give you this exact output that you would like to have. Okay, so that's it for the problem description part. Maybe next we can build the code editor panel. And actually, just before we get into it, let's make this drop down work. So when you select a different item, what should happen is this. Let me show you pretty quickly. Under the header section, we are calling this method called onProblemChange, and we are passing the value. And that method is this one, because we say onProblemChange is the handle problem change method. And this will be really, really simple. All we want to do is just navigate the user to this page, which is /problem and then / whatever the problem ID is. So say we're getting the new problem ID as the argument, and we're going to pass this. Let's save and test this out. If I select valid palindrome, here you can see URL updates, we are immediately navigated to this page. And since the ID updated in the URL, this use effect is going to run, right? The URL updates, so this if check is going to run, we are going to update the state, update the starter code, and output is equal to null. Let's do it once again. I will select maximum subarray. Like here we can see the entire page updates. Alright, so now that we are done with the left hand side, we can get started with the code editor panel. Now for this code editor that we can see on the demo application, we are going to use a package called Monaco editor. Let's type it out. Monaco editor React. So I believe this is the same editor that VS Code actually uses. So I'll just search for VS Code. Do we have anything? Yep. The Monaco editor is a well-known web technology based code editor that powers VS Code. So basically, we are going to have this exact same editor on the browser. Let's try to install that package. Under the front end, I'll just kill this. Let's say npm install add monaco-editor/react, and let me give you a specific version, 4.7.0. Okay, so we're going to install this, and the usage is pretty easy to get started with. Let's run the front end and go under this component that we just created, which is the code editor panel. Now this will take a couple of different props. Let's pass them. So it'll have the selected language. Then it's going to have the code that we have as the state. We'll say code, paste this in. Then we're going to have, let's say, is running, the loading state. Then we're going to have on language change, which is this method that we're going to pass, handle language change. Let's scroll to the bottom. We will have on code change. So what's going to happen when you type into the editor? we're going to pass the set code so that we can update that state. And finally on run code. Okay, so go ahead, pass all these props, and then we will get into this component so that we can build the UI. So first off, I will destructure a couple of different fields. Actually, all of them that we just pass right here. So we're gonna get all these fields, and maybe I'll get a couple of different imports. So the first one is the editor that is coming from Monaco React. The other one is the icons that are coming from Lucid React. So we have the loader icon as well as the play icon, and then the language config. So that was an object that I said we are going to be using later in the video. So it is that time we will be using this. So basically we will use this object so that we can display the name, the icon, as well as selecting the language within the editor. And if you remember, we already have the logos: Java, JavaScript, and Python. Okay, let's shrink the left hand side, go under the return statement. This will get class name of height full, background base 300, and it can get flex and flex column. Now within this div, we will have one more div called class name flex item centered. Let's say items center, justify between heading x of 4, y of 3, let's say background base 100, border top, and then border color will be base 300. And then one more div with the class of flex, let's say items dash center and gap of 3. And within this, we are going to have the image element so that we can display the selected language. So this is the part that we are trying to build. Here for the source, I will say selected, I'll say language config, selected language, paste this in, and we're going to say get the icon. For the alt, we can do the exact same thing. Maybe I'll copy this part, paste this in, selected language dot name this time, and then let's save. We'll give the class name of size of 6, and maybe object contain. I think this is already the default case, so I'm going to only give size of 6. Then after the image, we would like to have the select element. We can delete the name and the ID. Instead, I will have a class name, let's say select small. Then we will have the value, which will be selected language. And then on change, we're going to call our method on language change, which is this one. And then within the select element, we would like to get the key value pairs of this language config. So you will say object.entries and pass the language config, so it'll give you the key and value pairs. We are going to use the keys for the ID as well as for the value, and you are going to put the name as the option content. Okay, so we can save this and take a look at the end result. Okay, so that's JavaScript. Let's select Python. Nothing happens for now because this method is not done yet. On language select, like we are not doing anything, but we'll get there in a second. So after this select and after this div, just go below. We are going to have one more component, which will be the button, and this will say something like if we are in the running state, we'll display this part, else we are going to display this part. Here basically we are going to have a fragment. Let's say put the loader to icon, class name could be size of 4, and let's say animate of spin, because we are in the loading state. And then we can say something like running ... But if you are not in the running state, we will say display the play icon, maybe class name of size 4, and then I'll just say run code. But this will take some classes. Let's say btn, let me turn the volume down, btn-primary, btn small, and finally gap of 2. So this will be in the disabled state. If we are in the loading state, right? Let's say if it is equal to running, like if this is true, then it means it is disabled. If this is false, it is not disabled. Then on click, what happens? Basically, we want to call on run code method. Okay, so that's the entire button, I believe. Let's save, go under the button, under the div. Finally, we'll have one more div. This will take the class name of flex of 1, and this will get the editor component. So this will be self-closed, and we can pass a couple of different props. So we can give the height, let's say it'll take 100%. We can pass the language. This is going to be dynamic value. Let's say language config. We're going to say give us the selected language, and then Monaco language. So here we have a field called Monaco lang, right? So we're going to put that. Okay, then we'll have the value, which is the code itself. Then we'll have on change. Let's say on code change. Then we're going to have the theme. Now you can put a couple of different options. I'll go with VS-dark. And then we can say options, which will be an object. We can say font size could be like 14. You can say line numbers, display them. So I'll just say on. You can also say off. Then maybe scroll beyond last line. I'll say false. Automatic layout, I'll say true. And finally, the minimap, I'll say enabled equal to false. Now, what is minimap? Let me show you within the VS Code. I'll press Command-Shift-P and I'll say minimap. So this is the minimap that you can see. It's like convenient to see where you're at while coding. So you can scroll through this, but in the browser, I don't really want to see it. So I'll say disable this. And I'll actually disable it from VS Code as well. Okay. So I believe these are all the things that we need to pass. Of course, if you would like to customize this even more, you can see like all the props that you have. This is the one that I'll just have for this tutorial. So let's save and try to build some of these methods that we are getting as a prop. Then we should be able to test it out. And actually, this is what we have at the moment, right? Font size is equal to 14. Let's say maybe something like 24. It should be a lot bigger than 14. Okay. Maybe I'll go with 16. Okay, but looks like this is not really properly spaced out. Let's see why this is the case. We have justify, not baseline. It should be between. Okay, now it is working as expected. And let's try to build these methods. First, I'll get started with the handle language change. So we are going to get the new selected language. I'll say new lang, and then I'll say ida_target.value. Then we can get the set selected method for the language, and I'll say pass whatever the new language is. Then we would like to update the code. So I'll say set code, and then we'll say current problem dot starter code, but for the new language. And then finally, again, set output of null because we changed the language. Let's save and test this out. I'll select Python. Here we can see code updates to Python as well as the logo. Same for the Java, we can go back to JavaScript. And now let's get into the most exciting part. Once we click to this button, it should run the code in the background and give us either a success or failure message. So it is this method called handle run code. Let's say this will be async because it'll take some time, right? We're going to get a promise. So first we'll say set is running to be equal to true. We will update the loading state to be true. And when we first get started, the output will be resetted. So we'll say it's equal to null. Then we can get the result. I'll say const result, await the execute code method, which is the one that we have created under the piston file, right? I'll say command P, Piston.js, we will basically import this function. Let's say execute code, import it, and we are going to pass the selected language as well as the code that we would like to submit. So this will give us a result back. Let's say set output, whatever the result is. Then we'll say set is running to be equal to false. So that was the result part. Now we would like to check if it is success or not. So I'll say check if code executed successfully and if it is matching with the expected output. So like, what do I mean? If you put something like, const, let's say name is equal to John, and if you say, return the name, if you run this is going to run successfully, but this is not the solution, right? So first we're checking if we run it successfully or not, and then if it is equal to the solution. Because if you put something like, const name equal to and no value, try to run it, here we have an error. This is not even running successfully. So I hope that makes sense. This is what we are doing. First, we just got a result, and then we're going to check if it is matching to the, if it is matches with the expected output. All right, so here I'll say if result.success. Here we'll say something like we have an expected output. Say expected output, and we are going to call the current problem dot expected output for the selected language. So that's the expected output, but now we need to call it the check if tests passed. So we're going to call this method where we will pass the actual output, result.output, and the expected output. So let's say const equal to tests passed, and we'll say if this is the case, we can show a, let's say, toast.success, right? Something like all tests passed, great job. But in the else case, I'll duplicate this. This is going to be an error message, and I'll say tests failed. Check your output. Let's import the toast. Okay, so that's the import, but now we need to get into this method and actually build it. So the first option, the first argument that we are getting is the actual output, and then the other one is the expected output. And within this method, at the end of the day, we just want to say return if the actual output is equal to expected output. But now it is not really as simple as this, because if you think about it, let's say the solution is just maybe something like const name is equal to John. Let's say this is the solution, but what happens if user puts like extra spaces here? This is still the valid solution, but just because there are extra spaces, this is not going to be the correct solution. So to be able to fix this, we are going to get rid of all the extra lines, maybe extra comments, things like that. And this is what we call normalizing the input. So here I will create a method. Let's say const normalize maybe input, or actually output in this case. I'll say normalize output. And this will take an output as the argument, and it'll do something. So once again, we can't really do this because this will not be the case. This is not going to be the correct solution all the time. I'd like to give you an example. Let's say to some JavaScript solution. Here AI generated. Let's try to copy this, paste this in, and this should be for the to-sum, by the way. Okay, so that's the, let's say, the actual solution. But what happens if user puts like an extra space here, or maybe extra space here? maybe here, right? This is still the correct solution, but we need to get rid of those so that we can actually compare it with the expected output. I hope that makes sense. You can get this function from the source code because I just generated this with AI. It is 15 lines of code. I will paste this in. As you can tell, like it is some AI stuff where it normalized the output for comparison. It's going to trim the white spaces, handle different spacing, things like that. So that's something that you don't really need to memorize or know by heart. Just copy it and paste it because we'll be calling it within this method. Alright, so here I'll go ahead and create this call. I will say this is the normalized actual output and here is the result. Then I'll duplicate this. Let's say normalized expected. And we will pass the expected output. Then we're going to say return if normalized output is equal to, let's say normalized actual is equal to normalized expected. Okay, I really hope that this makes sense. It is not really that confusing once you understand the concept. Basically, you would like to get rid of all the extra spaces so that it looks like the actual solution. So yeah, so that's the method. I think we can test this out now. I will go into browser. So that's the correct solution. Let's try to run it. Here we can see all tests passed. But now here I'll just delete this index. This should fail. Here we can see, right? And I'll just do Control Z once again. Let's give extra spaces here, maybe even here. Like this is still the correct code. If you don't add the normalize method, like if you don't add this one, it's going to fail even though the user has the correct solution. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's go back to VS Code. I'd like to add one more check. Right after this if, I will say else. You know, if it is not the success case, we can say toast.error and I'll say code execution failed. And this will be the case when you have some kind of typo. So let's try to delete this part. This code is not complete. Once you run it, here it'll say code execution failed because you have some typos. Just go ahead, fix your code. Okay, so looks like everything is working as expected. I would like to have a confetti effect on top of it if we are in the success case. So I'll go back to VS Code. I'll import confetti from this package that we have. And here I will have the method called trigger confetti. Again, this is coming from the documentation. I can just copy and paste from the source code and walk you through it. So this is calling the confetti method with some options. So the particle count, spread, like how wide it'll be, and then the starter point. So we have 2 of them, but if you would like to, you can duplicate and have more of them. So we would like to call this method if everything is done successfully. I'll say trigger the confetti, and that should be it. So let's try to put the correct solution. I'll copy this, paste this in, run this. All right, so that's the effect that we would like to get. Now it's time to go under the output panel and display the actual output. So I will head over to VS Code. Under the output panel, I will pass the output as an argument or the prop. And let's go into that component, destructure this, and get into the return statement. So here within this div, we are going to have some classes. I'll just go with height full. Let's say bg base of 100, flex and flex of column direction. One div, this will say output. And we'll give the class name of padding x of 4, y of 2, maybe background base of 200, border dash b, base of let's say 300, font will be semi-bold and the text will be small. Right after this div, we will have one more, so we'll take the entire space, let's say flex of 1, overflow could be auto, and padding of 4 from all directions. Then we will say if output is equal to null, right? If this is the case, we are going to display this part, which is going to be a div, or maybe let's say a p tag. Here it'll say click run code to see the output here. And I'll put 3 dots at the end. Let's give some classes. Text base content of 50% and text of small. Right after the p tag, we will say, if output is not equal to null, but if it has the success case, we're going to display this part, else this part. In the success case, again, I'll have this time a pre-element, and I'll say class name of text-small font mono, text of success, so it is this green color that we have, maybe white space let's say white space pre-wrap, and this is going to get the output dot output. And finally here I'll say this should return a div. It doesn't need to have any classes. Let's just close this off. Maybe I can just copy it and paste it instead of typing it out. This is in the error case, right? Because that was the success. That means else case is for the error case. And then we can put the error itself. Okay, so I'll just zoom in so that you can see it clearly. That's the component, and let's see how it'll work out. All right, so here we can see these are all the expected outputs, and this is exactly what we're getting. Let's run it once again. All right, now let's try to put something like wrong. As you can tell, test failed because our output is not matching with the expected output. Okay, and let's try to put like something broken. Here we can see it says unexpected end of input. There are some errors, like you should complete the entire code. Okay, man, that's basically working completely as expected. And with this, I think we are completely done with the problem detail page. Once again, this is the page where you can go ahead, practice by yourself. There is no video calling, no chat messaging in this page because it's related to session page, which is something that we're gonna build in the incoming sections. So here you can create a session under the dashboard. So this is one of the pages that we are going to create. And within this page, you can create a session. And then you can actually have the video calls and chat messaging. Okay, so we're gonna get there. We're just going step by step, and I think we are understanding everything as we go through this tutorial. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed the entire section. Let's close everything. You can pause the video, just analyze the entire code base at this point just to get a feeling, like as if you have built it and designed it, everything. Okay, now with this, let's say Command-Shift-P, toggle status bar visibility, open up a new branch. This could be problem-detail-page. Let's go ahead, stage all these guys, and let's say problem detail page added. Commit, publish the branch. Let's go into the source code and create the pull request. So as usual, I'll just wait for the suggestions that are coming from our AI assistant, which is CodeRabbit, and then we should be able to merge the pull request. Alright, so after a couple of minutes, here is the summary by CodeRabbit. So these are the new features that we have added in this section, where we added an interactive problem-solving interface with an integrated code editor that supports multiple programming languages. Then we implemented real-time code execution capability with instant output display. We have added automated test verification that will compare our solution against the expected output, where we have, this normalized output method. Then finally, we have introduced resizable panels with the help of that React resizable package. So here's the walkthrough of every single file with the detailed explanation, the sequence diagram that you can take a look at, like how everything works behind the scenes. Since we have explained this, I think I'll just scroll to the bottom and see if we have any problems. Here it says maybe you should make this error handling a little bit more robust, where you get the compile errors or runtime errors. I think you can copy this and paste it if you want to make your code base a little bit more robust. I'll skip this, but that's such a beautiful comment. Like, it tells you what you're missing. As a beginner, you would never think of the compile errors or runtime errors, right? You would just think of it as only one error. So that's one thing that you can learn. Here it says maybe you should remove the no output, but I think that's fine. What else we have? Here it says you can add some guards, which is this code. Again, you can copy it, paste it, and then commit a new, commit your change to this exact same branch, which is something that we have done in the past. So maybe I'll just say merge this pull request. Okay, let's confirm. There is nothing too much critical in this code suggestions. So now that this is done, I'll go back to the master branch and sync this up. So I'll get the latest changes. Okay, so our code base is up to date. Maybe we can leave this section right here, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we are going to get started with the dashboard page. So here we should be able to create a session. Once you click to this button, you're going to see this model where you can select a problem and create the room in the database. And then here in the background, as you can tell, we have some data such as the active sessions, like the amount of active sessions, the total sessions. You'll be able to see your past sessions as well as the live sessions here so that you can join. And I think I have some examples. Okay, so that's the end result. Currently we have one active session where we can join, and here it says 1, and in the past we have like total 6 different sessions. So let's try to get started with this page. Now we are going to be using our own API that we have created in the past, right? So here under the front end, under the source, I will create a folder called API, and here I'll say sessions.js. And let's try to import the Axios instance from this file. We'll just go one up under the lib. We're gonna get the Axios file. Let me kill the AI once again. It is kind of annoying. All right, now we are going to create an object called session API. So this is one of the conventions where we have an object and every single field is a function. So here we have create session, which is a function. Let's say it is an async function. User will pass some data. And in the background, we are going to call Axios instance with the post method. Here is our endpoint, which is /sessions. And then we're going to pass the data. Now here we say /sessions, and this is prefixed with, localhost, whatever the API URL is, which is this one. So you can imagine as if here we have, localhost 3000/API/sessions. Since this part is already under the base URL right here, we can ignore this. And this will give us some data. Let's say response, and we can say return response dot data. Okay, so that's the very first method. Now we are going to create a couple of more. Maybe I can duplicate this. Here we would like to have a get method. Let's say get active sessions, and we don't need to pass any data. This will be the get request, and our endpoint will be sessions/active. All right, now let's duplicate this once again, maybe twice. Here we'll say get my recent sessions, and this will be again a get request to sessions/my-recent. And then we are going to return the data. Here, once again, we'll say get session by ID, and we're going to have the ID as the argument, get method to /sessions/ID. Here, I'll just make this to be dynamic. So let's put backticks in this way, and then I'll say, whatever the ID is, go ahead, send a get request and give me the data back. Then we'll have a join session method. Here I'll say join session, and that's going to take the ID so that we know which session that we are trying to join. This will be a post request to /sessions ID /join. Then let's do the same thing for end session. Say end session. This should be end. The rest is the same. Very last method where we can get a stream token. So I'll say get stream token. And we had an endpoint which was /chat /token. Okay, that's going to be a get request, and we don't really need to pass any arguments. So that's the entire thing, entire file. Whenever we want to use any of these methods, let's say we want to use get stream token method. We can go any file, basically. Let's go under this component. You can say, give me the object, which is session API. Let's say session API dot get stream token, right? So this is how we can use it. Basically, this will call the method. And here we know, like, this method is coming from session API. So this is one of the conventions. I think that looks pretty cool. So that was the sessions file. Now we are going to be using these as mutations and as our queries with a TanStack query. Now that might sound confusing, so let me walk you through it pretty quickly. So we're going to have some queries and mutations. A query is basically when you want to fetch some data, right? Let's say fetch data, which means you would like to have a get request, right? And then mutation is when you want to mutate something in the database, basically. So when you want to create something, here I'll just say, create something, maybe, delete something from the database or update, things like that. So these are for the mutations, and query is just getting a data. To be able to use queries, there's a method called useQuery. This is the hook we are going to call, and for the mutations, we have useMutation. And now we're going to see how to use both of them in a second. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Query is when you want to fetch some data. Mutation is when you want to do one of these operations. Okay, now let's go under the VS Code. I will create a folder called hooks under the source. And the hook that we are going to have will be use sessions.js file. And here I have a typo. Let's say sessions.js. Okay, so file created successfully. Now we'll go here and we would like to import these two hooks that we just mentioned, use mutation and use query coming from our TanStack React Query package. Now I'll also get the toast from React.toast because we'll be using it. Now let's say we would like to have a method where we can get the active sessions. So you would say export const, this is our custom hook, use active sessions. Let's say this is an arrow function, and within here you can say const, we are going to get some result, let's say, by calling use query. And this takes an object where you pass a query key. I will explain what this is. Here, let's say this will be an array where we can say, active sessions. And then the most important thing is the query function. So here we are going to say sessions API. So session API dot get active sessions. So this is the function that we are going to run whenever we call this query. And now if you try to destructure this part, you're going to see that you're getting data, you're getting the error state, you're getting the is loading, like you're getting is fetched, is enabled, millions of different things that you wouldn't even think about. You have the refetch method, just in case if this fails, you can rerun this in the background. So that's why we're using TanStack in the first place. They implemented everything that you can think of, and you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Okay, so here instead of destructuring, I'll just say result, and we are going to return this result. And I promise this will make sense in the incoming sections. So that was our very first hook. Now let's try to use it. I just want to show you an example before we write the rest of the code. Here I will go maybe under the, let's say, under the problems page. This is just for testing purposes. You don't need to follow along. Here I'll say use, what was the name? Use active sessions. I'll say use active sessions, get this hook, and this will give us some data, right? Now we can get the data, we can get the is loading field, we can get the error, right? And let's say console log the data. Now a better convention is renaming this, because if you take a look at the data, you don't understand what this is. What we can do, say colon and active sessions. You don't have to do it, but this is something that I would prefer, because when I read my code, oops, I understand that this is the active sessions. Let's save. Here we have an error. It says you're not using them. That's fine. Let's go under the problems page. So here I'll open up the terminal and go under the problems. Okay, here we can see we have an error that we can fix. I think backend is not running. Now, the beautiful thing here is that when it fails, look, first it failed, it's going to do it again. It's going to try again. Like it tries 3 different times to check if we can actually fetch it or not. And if you did it with a use effect, that would not be the case. Let's go ahead, run the backend. I'll say cd under the backend, npm run dev. Let's wait. Okay, it is running. Now let's go back. I'll refresh. Again, sessions active. Alright, so I just paused the video and realized I have a typo. Here this should be localhost. We are missing an L. Here I just tried to debug the backend code, but it is not related to backend. Here I basically have a typo. This should be localhost. Let's save and try to refresh. Okay, so here we can see now we got the sessions, which is coming from backend, and we don't really have anything. Okay, so that's working correctly. I just wanted to show you that how to use these hooks that we are going to be creating and how you can fetch the data. Here you can also console log the is loading state, error state, so on and so forth. But for now, let's delete them. Okay, so now that we understand how to use a hook, how to use a use query hook, we can keep building more and more. Now, you don't have to create a custom hook. This is just a best practice where we make our code clean. What you can do, just copy this part, you can delete this entire file if you really wanted to, and then you can go here, just do it here as well. So instead of returning the result, you would import use query, get this method, and then again, you can destructure the data, loading state, so on and so forth. So just keep that in mind. We are doing this so that our code is a little bit more, it's clean, manageable, so on and so forth. So that was the very first query. Now let's go here. I will have one mutation. I'll say const use create session. As the name suggests, we would like to create something. So that means this will be a mutation. First, let's create our hook. We'll say use mutation, and we're going to get some result back. And here we can have an object. So I'll say mutation function, which is session API dot create session. And then we can add things like on success, like what happens if this is done successfully. We can run something inside, right? We can say something like toast dot, maybe success, session created successfully. Okay, now we can duplicate this, add a comma. Then we have things like on error. I'll say toast.error, just in case if this fails, we'll say, there was a problem, or maybe we can just get the error and display it itself. So here I'll say error.response.data.message. So this is how Axios return the data for the error. So that's the format, error response data.message. And we can optional chain this so that it doesn't fail. Just in case if this is, undefined, null, whatever, you can put something like a fallback where you say failed to create room. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. It is almost the exact same thing as use query, at least the usage. Instead of query function, you use mutation function, and then you use this hook. Now we can also add mutation key, but I think here we don't really need it. Like if you would like to be consistent, you can add something like, I don't know, let's say create session and add a comma. And once again, I'll explain what this is, I promise. For now, I don't want to make this anymore like complicated. So let's skip that. And then we can say return the result. Okay, we're going to be using this hook so that we can create a session. Now let's try to create one more hook. Maybe I can duplicate this because it'll be very, very similar. So I will say use, I think, my recent sessions. Since we would like to get some data, this will be a query. Here we'll say my recent sessions. And then we'll say get my recent sessions. So that's the entire thing. Now let's duplicate this once again. This time it'll be use session by ID. And here we would like to get a session by ID. We can grab this as an argument. And here for the query key, we can put anything. Here I'll say session. And we can even make this dynamic by passing the ID. So here it goes. Then for the query function, I'll say get session by ID. And we have to pass the ID as an argument. Now we can say only run this only run this query function if we have ID. And how can we make that work? Well, there is this enable field. We'll say this should be equal to true only if the ID is available. And now we can convert this to be a boolean because it is a string value, and we can use this JavaScript trick. So basically it'll take this value and convert it to be a boolean. And we can even make this more customized. So we can say the refetch interval is going to be 5000 milliseconds, which means 5 seconds. So here I'll just add a comment. Here I'll say refetch every 5 seconds to detect session status changes. Okay, so like the possibilities are endless. You can add a lot more other fields, but these are the ones that we're going to have. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Then what else can we do? I think 2 more mutations. One where we can join to a session, and one to end one, right? Here I'll say, like, I can copy and paste, but I'll just type it out so that you don't get confused. Let's say use join session, which is a function. This is our custom hook, and we'll say use query. Now we can get the result just like what we have done above, or we can just immediately return it. Like it is the exact same thing as we are doing here. This will get the mutation function. I think this is not going to be a query, but use mutation, because we would like to send a post request. So here I'll say mutation function is going to be session API dot join session. And I just realized in this method we are getting an ID, so we can do the same thing. We're going to call this with the ID, and this is going to be coming from the argument. And here we need to wrap this in this way. Okay, so that's our mutation function where we are going to pass the ID so that we can run this successfully. And here this should also be wrapped with a method. So this is the correct signature. And then we can add the onSuccess case, which will be a method. Let's say here for now we can just put a toast that says you just joined successfully. And let's do the same thing on error case. Here I'll say maybe the exact same thing that we had above. I'll copy this entire thing, paste this in, and this should be toast.error. And we're going to get the error as an argument. Here we can say failed to join session. Okay, so is it confusing? I don't think so. Where we just have one custom hook that is getting an argument, and within this hook we are calling a mutation. So we can do something like const result and return this, or we can delete this part and return this immediately. It is the same thing. Here we have the mutation function, which is calling the join session with the ID on success and on error cases. If you want to be consistent, once again, we can add a mutation key. Here I'll say, maybe this should be an array, by the way. We'll say join session. Okay, so that's it. Maybe I can duplicate this. And that's the very last hook that we are going to have, which is use end session. And then we can get the ID as the argument. This is our mutation key. Let's say end session. Mutation function is end the session. On success case, we can say session ended successfully. If I can type correctly, let's say session ended successfully and handle the error case. Alright, so that's the entire file. We have 3 mutations and 3 queries. So that's the first mutation. Like, I'm not going to count it, but here we go. We have all of them. Later in the video, we will update something here in this file, but for now it is completely fine. Here, now we can go under the dashboard page, and we are going to be using these hooks that we just created. Okay, so let's visit the dashboard page and get started with it. So first things first, we'll go ahead and get some variables that we're going to be using. So the one that I'll be getting is the navigate method. We'll say use navigate, which is coming from React router. So I'll say import. It's kind of annoying that VS Code doesn't auto suggest this, but let's say use navigate from React router. Okay, so we got the navigate method. Now I will also get the user from Clerk. Let's say give me use user method. Again, super annoying. Like, what I would do is this Command Shift P. I'll say, reload the window. Sometimes this fixes the problem where VS Code starts suggesting you, but looks like it doesn't. So maybe I'll go ahead and get this from Clerk manually. So that's the user. Now we are going to have a state to detect if we should display the model or not. And when we click to this button, it's going to be equal to true so that we can see the model. And if we click outside, it should be equal to false. Here is how I'll be doing it. I'll say show create model. It is a use state. Initially, it is equal to false. Then we will have the room config where we have the problem as well as the difficulty. By default, they are empty strings and we're going to update them. Now let's try to call our hooks. Here I'll say use create session. Super annoying. Why this doesn't... I'll just do it once again. I'll say reload the window because it doesn't suggest me for some reason. Okay, so this is equal to JS. That's fine. It should... Okay, it doesn't... For some reason, it doesn't suggest me. So maybe we'll do it manually. I'll say import use create session from this file under the hook. Maybe it was use sessions. Okay, so that's gonna give us the mutation. Now you can destructure this if you really wanted to. You would get the data, you would get the is pending state, the mutate method. But what I'll be doing, instead of destructuring, I'll just say create session mutation. And we are going to call the mutate method from this variable. So for now, just follow along with me. Everything will make sense. We're going to get something else from use active sessions. Let's import this one. Here we will get the data, the loading state, and you can also get the error. I'll skip that. Then from use my recent sessions, we will again get the data and is loading. Now here it says you already have data initialized above. So it says you should rename this. Let's go ahead and rename it. I'll say recent sessions data. And for the loading, I'll say loading recent sessions. Let's do the same thing here. I'll say active sessions data. and let's say loading active sessions. Okay, so let's go ahead and just try to console log these values. I'll say console log the active sessions data and recent sessions data. Let's save and take a look at the end result in the terminal. This is coming from the dashboard page. So here we can see we got the sessions. Both of them are under the sessions field. Because from our session controller, let's go ahead and visit this. When we want to get the active sessions, we are returning it under the sessions field, and same for the recent sessions. So what we can do is this. I'll say const active sessions will be equal to active sessions data dot sessions. If this is equal to undefined or null, we can just add the fallback value of an empty array. Let's do the same thing for recent sessions. So we're going to get the sessions, and let's call this as recent sessions. Okay, so these are the variables that we're going to be using. Now the other thing that I would like to do is creating a method. So I'll say const handle create room or create session. And we are going to call this whenever we click to this button. So once you say create room, we are going to call this method. And here, first I'll say if there is not a problem selected or there is not a difficulty, we'll just return. We're not going to do anything. But else we can actually call our mutate method. So here I'll just say create session mutation. We have the mutate method. We are going to call this with an object. Here I'll say this is the problem that we would like to pass, which is room config.problem, and then we can pass the difficulty. I'll say room config.difficulty. Now once again, if you think about it, in the backend we are expecting these two fields, which is the problem and difficulty. And here is the proof. Under the create session, we expect to get these fields. That's why we are sending them from the front end in the first place. And then what we can do is something like this. On success, right? Once this is done successfully, I'll say on success. And I think this should be under an object as well. So we have the first object, and then we are going to have the second one. And here I'll say on success, which is a method. This is going to get the data. And then we will say something like set show create model to be equal to false. Because once we create it, we're going to close the model automatically. And then we'll say navigate. We will navigate the user to that session page. So I'll say session, and then whatever the ID is. I'll say session, data.session._ID. Because once we create the session, what do? Is returning the session field. If this is called something like session123, you would say data.session123, right? I hope that makes sense. So we're basically getting this field right here and navigate the user to that page. So believe it or not, that's the entire thing. Let me just save. Once again, this is the method that we are going to call whenever we click to this button. And what it does is calling our mutation with this argument, and on success we are going to navigate the user to that specific page. So let's shrink this, and maybe we can build the return statement, and then we're going to call this method. So for now, just like we have to be patient and follow along with the tutorial until we can see the end result of this section. So this will be a fragment because we're going to have two different children. The first one is a div, let's say class name could be minimum height of screen. Then we can say background base of 300. Within this div, as always, we are going to have navbar. And I think we need to import it manually from the components folder. So I'll just paste this in. This is the correct path. So right after the navbar, I'll have this welcome section component. And this will take a prop, let's say on create session. Let's say on create session basically we would like to say run this method where we can update the state, set show create model to be equal to true. And let me show you what I mean by this. So this is the welcome section. Once you click to this button, it's going to update the state so that we can see the model. This is exactly what we're doing. Now let's try to create this component. I'll say .jsx, rfce, and import it. Okay, now this has been imported from the components. Now let's try to actually build this component. I want you to visit the source code, find this file under the components. Okay, so head over to welcome section.jsx, copy the entire content and paste it in. It's super simple, 40 lines of code. It doesn't have any logic other than calling this method on click method, right? Okay, so we're just getting the Clerk user so that we can display their first name, and that's it. Let's save this one as well and take a look at it. Okay, so that's the end result. Once you click to it, it's going to update the state and we're going to see the model. But we don't have the model yet, so we cannot see it, which is fine. Now let's try to build this grid. So we're just going step by step once again. Right after the welcome section, I'll just put a comment. Let's say grid layout. And here we'll have div with the class name of container. Let's say mxauto. Maybe padding x of 6, padding bottom of 16. Just like that. And then I'll say one more div. Within this div, we'll have the class name of grid columns of 1, but larger screens and above, we're going to say grid columns of 3. And here we shouldn't have any spaces. Maybe gap of 6 as well. Then we will have two different components. Let's say stats cards. Duplicate this. Then we have the active sessions. So stats cards are these two, and then we have the active sessions component. Let's try to create them. I'll copy the name under the components and maybe import it. Let's do the same thing for this one. Create the file and just import it. Okay, so in a couple of minutes, we're gonna get back to these components and actually build the UI. But for now, just go right after this div. Okay, so after the active sessions, after this div, we are gonna go ahead and say something like recent sessions. And this is one of the components that we will also create. Let's say .jsx. Okay, finally, just go outside of these two divs. We are going to have a component called create session model. And let's try to create this as well. And then we are going to import it. And by the way, the shortcut that I'm using is Ctrl+B to toggle the left-hand side. And when I'm within a file, I can just do Ctrl+W and close it immediately, you know, or Command+W, that's the same thing. And here I press Command space or Control space. It's going to give me the suggestion. Okay, so let's save and take a look at the end result. Looks like we are missing something. Line 41, dashboard page. Line 41 here. Okay, let's put a question mark until we fetch the data. Now we get rid of that error. Okay, we have the stat cards, active sessions, and recent sessions. And then we have the create model, which is going to look like this. And let's actually get started with the model. So let's head over to VS Code, where we have the create session model. We're gonna pass a couple of different fields. So the first one is to check if this is open or no. I'll say send the show create model state. Then we can have an onClose method so that we should be able to close the model. And then we are going to have the room config. I'll just paste this in. Then same for to be able to update the room config state, we will set the setter method. Then on create room, we're going to call this method, which is handle create room, right? Behind the scenes, we are calling the mutate method. And then I think finally we can add a loading state, which is going to be coming from our mutation method. So we'll say is creating, and we'll say create session mutation that is pending. So this is the field that you have coming from TanStack query. Okay, now let's go ahead under the not welcome section, but create session model. We are going to destructure all these fields. I'll just get this. Then let's say I will get all the problems. Let's say import the problems. So I just imported the problems, and here I'll say something like object.values and pass the problems. So this is something that we have done in the past. Basically, we are converting this object to become an array because we will map over through the problems. Okay, so finally, I'll say if this is not open, we'll just return nothing. So return null. But if it is open, then we can return the actual model. Here I'll say class name model-open. So these are coming from DaisyUI. You can take a look at it from the documentation. And here we'll have one more div. Let's say class name model-box, maximum width of 2x large, let's say. Then within this, we'll have an h3, which will be the title that says create a new session. Here are the class names. Then right after the h3, we'll have a one div that says class name space y of 8. Then within this div, we will have the problem selection. Okay, so let's say one div where we have the class name of form-control. Do we have this class? So it looks like we don't have. I don't know why I have it in my notes. I'll delete that. Let's say space y of 2 within this. And then here we will have a label with the class name being equal to label. Within the label, we will have one span that says select a problem. And then we are going to have an asterisk that will basically indicate that this field is required. So this is the part that we are trying to build. And right after this label, we are going to have a select element so that it is working like a dropdown. So right after the label, I'll say select. Let's delete the name and ID. Instead, we are going to have the class name. Let's say select and maybe width of full. Within the select, we are going to map through every single option. And the first option we are going to have will be this text, which is disabled. But then right after this, we will say, go ahead, map through the problems. Let me copy and paste from the source code. So 2 lines of code, we say problems.map, get every single problem, put the title as well as the difficulty within the parentheses. Now under the select, we need to pass a value. Here I'll say value should be equal to something like roomconfig.problem. And then on change, let's put an inline method where we get the event and we'll do something. So first I'll say const selected problem. Let's find it. We'll go under the problems dot find. Let's get the p. We'll say p.title is equal to e.target.value. So that's the selected problem, and we are going to update the room config. So I will say keep everything as it is. Maybe we can update the problem. Oops, this should be ... So I was going to say like room config, spread it, but instead I'll just say update the difficulty field to be equal to selected problem dot difficulty, and the problem will be e.target.value. So once again, once you select a problem in the dropdown, right? Once you click to here and select a problem, it's going to update the room config with the new difficulty as well as the problem. So I hope that makes sense. Let's actually try to save and see the output. Okay, I'll refresh. Model is closed. If we click to it, now it is open, and we can see that we can actually select these problems. And if you click outside, it doesn't close for some reason. What do we have in the demo app? Okay, so it should work, but we are not calling the onClose method. So we're going to get there in a second. Go ahead, shrink the select and go outside of this div. You will have the, let's say, room summary, which is something that I'll just copy and paste. So it is 10 lines of code. We're going to have the code to icon, and we're going to display the problem, as well as we'll say like this is 101 session. Okay, so that's the summary. And then we can go ahead and get the buttons. So maybe after the curly braces, after this div, I'll scroll and I'll say one div, which is the class name of model-action. And here we'll have a button, let's say class name of btn ghost. On click, this should basically call the onClose method, like this. And the text will say cancel. Okay, so that was the first button. Then we're gonna have one more. Let's say this will be class name of btn primary, maybe gap of 2. The first one will be the loader icon. Like this is what I mean. If we are in the loading state, we're going to show the loader icon, which is coming from Lucid React, but else we are going to show the plus icon. And then we will say if it is creating, we are going to say creating ... but else we'll say create. Maybe like this, if I can type correctly. Okay, and on click, what's going to happen? Let's say on click, we are going to call on create room method, and this will be disabled. Let's say if we are in the loading state, which is creating, or let's say if room config doesn't have a problem. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Now, just before we test out, I'll go here, just before the very end div, very last div, I'll say, give me a div that has the class name of model-backdrop, and on click, we are going to call the onClose method. So I will show you what this is. Let's save and go here. Now, if you click to backdrop, it's going to close the model, right? If you don't have this line, I'll delete this and test it out. If you click background, nothing happens. So that's one thing that you'd like to add. And now let's try to actually create a session. Just before we do it, let's go into mongodb.com. Let's say sign in and visit stream as well. Let's say go into the dashboard. Here I'll try to log in pretty quickly. So I just logged in. Under the sessions, we don't really have anything at the moment. And under the stream, if you take a look at the Explorer, you're going to see we don't really have any channels at this point. Now let's try to go under our application and create a session with a TwoSum. Once I click to it, we are in the loading state and looks like we got an error. Let's open up the terminal. Under the backend, here it says easy is not a valid enum value for path difficulty. This is coming from the create session. So let's see. I'll go under the session controller. Maybe I'll just take a look at my session model. Let's try to debug this live. I'm not going to cut this part. Okay, so these are the difficulty enum values that we're accepting, but looks like we are sending it as like capitalized easy. Let's see why this is the case. When we call the mutate method, so here we are sending the difficulty. Maybe we can say to lowercase. So that's how we can debug step by step, right? I'll try once again. I'll say create. We are in the loading state now. session created, we are navigated to this page. We don't have anything, but we're gonna build this page in the incoming sections. For now, let's say, take a look at the database. We should have a session right here in a second. Okay, here we go. This is the host, currently no participant. We can see status is active. We have a call ID, which means it's been created under this stream as well. Let's refresh. And we should have a chat channel, as well as under the video calling, we should have a call. Okay, so that means our API is working completely as expected, and there is nothing to be surprised at this point. So with this in mind, we can go back to VS Code and get started with these components. Here we have the stat cards as well as the live sessions. So all we have to do, grab the data and display it. For now, I will go into maybe /dashboard page. And under the VS Code, we will go into the stats cards. And here are the props that we are expecting. The active sessions count, and same for the recent sessions. We'll just say whatever that is, .length. Okay, now let's save, go under the stat cards, get these props. I'm too lazy to type out, I'll copy and paste. Now, actually, what we can do, go into the source code, find this file called stats card, delete the entire content, and then copy and paste from the source code. It is like 30 lines of code, no logic at all. We are just putting some classes just to make it look nice. So we got the props and we display them. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just save and see the output. We have one active session, right? Which is this one. And we don't have any past sessions. Now let's do the same thing for the active sessions. So here, first I will create a method. Let's go under the dashboard page. Maybe we can close everything so that it is not confusing. So I'll just have 3 lines of code for a method. So I'll say const is user in session. So this will check if you are a host in the session or if you're a participant in the session. So we're going to pass the session as the argument. And let's say this is an arrow function where we say if there is not user, let me fix this. We'll say if there is not user.id, you can just return and say false. This is just some validation. And here I'll say return if session.host.clerkid, and I'll optional chain this. I'll say if this is equal to current user.id. So this means you are the host. Or session.participant.clerkid is equal to user.id. If any of these equal to true, that means user is part of the session. And let's optional chain this. But now I think we are not populating the participant. So we are going to visit our API under the session controller. And we are going to add one more populate method when we want to get the active sessions. So we are populating the host so that we can do, host.clerkid. But to be able to do the same thing, I will duplicate this part. I'll say participant. Okay. So this is the method that we are going to use, and you will see why. Let's go under the active sessions. We're going to pass the sessions, the loading state, as well as the method that we just created, which is this one. Okay, let's visit active sessions.jsx file. And the first thing that we'll be doing is to destructuring the props. So maybe in this way, we're going to get the sessions is loading and then this method, just like what we have passed. Now, I'd like to get a couple of different icons from Lucid React, and I'm too lazy to type this out. Here we go. So you can pause the video, type this in, and then we are getting the link from React Router. Now, we'll just jump into the return statement immediately. Here we'll have a div. Let's say the class name is going to be larger screens and above. It'll take column span of 2, let's say. Then we are going to add the card class. Let's say background base of 100. Then let's say border of 2. We'll say border primary, which is the color itself. Let's say primary. and then I'll update the opacity to be 20. On hover state, maybe we can say border primary, but this time it'll be like 30%, just a little bit more highlight. And then we'll say height will be equal to full. Then we'll have a div where we have the class name of card-body. And within this div, we are going to have the header section. So I'll say header section, and let me show you what that is. So we are building the active sessions. This is the header section. We have the left hand side and then the right hand side. Okay, so here I'll have a div, let's say class name, flex, items center, justify between, not baseline, let's say between, and then maybe margin bottom of 6. Within this div, we are going to have the title, let's type it out, and icon. And here I'll say one div with the class name of flex, maybe item center once again, and then we'll say gap of 3. Within this, we will have one more div. This is the wrapper for the icon. Let's say class name will be padding of 2, background gradient to bottom right, and then we'll say from primary, let's say from dash primary to secondary, and then let's say rounded will be x large. This is going to get the zap icon, and then for the class name, I think we can say something like size of 5. Let's take a look at the end result. Okay, so this is what we have at the moment. Right after this div, we will say h2, which will say live sessions. So this is our title. For the class name, I think we can say text of 2x large and maybe font of black. Okay, so that's the left hand side. Now we're gonna put the active sessions count. So right after the h2 and after this div, I will say one more div, and this is gonna get the class name of flex, items center, and gap of 2. Now the first div that we will have here can be self-closed because it'll just be something that you're gonna see. Let's say size, oops, this should be div, class name, size of 2, and I'll say background of success. So it is this green color. And then I'll say rounded x large. Rounded full. So it's going to be a circle. Let's save and see the output. Okay, so this is just a circle. That's why we make it to be self-closed div, because it doesn't have any content. Right after this, I'll say something like span. Let's say sessions.length, whatever that is, and I'll say active. And then let's say the class name is going to be text of small, maybe font of medium, and then text of success, which is the color. Okay, so let's save and see. I think we have one active at the moment, which is this session, right? Once we delete that from the database, it should be equal to 0. Now we would like to list the sessions one by one. Here we'll go ahead, maybe right after the span and after these two divs. Okay, so just go outside of them. You can shrink this div, which is the header, and then we will have the sessions list. So here I'll add a comment. If you don't want to type this out, just go ahead, grab the entire component from source code, copy it, paste it, and just watch me doing it. Then we can have the div. Let's say class name of space y of 3. Then I'll have maximum height of, let's give a custom color. So I'll open up the brackets. Let's fix this. Here I'll say maximum height could be 400 pixels. Then overflow y of auto, maybe padding right of 2. Then within this div, I'll say if it is loading, render this part, but else render this part. And as you might guess, in the loading state, you'll just put a loader icon with these classes where we have animate spin. So it is like a spinning icon. So this will be spinning. But in the else case, we can go ahead and say something like if sessions.length is greater than 0, then run this part, else run this part. Okay, so in this case, that means we don't really have any active sessions. Now we can get started with this part where we would like to get every single session, right? I'll say sessions.map, and let's grab each session. For all of them, we are going to return this part. which will be a div. So let's create this. It'll get a key, let's say session._id. Then within this div, we're going to have some content, but first let's put class names. So this will be cards, background, base of 200, maybe something like border of 2, then border base 300. Let's say on hover state, border dash primary, and maybe like 50%. Okay, so that was the container. Now we'll have one more div. This is the wrapper. Let's say class name, likes, items centered, and justify between. Then finally, gap of 4, padding of 5. Now within this, we are going to have a left side. I'll say left side, and then we'll have the right side. So this is the left hand side. Let's say flex. This will get maybe items center, gap of 4, and maybe flex of 1. So for now, just follow along with me. You're going to see the end result in a couple of minutes. And here, the first thing that we're going to have is just an icon. Import this code to icon at the size 7, and this should be good to go. So that's the first thing that we have added. Right after this div, we will go ahead and get another div. Let's say class name. And before we actually keep going, this is the part that we are trying to build. Okay, so it's literally this component. We just put this, okay? And now we're gonna get the title, difficulty, the host, put their name, the participants count, if it is open, like if we can join or not. Because if this is full, let's say if you have 2 out of 2, this should say something like full. Maybe I have an example, let's see. Okay, so if another user already joined, it'll say full, so you cannot join really. And the button will be disabled, as you can tell. Okay, so let's just try to keep going, and we're gonna see the end result in a second. So within this div, under the classes, I'll say flex of 1, maybe minimum width of 0. And within this div, I will paste this in, where we have one div. Let's just try to format this. Then we have h3 that says, whatever the problem name is. And then we are gonna put the difficulty. Let's get this method. We already have this. I will say import this from, we will go maybe 1 up under the utils, like under the lib, under the utils file, we're gonna get this method. Okay, so let's save and actually see the end result, but here for now I'll just say maybe null, so that we don't have any errors. Okay, so that's the session that we just created. We have the difficulty. Let's try to actually uppercase this. Let's say session.difficulty. Can we do something like to capitalize? Does that work? It doesn't. Let's say just capitalize. I'll open up the terminal. Okay, so it looks like this is not a function. Here I'll say maybe just get the first one. So I'll say, how do we do it? Like I'll say slice, just get the first one from 0 to 1, uppercase it. Let's say to uppercase, and then we're gonna get the rest of it, put it as it is. So here you can see E is uppercased. So that is one of the tricks that you can keep in mind. You're just gonna get the very first letter, uppercase it, and then put the rest of it. So after the span and after this div, we will go ahead, create one more div, which is this one that I'll provide you. We have cron icon, the user's icon, as well as this part. So we say if session has a participant and this user is not part of it, then it means it is full. But in the other case, that means this user can join. So it is open. And let's take a look at it. Now this user can join. Here it says, it is open because this is not full already. Alright, then after the curly braces, after these 3 divs, just go below and paste this in, where we say if session has a participant and if this user is not part of it, we are going to display a button which is disabled, and we'll say it is already full. And in the other case, we'll say here's the link, you can join to this session, right? And here we say if this user is already in the session, we'll say rejoin, but if they have never joined, we'll say just join. Okay, so let's see. Since this user is the host, it says you can rejoin. I hope that makes sense. And if you click it, it'll take you to that specific session page. So I think it's pretty easy to understand, but this code is, yeah, it's a little bit like too much classes, a little bit too much indentation. Maybe it could feel a little bit overwhelming, but I think it's nothing complicated because literally there is no logic other than if-else statements with the ternary operators. Okay, so that's the entire thing. We'll just go into this case, which means there are no active sessions and it is just styling. I will get it from the source code. So here, let's open up the brackets, paste this in maybe 10 lines of code where we have a sparkles icon. You say no active sessions, and here is like you can be the first one to create. And let's test this out. Here, I'll just say if this is equal to false so that we can see the other case. So this is what you would see if there were no sessions. And let's bring this back now. Okay, so believe it or not, that's the entire component for active sessions. We are just getting our props, displaying them, and using them within the return statement. Okay, so that's the entire component that you can take a look at. Now let's scroll to the top. We can close this file. We're pretty much done with it. The very last component that we would need to complete is the recent sessions. Now this component is going to get two different props, which are the recent sessions and then the loading state. And make sure to pass this one because we have two different loading states, right? So you should pass this one. Now what I want you to do, head over to this component, delete the entire content, find the source code under this file, and just copy it and paste it. So at least this is what I'll be doing because it is extremely long, like 100 lines of code, no logic at all. This is the exact same thing what we have just done. So here you can see we don't have anything other than return statement. Okay, so I hope you don't mind it. We are not using the play. I'll just delete this. Probably you're not gonna get that. Okay, so let's see. Under the recent sessions, let me see, we have a, like this is not correct. Let's say under the maybe lib utils. So if you just copied and pasted from source code, this will be already correct in your case because I just fixed it, right? Okay, let's refresh. It says you don't have the date.fns package. Let's import it. I'll open up the terminal under the front end. Let's say clear npm install date-fns. So this will give you a couple of different functions that you can use to format the dates. And in this case, we are using this method called format distance to now to check when the session has been created. Okay, so currently we don't really have any sessions, but if we had, this would be the output that you would get. Like about 3 hours ago, the name, difficulty, how many participants, it's already been completed, and the specific date. So what you see here, on this file is this output basically. Nothing that contains logic other than UI elements. And that's why we even copied and pasted in the first place. Okay, so I think we are pretty much done with the entire dashboard page. We are able to create sessions thanks to this model. We are able to have the welcome session where we can open up the model, stat cards, active sessions, and the recent sessions. So that's pretty much it. I think you enjoyed the entire section. Let's go ahead and commit all of our changes. We'll close everything, maybe open up the status bar, and for the branch name, we can say dashboard-page. Let's stage everything. I'll say dashboard page created, or maybe added. Let's publish this. And as usual, we'll just create the pull request, then wait for the suggestions. So after a couple of minutes, we got the entire summary. Here you can pause the video and read it. But basically, these are all the things that we have done in this section. All the files that we have updated, the sequence diagram, how everything is going to work behind the scenes. But what I'm interested in more is the problems. So let's see what problems we have in our code. Here it says under the recent sessions, you always show as completed. Maybe here you should show, if a session is active or not. But here we will only see the past sessions. So it is completely fine if we leave it as it is. So this is unnecessary. We can skip this. Here it says your error message is not really consistent. Here we say room, but we should say session. Okay, that's a nice refactoring, but very tiny. I'll skip this. You can fix that. And same for this one. Instead of saying join session, this should be end session under this mutation. That's correct. Maybe we can fix it later in the video. Okay, so I'll just merge the pull request. Let's say confirm. Now that this is done, we'll go back, get into the master, and we'll just sync this up. So this will get us the latest changes and make our code up to date. So with that, that's it for the entire section. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we are going to get started with the session page. So this is very similar to what we have built in the past under the problem detail page. So we have the problem details, we have an output panel, as well as a code editor. So these are going to be the same, or let's say almost the same. The layout is going to be a little bit different. So we have the description, then the code editor, and then finally we have the output panel. So these are almost the same thing. We can build this pretty quickly. Once we are done with it, we can get started with the video calling as well as the chat messaging features. Okay, so let's jump into VS Code under the frontend, under the app.jsx. First, I will add a new route. Let me zoom out. I will duplicate this. This will be slash, let's say session, and then we are going to have a dynamic ID. And let's say display a session page. And let's try to copy this name, go under the pages, create this file, and then maybe import it right here. Okay, and we can get rid of all of these. Now, instead of deleting them one by one, you can do Ctrl-Shift-P and say organize imports. It's going to get rid of all the imports that you don't really use. Okay, so that's just one trick that you can use in VS Code. Then I can zoom in and then jump into the session page. So I will get a couple of different methods and maybe some states. Let me save and import everything one by one. We are going to get the navigate method. We are going to get the use params so that we can get the session ID from the URL. We can get the user from Clerk, and then use state where we have the output as well as the loading state if we are running the code or not. Now we can get the session itself. I'll say use session by ID, and this hook is expecting an ID, right? So we're going to pass this in, and then this is going to give us some data. Let's say we're going to get the data where I'd like to rename this. I'll say session data, and then we're going to get the is loading. Again, I'll say rename this to be loading session, and then we are going to get the refetch method. So we're going to be using this. I'll show you when, like in a couple of minutes, and you're going to understand why. Now I'd like to get the use join session method or the hook as well as the end session. So we're just going to call them, that's it. And it's going to give us the mutation methods that we are going to be using. Now one thing that I'd like to update here, let's go ahead and visit these hooks. So we are getting the ID as the argument. What I'll be doing, I'll delete it. And here, instead of calling this under a callback, I'll just delete this part and show this as a reference without calling this method. Okay, so once we use them, I think it'll make sense. Let's do the same thing for the use and session hook. I'll delete the ID. and we're gonna delete this part. Just display the end session method as a reference, which is getting the ID. So let's save. Now we don't really need to pass the ID right here under this hook. Whenever we call the mutation, let's say end session mutation dot mutate, then you would pass the ID. And this is going to see the end mutation where it says call this method and we are sending the ID, right? Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is the way that we are going to be using it. Now I'd like to get the session. So here I'll say from the session data, go ahead and get the session field. Then we can check if user is the host or if user is the participant. Now, since these are just some variables and we have done them already in the past, I'm just trying to copy and paste and speed up the process so that this course doesn't get any longer than this. Now, the other thing that we would like to get is the problem data. So we'll say if session has a problem, go ahead and get the problems object. Let's import it. And we are going to find the problem based on the session problem title. Okay, so that's the problem data. We're going to be using it. Now we'll get one state for the selected language. By default, it could be JavaScript, just like in the past. And then for the code, the starter code is going to be whatever the problem data is. We'll get the starter code and then the selected language. Okay, so that's the other state that we would need. Now I will have a method where we can handle this language change. So what happens if you try to change the language? It'll be the same as we have done in the past. Let me give you the function, maybe 5 lines of code. So handle language change, we're gonna get the new value, which is the new language, update the state, and then we will also use the problem specific starter code. And the output will be equal to null. So this is something that we have done in the past. I'll just shrink this. Let's get one more method where we can run the code. Okay, so I'll just paste this in. You can pause the video, type this in. We are updating the loading state, the output. Let's get the execute code method. So this is the selected language and then the code that we would like to execute. We're going to update the output as well as the loading state once this is done. So after these two methods, I'll create one more method. Let's say const handle end session, which is going to be a function. And we are going to call this method whenever user clicks to this button. So host will say end the session, and just before we end it, I'd like to ask something like, a confirmation message. So I'll say if, maybe confirm, call this. We'll say, let's type this out. I'll say, are you sure that you want to end the session? All participants will be notified. Let me get this text, paste this in. Okay, so that's my question. If user says yes, then we'll say end session mutation, call the mutate method, pass the session ID, and then on success, let's say once this is done successfully, we are going to take the user and navigate them to the dashboard page. Okay, so this is going to navigate the host to the dashboard page. But what about the participant, right? So I'll just add a comment. Let's say this will navigate the host to dashboard. But now what about the participant? Well, for this we can create a use effect. Let me just shrink this method. I'll go under this state. I'll say use effect. Let's try to generate this or initialize it. And I'll just add a comment. Let's try to import the use effect first. Here I'll say redirect the participant when session ends. So here, as you can imagine, whenever the session ends, we would like to run this use effect. So we'll say if there is no session, or if we are in the loading session state, just don't do anything, return. But in the else case, we'll say if session.status is equal to completed, Then we'll just take the user, navigate it to / dashboard page. So this is for the participant. And here I think we need to pass the loading session state as well as the navigate method just to make React happy. So that was the first use effect that we would need. Now the other one is when you visit the session page, let me show you. Once you click to this button where you say join, right, it's going to take you this page. And here we automatically want to run this method. Let me show you this. So we want to automatically run this join session mutation, right? So for this we will have use effect. I'll just go maybe above this. Let's generate another one. And maybe I can add a comment. Here I'll say auto join session if user is not already a participant and not the host. Because if you are already participant, you don't need to call that mutation again. And if you are the host, again, you don't need to call it. But if you are not, then we can run this. Let's first check if user is the host or if user is the participant. Don't do anything, just return. And we can also say something like if there is no session or if there is no user, or let's say if you are in the loading session, don't do anything. So this is just to make our code a little bit more safe. But in the else case, we can just say join session mutation. Let's go ahead and call this. We're gonna pass the session that we would like to join, and on success, we would like to refetch. We would like to refetch the current session, right? We're gonna call this method again so that we can see the latest data. Let's think about it. If I am in the session, right, it says only one user has in the current session. Once you join, it should be like 2 users, and it should refetch this immediately, right? Get the latest data. So that's what we are trying to see. Once you join, this should be up to date. And here we say, once this is done successfully, go ahead, call the refetch method. Now let's pass the array. So we will say whenever the session changes, user changes, loading session, I think, is host, is participant, ID, and we need to pass the methods just to make React happy. Okay. So I know this might look a little bit too much, but it's fine in our case. This is going to join the user to the session. Okay, so just a quick pause here. This is me from the future. We have some bugs in our code that I'd like to fix. So currently this is our dependency array, right? We have the 2 different functions right here, and we should delete this. But before we do so, I'd like to show you the problem that we have, okay? So this is what we have at the moment, and we are going to fix it. So here we have 2 different sessions. I'll say join, and this will get infinite errors, because every single time these functions cause this to have infinite rendering. So this use effect will run in a infinite loop. So to be able to get rid of this, we are going to delete both of these functions from here. Even though we have a warning, that's fine. Like, this is just React thinking that we should add them. Or it is ESLint actually, not even React, right? This is coming from ESLint, is it? Yeah. So just ignore it, delete those functions from the dependency array, and let's give it a go once again. So here I'll visit the application and I'll say join. Now it should say only once joined successfully, right? We don't get that infinite errors. Okay, so keep this in mind, fix this. Okay, fix this part, go ahead, delete both of these. Even though I have it, I just know that this is the solution that I only realized after completing the entire recording. Okay, with that, now let's move on with the tutorial. So that was the second use effect. The very last one that we would need is to update the code. So here I'll just paste this in, 3 lines of code. We would like to update the code state whenever the problem loads or changes. So here we say when we change the selected language or the problem data, this should rerun by getting the starter code for that specific selected language. Okay, so these are all the use effects. Now I think we can get started with the return statement. In here I'd like to show you something. Let me do Control Z. Okay, so here we have two different panels. One on the left, the other one is on the right. And here we have three different panels. So here you can see one at the top, and then the other one is in the middle, and then one at the bottom. And every single one of them has a resizable panel, as you can tell. So we're going to build this step by step. Just keep in mind, here we have vertical panels, here we have horizontal panels. Okay, so let's jump into the return statement. First, I'll say this div will get the class name of height screen, maybe. Width could be full, or we can just leave it without saying anything. Let's say background base will be 100, flex and flex of column. At the top, we will have navbar as usual. Let's go ahead, import it. Then the second thing we will have is a div component. Let's say class name of flex1, so it is taking the entire remaining space. We will get the panel group component. Let's say the direction will be equal to horizontal. And within this, we are going to have two different panels. One for the left, let's say left panel, which is the code editor and problem details. Then I'll duplicate this. We are going to have one panel for the right, let's say maybe right panel, which is the video calling, let's say video calls and chat. Okay, so here, let's say panel. I don't know why, but my computer's having a hard time. Let's say panel, imported. So here on this panel, I'll say something like default size of 50 and minimum size of 30. Let's copy this, paste this in. Again, it's going to be 50%, so in total they're equal to 100. Let's say video calling panel. And here we can say something like maybe code editor panel. Let's save and take a look at the end result. If I click to this session, I am in the session page. Here we can see we have two different panels. And let's put something in the middle, as we have done in the past. Here I'll say panel resize handle. Resize handle. It's going to be a self-closed component. Here we have a class name of width2, background base of 300. On the hover state, I will update the background to be equal to primary. Let's say transition colors. Oops, let's say transition colors. Holy crap. Let's say transition dash colors. Okay, finally, I'll say cursor dash call resize. So this is going to be in the column direction, as you can tell, right? This is like column direction resize. If you say maybe like row resize, the cursor is going to update as if, it's not really that different, right? I'll say volume, let's see. Well, it's not really that different. I thought the difference would be insane. Well, okay, so that's fine. This is the one that I'll be using. Now let's first get started with the code editor panel, right? Which is this left-hand side. So here, this is going to be a to-do for the incoming minutes. But first, we'll get into this panel. Let's delete the content. Here, we will have one more panel group. And this time, the direction is going to be equal to vertical. Let's say vertical. Within this panel group, we will have one panel, let's say the problem description panel. And maybe I can copy this, paste this in, and close this off. Default size could be something like 50, and minimum size, let's say, will be 20. Okay, now let's try to build it. I'll say this will get the div, where the class name is equal to height full, overflow, y of auto, then background base of 200. Then within this, we can have the header section. Let's say header section, which is going to be a div. So here I'll say div, maybe class name of padding 6, background base of 100, then border dash bottom, maybe border base 300 as the color. Then within this, we will have one more div, let's say class name, flex, items start. Then we will have justify between, then margin bottom of 3. So this is the part that we are trying to build basically. This is the header part. Okay, so let's go within this div. We will have one div which is kind of like wrapper. It doesn't have to have any classes. And I'd like to give you the content, which is like 10 lines of code. We have one h1 that shows the session.problem. Then we have the category, and finally the name of the host as well as the amount of participants. So if there is already a participant in this session, it'll be 2, but by default it'll be 1. Okay, let's save and take a look at the end result. So currently this is the problem name, the category, this is the host, and so far we only have the host, so that's why it says you only have one user in this session. Okay, now let's go ahead and keep building. So right after the p tag and after this div, I will go below, give a little bit space and paste this in. It is 10 lines of code. Let me walk you through it. So this is what I just pasted. Okay, so first we are going to get the difficulty batch class method, and we're gonna pass the difficulty. Okay, and then we will show the difficulty of the session. Then we'll say if user is the host, and if this session is still active, we would like to see a button where we can end the session, right? If you are not the host, then you cannot see this button. Okay, and we'll say if we are in the loading state, here is the loader icon, but else it is this logout icon, which is kind of like this exit icon. Let's try to import these icons, I should say. Once you click to the button, we are gonna call the onClick, which is like the handle and session method. And this one in the background is going to call our mutation. Okay, so I think there is nothing else here. We just say if it is already completed, show this text that says completed. Let's save and take a look at the end result. Okay, this is not working for some reason. I mean the styling, this should be at the very end. Let's see why this is the case. I'll scroll to the top. So I just realized this should be equal to justify between and not baseline. Okay, now if you click to it, it's going to ask you this confirmation, right? Which is something that we have under the method. Once you say yes, it's going to run the if statement. One more thing, I'd like to uppercase this E. So we'll go right here, find the difficulty. Here I'll say slice the first letter, right? And then I'll say 2 uppercase. Call the method, and then we're gonna put the rest as it is. Here I'll copy this. Let's say paste this in, difficulty, dot slice, and just get the rest of it as it is. Now the E should be uppercased. Now we can test out this method if it is working or not by pressing OK, but I'll just leave it for now so that we can build the rest of the UI and then we can test it out. Okay, so let's go back into the VS Code. After this span, after the curly braces, and after all these 3 divs, just go below. We are going to have we're gonna have this div, let's say class name, heading of 6, maybe space y of 6 as well. Alright, so here the first thing that I'd like to have is the problem description itself. Okay, so I'll say problem description, and let me provide this to you. There's maybe 10 lines of code. We will say if problem has a description, go ahead, render this part where we get the text itself as well as the notes. Okay, so this is something that we have done in the past. Please don't get mad just because we copy and paste. This is like super simple at this point because we have done this already in the past. So that was the problem description. Now let's get the examples section. So after the curly braces, still within this div, I'll say examples section, and maybe again provide you the code. So you can get this from the source code. This will be like 30 lines of code. I will paste this in and I'll walk you through it. And maybe just before we build this part, let's save and see the output. Okay, so this is how that works for the description. Under the examples, I'll paste this in and let me walk you through it. So we say if problem has some examples, and if the example's length is greater than 0, go ahead and run this part. So we have a title, then we are mapping through the examples, just like what we have done in the past. We have the input, the output, and then the explanation if there is any. So super simple. Let's save and see the end result. Okay, so the very last thing that we are missing is the constraints. Let's go ahead under the example section. I will shrink this and then paste the constraints. Again, super simple. We just check if we have any. If so, we are going to map through it and display this code element with the dot as the decorator, so that we can get this exact output. Now this was the very first panel that we have within the left hand side, right? So that was the first panel where you can scroll through it. Then the second panel is going to be the code editor and then the output panel, right? So here we would like to have something in the middle. Let's try to build it. So it's this panel. Let's scroll to the top and maybe shrink it. This is the problem description panel. Still within this panel group, we're going to put the panel resize handle, and this time this will get the class name of height of 2. Then let's say background base 300. Let's say on hover the background will be primary, transition of colors, and finally cursor of row resize. Okay, then we're gonna have one more panel. So this is the one for the code editor, for the code editor panel basically. And here I'll say the default size is going to be 50. Maybe the minimum size can also be 20, just like what we have above. So this panel and this panel in total, they make 100, right? 50 and 50. So within this panel, we can have one more panel group. Let's type this out. And you might be asking, why do we have it again? It's because we would like to separate the code editor from the output, right? Here we can see this is another panel resizable element so that we can, hold this and resize it. So if you're using this package for the first time, this might look complicated or a little bit weird, which is completely fine, but this is the logic behind it. Okay, so here under this panel group, I'll say direction once again will be vertical. So the direction is going to be equal to vertical, and we will have two different panels. The very first one is this panel where we have the code editor panel. Let's import it. So this is a reusable component. We can just send all these props, and then we can have a resizable. Once again, I'll copy this, paste this in. So this is having the height of 2. It is almost the exact same thing with this panel. And then we're gonna put the output panel. So let me get this. 3 lines of code. That's it. And I'll just zoom out so that you can see it clearly. Okay, so this is the part that we just built. Let's try to save and take a look at the end result. I think we are missing something. Here it says output panel is not defined. Let's import it. Okay, now let's take a look at it. So this is like 50%. Let me show you. So this is the 50% part, right? And then what we have is the other 50%, which is this part. And then what we are doing, we are even splitting this part into 70% to, let's say, 30%, which is the output panel. If you take a look at our code base, you're going to see the exact same thing. We have one panel that is 50%, and then the other one is the 50%. And then within this, we have 70% to 30%. And let's try to resize them. Like it is working as expected. and you can scroll through this so that you can see the entire content. Even if you don't have enough space, you can always scroll and see everything. Now let's try to change the language. Here I'll say Python. It updates. We can say Java. Go back to JavaScript. Everything is working just like expected. Let's say console.log. Something like, hey there, run the code. We have the loading state and we can see the output. And one tiny detail, once you have an output and if you want to update the language, it's going to reset the output. This is not magic. This is something that we have in our code. If you take a look at the use effect, we say whenever the selected language updates, we'll both update the, sorry, it is not this part, my bad. We say whenever the language changes, we are gonna call this method, and here we can see we are updating the output to be null at the end, right? So this is the method that actually make this work. Alright, so that's the entire left hand side, where we have once again the problem description, code editor, as well as the output panel. Now what I would suggest you to do, go ahead, pause the video and take a look at this entire code base, which is the session page in this example. Before we jump into the video calling panel, just try to understand what we have done here and make sure you're comfortable with it. So what we have done, in my opinion, is nothing complicated. We are using two of the very familiar components, which is the code editor panel and output panel. So these are the stuff that we have built in the past. Then on top of this, maybe this panel stuff is a little bit confusing, but other than this, nothing is complicated. We just have some markup with styling, and that's it. Maybe here you can take a look at the use effects, the methods that we have, and then the mutations. But in general, I think there is nothing complicated at this point. So once you analyze the code base, maybe for like 5 to 10 minutes, you'll understand everything on the left hand side, and then we can jump into the video calling panel. Alright, now let's jump into this component. So here we will have both the video calling as well as the chat messaging, right? So for this, we need to use two different packages in the front end. So let's open up the terminal, go under the front end, maybe kill this. So I'll say npm install stream-chat, and here I'll give you a specific version, which is 9.23.0. And then we're gonna get this package, let's type it out, at stream-io/video react SDK. And the version will be 1.24.0. Let's run this. As you can tell, this is for chat messaging and this is for video call. Okay, so I'll just wait for this to be installed. And actually, I'll run one more command. Let's say npm install, where we'll like to install stream-chat-react. So this is gonna give us the styling. And I'll put 13.9.0. Okay. So once this is done, we can run our application, and we will go under the source folder, let's say frontend source under the lib. I will set up stream, oops. So this should be stream.js file. And let's try to run our application before we build this file. I'll say npm run dev. Okay, so here we will basically have two different functions. So first, let me get you an import, which is going to be coming from this package, and I can zoom in. So we'll get the stream video client, and then we will have an API key that I'll just paste in, which is going to be called vid stream API key. Let's go under the front end, under the .env, we will have this variable, and for the value, I think we can get our API key under the backend. So this is our stream API key, not the secret API key, okay, just make sure. So we're gonna have the API key in this file, and then we can go under the stream.js file. We will have a variable called client. Initially it's be equal to null, and this is the stream client. So let's say export const initialize stream client, which is an async function. We will get the user as well as their token so that they can initialize a stream client, which means they will be able to communicate with our stream application. Okay, so let's say this is a function. Now, before we say something like, connect to stream, let's add some if checks just to make sure that this is working properly. Here I will add a comment. I'll say if client exists with the same user, instead of creating again, just return it. Let's actually say instead of creating again. Okay, so here I'll say if there is a client and let's say client.user.id, and we can optional change this just to make sure it is working fine. Let's say if this is equal to user.id. If this is the case, that means we can just return the client instead of trying to connect again. Then after this if check, we can say something like client will be equal to new stream video client, where we will pass the API key, we're gonna pass the user, and we're gonna pass the token. So we're getting both of these as arguments, and this is the API key that we have in this file. Let's even make this a little bit more, let's say, secure, or like a better code. Here I'll say if there is no API key, we can throw a new error saying you don't have the API key. Let's say stream API key is not provided. Then once we create the client, we can just say return it out of this method. And then this is to initialize. Now let's have a method where we can disconnect from stream client. Okay, so it'll be like 5 lines of code. I'll just copy and paste. We will say user wants to disconnect from the stream client. Check if there is already a client, disconnect, which is a method that we have under the client, and then we'll say client is equal to null. Okay, so that's it for the stream.js file. We are going to be using these methods in the incoming minutes. So I'll go ahead under the front end. Under the source, we have the hooks. Here I'll have use stream client.js. So this is our custom hook where we will initialize the stream. Like we are going to write the code so that we can call this hook in different pages, and specifically under the session page. So let's close everything and get into this hook. So first off, I'll say RFCE, but instead of returning JSX, we are going to return an object. Okay, so first let me just give you the imports. We will have 5 different imports. We will get useState and useEffect. We're gonna get the stream chat, the React hot toast, these 2 methods from the stream file, as well as the session API. Now we will have a couple of different states. Let me provide them. So we will have a stream client. Initially, like everything is equal to null. So this is for video calling. This is for chat messaging. Then the call itself, as well as the channel. And then finally, this is a loading state where we say, like if we are initializing the call, initially it's equal to true. So now let's have a use effect. Now we will get into the use effect, but this hook will also get a couple of different arguments. So we're going to get the session, we're going to get the loading session as the state, let's say is host and is participant. So when you are joining into a session, we would like to know if you are the host or if you are the participant. Now let's go under here. We'll have 2 different variables. So I'll say let video call, which is equal to null initially, and same for the chat instance. And then we can create a method called init call. Let's say this will be an async function. And eventually we would like to call this method. So here I'll just say call this method. Okay, now we can get into the logic. Here I'll say if there is no session dot call ID, then we can just say return. So this is just a validation if check. We are just trying to see, if there is not a call ID, then we cannot initialize any calls. So this is like, maybe you can think of it like unnecessary, but this will make our code just work properly. Then we can check, if user has joined. So we'll say if there is no host, and let's say if there is no participant. Let's say if this is the case, like we cannot initialize a call, we'll just say return, right? But in the else case, we can have our try and catch block. Under the try, I will say session API dot get stream token. And from here, we can say await, and we can destructure a couple of different fields, which are gonna be token, the user ID, and username, and maybe user image. Now you might be asking, like, why do we call them as it is? So let's go under the maybe backend. We have some controllers. Under the chat controller, we have token, right? This is what we return from this method. Token, user ID, username, and user image. So now we are destructuring them because we're going to be using them. Now let's say const client. We will say await initialize stream client, which is the method that we have created a couple of minutes ago. So here we are going to pass one object, which is the user. So I'll say ID is equal to user ID. Then we'll have the name. Let's say it is equal to, I think I have imported something. Let's delete this. So we'll say name is equal to username. Then we will say image is equal to user image. So that was the first argument. The second one was the token, right? So let's pass this. And we are done with this call. Okay, so we have the client. So let's say set client. I think set stream client to be equal to this client variable we have. Now let's say the video call variable will be equal to client dot call the method, and then we'll say type was default, then session dot call ID. Then right after this, I'll say await video call dot join, and the argument is going to be create of true. So everything is coming from the documentation. These are the things that I didn't memorize or I don't know by heart. Like I just double check the documentation, make sure everything is working, and you know, like that's the end result. So if you have any questions, you can always take a look at it from the docs. Now I'll say const API key. We're gonna get the feed stream API key once again. Let me copy and paste this. Now we'll say chat client instance. Here we'll say stream chat, which is the import that we have at the very top. We'll say stream chat dot get instance, and we're gonna pass the API key into it. Then we can say something like await chat client instance dot connect the user. Call the method with the exact same thing that we have done above. So we're gonna pass the token as well as the object, the user object. So I'll paste this in. This should be correct now. Now that the user is connected, we can do this. I will say set chat client to be this chat client instance. Then we are going to listen for the live changes, right? We'll say chat channel.watch, and here is the channel ID that we are passing. Okay, finally, we'll update the channel state. So I know that we have a couple of different steps, but this is really how that works. It is just only one file and everything will work behind the scenes. Now under the catch, we can say maybe toast.error, and I'll say failed to join video call. And here for debugging purposes, you can put the error. I'll say console.error and say something like error init call, and put the error right here. Now finally, we would like to update the loading state. So I'll say set is initialize and call equal to false. Okay, so that's the entire method for the init call. Now we are calling this method. Here I'll just make it a little bit more proper. I'll say, you know, if we have session, and if we are not in the loading state, only then call the init call method. Because if we don't have the session, we cannot even join. Now let's add our variables. We'll say whenever the session changes, or loading session, let's say is host as well as is participant. So that's it for the entire use effect, but now I'd like to add the performance optimizations. Here I'll do it with the cleanup method. So here is how that works. In use effects, you can pass a return method, and here I will pass what we call an iffy. So I think this is how we type it out. Immediately invoked function expression. This is something that you already know from JavaScript. Let's say JS, iffy. So you can take a look at it in detail, but basically it is a function that calls itself only once. So here I'll paste this in, maybe 10 lines of code. This is the signature. So you have like two different brackets, and within the first one you have your function, and it is calling itself. Okay, so here we say if there is a video call, just leave it because this is the cleanup, right? And we'll do disconnect the user as well as disconnect from the stream client. Okay, once again, let's say this is for performance reasons. So that's the entire hook. We'll just scroll to the very bottom, maybe right after the use effect. We will say return this object where we can have the stream client, we can have the call, we can have the chat client, we can have the channel, and finally the loading state. Okay, so that's it. I think we are not calling the set call. Let me find it. So we are not using the set call. Let's scroll to the bottom. We have this video call.join. We'll say set call is equal to this video call variable. Okay, so with this, that's the entire hook. Now we can go in the session page and we can basically call it, then destructure all these values that we just created. So maybe right here after the participant, I'll say use stream client, and we might want to import it manually. So I'll go above, say import, maybe I'll copy this entire thing, paste this in. We'll say get it from use stream client, and we'll just get this method. Oh, okay, so I think this is a default export, right? So let's do it then. Import use stream client. Okay, so that's the correct import now. Let's scroll to the bottom. Right after here, we will say the arguments were the session, the loading session, the is host variable, as well as is participant. And this will give us a couple of different values, which are all of these: the call, the channel, chat client, the loading state, as well as the stream client. Okay, go ahead, type this out, then we will get into the return statement. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here we have a to-do in this panel. So let me actually shrink this entire panel because we are pretty much done with it. So that was the left panel. Now we'll get into this right panel. So under this panel, I'll delete this text. We'll have a div, let's say class name, height of full. We will have background base of 200. Then we'll have padding of 4, maybe overflow of auto. Within this div, we will have is initializing call. If this is the case, we are going to render this part, else we're going to render this part. Here, as you can tell, we are going to have a loading state. So let me provide this to you. It is just 5 lines of code. You can pause the video and type this in. If you are not in the loading state, we can check, if stream client is not available, or if it is undefined, or if there is not a call, then we can run the error statement. So again, I'll just provide this to you. This 10 lines of code where we say, connection failed, unable to connect to the video call. Let's import these icons. Okay, I think we already have them at the very top, which are coming from Lucid React. Okay, let's scroll to the bottom. But if this is not the case, here I'll just put a question mark and then else case. So this is the if case if we have any errors, and else case where we don't have any errors. We'll just return a div. Let's say get a div. Within this, we will have the stream video component, which is coming from this package. Then within this, we will have the client as the argument or the prop, which will be equal to stream client. And then we will have a stream call component. Again, just import it from the same package. Then let's scroll to the bottom. This is going to have the call as the argument. Paste this in, and then finally, we'll have our own component. Let's say video call UI. And this will get, let's say, chat client as the argument. Then it's gonna get the channel for the messaging. Let's say channel, just paste this in. Okay, let's try to copy this file name, go under the components, and just say .jsx. And then we'll just import it here on this file. Let's save. Hopefully we should be able to at least see something like video call, or we shouldn't have any errors. To lowercase, it cannot read it under the session page. Okay, so let's try to find this method. Here maybe we can add a question mark. Okay, now we don't have any errors. We are able to connect to the video call. Now here we can see this is actually connected to a video call. All we have to do is just display it, right? Here it's using my microphone, my camera, if I allow it. So this is literally now in the video call, like connecting. Once it is connected, we can see the video call UI. That should look like this. And let's try to build it now. So I will go into VS Code. I will have a couple of different imports under this file. You can pause the video and type them out, but these are everything that we'll be using in this file. Now there will be some, let's say, states and different methods that I'd like to provide you. Here we will get the navigate as always from use navigate hook. Now there is a hook called use call state hooks, which is coming from stream, and it gives you different hooks, so you can destructure these. And we are using this to get the calling state, like if we joined, if it has ended, things like that. And then the participant count. Then we can have this state that is called if chat is open or not. If you click to this icon, that state will be updating and you're gonna see the chat right here. And if you click to this one, again, it'll be equal to false. So this would be the end result. And we are using the amount of participants right here with the help of this hook, this one. Okay, now here I'll just say, let me copy and paste first. I'll say if the calling state is not equal to joined, that means we are trying to join the call, right? Here there are some other options like idle, joined, maybe joining. Actually, let's say if this is equal to joining, we'll say we are joining the call, right? Now let's shrink the if statement and get into the actual return statement. Here I'll say height should be equal to full. Let's say flex, gap of 3, and maybe we can use the relative class. So the first one is the video section where we'll have a div. I'll say class name of flex1. Let's say flex in the column direction, and gap of 3. Here I'll have a div. Let me say this is the participants count this is the participant count badge and the chat toggle. So here I'll just provide this to you. Again, super simple, nothing complicated. So I'll delete this div, paste this in, maybe 10 lines of code. And here we are getting the chat client and channel as the prop. So I'll grab both of them like this. Okay, so once again, this is going to show the amount of participants that you have, as well as a button where you can toggle the state for the chat. Okay, let's toggle this. We will go right after this div, and we will have the video layout. Again, I can provide this to you. 3 lines of code, nothing complicated. We have the speaker layout component, and this speaker layout is coming from stream. So here we can see we are importing it from this package. Now, if you head over to Chrome, you're going to see that our video is actually live right here, right? And now let's just try to keep building it. And here maybe for now I'll say do not allow the microphone so that it doesn't echoes while in the call. And if you don't have the camera, we can put some kind of, let's say, placeholder. But for now, I'll just turn this on. It should be right here. Let's refresh. Okay, so video call is working now. let's go ahead and keep building. So I just accidentally paused the video, but let's keep going where we left. Right after the speaker layout, we're gonna pass this component called call controls. And let me show you what that is before we get into coding. So here you can see under the demo app, this is what we call the call controls. We can toggle our mic, camera, we can add reactions, share our screen, record the call, and leave the call if we wanted to. So this is not going to end the session, but it is just going to make you leave the call. If you want to end the call, you would see a button here, and only host would be able to end the session, right? So we are going to see it in action, but first let's go under the video call UI. Right after the speaker layout, we will have the call controls component. You don't need to add this wrapper on top of it, but just to give styling, this is what I have added. So here we say once user leaves the call, take them to the dashboard page with the navigate method. Now if you try to save this, you're not gonna see anything. Like it is kind of like error state. First, let's get the styling for this. You can find this from the source code, but it is coming from the stream documentation. So we are getting the styles for video calling, and here's the entire path. So save this, and one more thing, here we will say class name should be equal to str-video, just like this. So once you put it, you should be able to see the call controls. Now, as you can tell in our demo application, this is at the very bottom, right? How can we take this and put it at the very bottom of the page instead of right after the video call? So we are gonna go under the session page, maybe under this div, we can say something like height of full. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay, now it is at the very bottom of the page. Now the only thing that we are missing is the chat component. Here we can toggle the state whenever we click to them, but we don't really see anything on the UI. And if we say, just toggle the state, we can see that styling are being applied. This is a placeholder that we can get. Okay, now let's go into VS Code and maybe get started with the chat section. So that was for the video calling. Let's scroll to the bottom. Right after the call controls, we have two different divs. Just go outside of them. And here I'll say this is the chat section. Let's say, sorry, not question mark, but how do we call them? Curly braces. So we will say chat client. And if we have a channel, in this case, we would like to run the right hand side. And here, maybe I can just get all the classes for this div. So this will be a div, and class name is going to be dynamic. So what I have done, let me give you the entire thing. Okay, so these are all the classes that this div is going to have. But if the chat is open, we're going to see this part, else width is going to be equal to 0 and it is not going to be visible. Then within this div, we will say if chat is open, then we can run this part, which is around like 20 lines of code. Please let me go ahead and copy paste from the source code. So we'll have fragment, and then we will have a div. Oops, let me delete this extra fragment. I'll just zoom out so that you can see everything. So if chat is open, we're going to see this div where we have the button so that we can close the chat, which is this part. Okay, so we have the header section, we can toggle the state, and then we can have the actual chat component. So we're going to wrap everything with the chat component, then pass the client into it. We're going to have a channel, window, message list, message input, and then the thread functionality. So everything is coming from the stream documentation. That's why we can just copy and paste instead of typing this out. Now let's try to see the chat in action. If I click to it, I can see it is right here. But now the styling is not really there, right? So we will just scroll to the top in this video call UI component, and we're going to get the stream chat styling. So again, it is coming from this package. Save and take a look at the end result. Okay, so it is here. Let's say, hey, how's it going? Like, it is working in real time. We can also add images. So I'll click to this. And from my laptop, I just selected an image. I will send this and we can see it in the chat. Now this chat is pretty advanced. You can add reactions. Like, you can reply this on a thread. And this is possible thanks to this component. If you don't add the thread right here, this is not gonna work. But here, let's say my thread reply. So here we can see you have one reply on this message. You can even go one step further and add GIFs. So here you can add slash and maybe say Giphy. I'll just say Giphy and let's say something like hello. Run this. It's going to give you one option. You can either send this or shuffle. It's going to give you something else. You can cancel the state or just say send. Okay, so you literally have some GIFs in the chat. And this is all thanks to Stream. Now here, if you have realized, we have some class names for the theme. Like, if you delete this, let's see what's gonna happen. I believe it would be in the light mode by default. You can use this as well, but in my case, I'd like to have it in the dark mode. And yeah, so I think I'll just leave it as it is. Now, we don't really know if this is working in real time, right? Let's go ahead and log in with a different account and join into the session. So here in a different Chrome browser, I'll try to sign up with a different account. Let's just say go ahead and sign up with this email. And then I'll put them side by side. So here I just logged in successfully and I can see there are some live sessions. I'll just say join and see what's gonna happen. Okay, so here we can see it took me immediately to that page and then it said like we are joining, and now we can see we have both of these users, which is me. Here I have to mute myself, otherwise it's going to echo in the video. But now let's try to put them side by side, and these are all the previous messages that we can see in the chat. I'll put them side by side and see, if it is working in real time. So this is the other account. Let me take this, put them side by side, open up the chat. Okay, so since like this is not really responsive, I'll just say something like, hey there. And while I'm typing, like you can see there is the typing indicator. Let's go back to the other state or the window. Once I send it immediately, you should be able to see that the chat message is right here. So it is working in real time as well. Now, the other detail is that this application is only for interviews, right? You cannot have an interview in your phone where you solve a problem. So for that reason, we don't really need to make this responsive. If you wanted to, you can of course do it. But in this case, I'm not going to try to make this work in mobile phone as well, because we have so many things and mobile phone is really small. You cannot, you get the point, this is not for mobile devices. And we can add reactions as well. Let me show you actually. I'll shrink this and put them side by side. Okay, here we go. From this account, which is this as a programmer account, I'll put a reaction like heart. The user should be able to see it immediately, but it is not responsive. Let me display it. I'll do it once again. Here I'll add the heart. The other user can see it immediately. Let's do it from this account. Here we can see it is just working in real time. And from this account, I'll try to leave the call. As you can tell, now we have one participant. And let's try to join once again. So here I just found a bug. I just said join, but here I can see this joined twice. And I think we are missing one if check and our code is running twice. So I will go under the stream file under the front end. So right before this API key check, I will say if we already have a client, then maybe you can say await disconnect stream client. Let's save, and hopefully this should fix the issue. I will leave the call and leave the call from this account. Let's refresh and try to log in, like join to the call. Okay, so we have this user only once, and let's try to join with this account as well. And we have this user only once as well. So if you don't add this if check, this user might join twice, which is kind of like a bug, right? Okay, so I believe we have tested out everything. Just one more thing that I'd like to do. I will sign up with a different account and I'll try to see if I can join to this session, because the other users should see something like this is full, right? I think I have already mentioned this in the past, but the other users should see something like full, because only two people can join to a call. So here is a different account. I'll just try to sign up. Okay, so I'm just signing up. Let's see what's gonna happen. Hopefully we should see something like this session is full, you cannot join. Just loading. Okay, so here we can see it is disabled, right? As exactly as we have built it. So the other thing that I want to show you is this. Like we have two different users in this call. This is not the host, so this cannot say end the session, but this user can say. Here I'll just say end the session. Let's say okay. This user should be navigated to the home screen, and maybe after 5 seconds or like a couple of seconds, this user should also be navigated to the dashboard page. Now why this is the case? It's because if you visit the use sessions file, you can see that we have something called refetch interval. So we are going to fetch in every 5 seconds the new session, right? So that we can know the status changes. And if it has ended, we will navigate user to the dashboard page. And now you can see that for both of these users, the session is in the past, right? So that was the session, which is like happened in the past. Alright, so with this, I believe we are pretty much done with the entire project. Let's just fix this message. This should be end, because this is the method that we are in, where we end the session. Now we can deploy this project once again. All we have to do, just add our changes as a commit. Then we are going to test out if it is working in the deployment environment as well, right? Here I'll say toggle status bar visibility. Let's say create a new branch. This could be something like session page. And for the, let's say, stage everything. And then for the commit message, I'll say session page added. Let's commit and publish the branch. We can go into the source code and create a pull request. So after a couple of minutes, the summary is ready by CodeRabbit. Here are all the features that we have introduced in this section. You can pause the video and read it. Here are all the files with the specific changes, how everything works behind the scenes. Now let's scroll to the bottom and see the problems that we have. So here it says you could update the loading state just before returning. I think that's fair. You can do it if you really wanted to. I'll try to skip this. Then here it says you can add try, catch, and finally block to the handle run code method. Yes, we could do it. Let's scroll to the bottom. And then instead of doing slice, here it says maybe you should use char at. This is a different method, a different usage. I think everything is fine. It's just refactoring. I'll say merge the pull request, confirm this, and we'll go into the source code. Let's say switch to the master and get the latest changes. Now in the background, Sevalla is going to redeploy the latest changes, but I think we are missing a couple of different environment variables because we have added new stuff into our local code base. So let's go under the Talent IQ application. Under the deployments, there is a new deployment. Let's go under the environment variables, and we are missing a couple of different things. So under the front end, these are the ones that we have added. I think only this one, the stream API key. Let's see if we have anything else missing. Okay, so I'll just say maybe add a new environment variable. But we should wait for the deployment to end it and then we can add a new one. Okay, so the deployment done. Now I can say add environment variable. I'll paste this in. That's our vStream API key. Now I will add another one, which is this one, the API URL. Let me copy the entire value. But instead of localhost, we are gonna put the actual value. So let me visit Sevalla from a different tab. Because our API URL, like in development, yes, it's going to be a localhost, but in production, it'll be whatever the application URL is. So let me copy the name. It is this one. So here, I'll paste this in, and at the end, it'll be /API. Let's see if we are missing anything else. We have Clerk publishable key. Under the backend, did we add anything else? We have client URL, but I think we included this in the past. Now let's say save. Client URL is right here. Okay, so these are all the environment variables that we would need. Just make sure you have all of them. Here I will show you once again, like from top to bottom. And then I'll say deploy the changes. Alright, so here we can see the deployment has done successfully. Now we are going to visit the application and test out the video calling just to check if it is working in production or not. Okay, so we don't have any active sessions. From this account, let me go ahead and create one. So here I'll say this is going to be reverse string as the problem. And let's say create this, create the session. So I'll just click to it. Session created successfully. Now let me say allow access to my camera. And let's do the same thing for the microphone. Okay, so we are in, we can add reactions, right? We can share our screen, which could be the entire window, the entire screen or a specific window. So here, let me just say share this one. Okay, so all the other users can see my screen. And whenever I am done with it, I can just say stop the screen sharing. We have a chat messaging as well, but let me go ahead, copy this URL and sign up with a different account. Okay, so here I'll just paste this in. This is a different window basically. Let's say get started and then I'll sign in. Okay, so we are logged in. Here we can see there is another live session, which is the one that we just created. Let's say join. So here I'll just give access to my microphone. I mean the camera, and now it's going to be the microphone. Okay. So here I just put them side by side and I mute both of the accounts so that it doesn't echo. Now here I'll add a reaction from this account and everyone can see it in real time, right? Let's open up the chat and here maybe let's make it a little bit larger and I'll say, hey. Now from this account, if we take a look at the chat, we should be able to see it. So that means it is working as expected. Okay, now I'll say end the session from this account. It'll take us to the home screen. And here we can see this user is also, I think, let me open up the terminal. We can't use a channel after disconnect was called. So I think we are getting this error because in our code, we are trying to call this method twice. Now if we refresh, okay, so it is just going to redirect you to the home screen. Now here it says failed to join the video call because call doesn't exist. Now to fix this problem, I think we should visit VS Code. Under the hook that we have, use stream client. Before we try to call this method, we can say something like maybe here, I'll say if session.status, if it is equal to completed, just return, don't do anything, right? Otherwise, we can call it. But if it is completed, we'll just return out of this method. Okay, so let's save and maybe we can commit our changes. Now, just for this change, we don't need to create a separate branch. I think I'll just submit it or commit it under the master branch. I will add this check, or I mean stage this, and then here we can say use stream client.js fixed. Commit and sync the changes. Now with this, Sevalla is going to redeploy our application. And with that, I think we are pretty much done with the entire course. So you can go ahead and add a lot more features on top of what we have here. So we have video calling, chat messaging, creating sessions, running code in the background, and we have our own API as well. Okay, so I'll just leave the rest of it as a challenge for you. Let me know if you liked it or not, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one.